The plot of this film is purely fictional. Do not take it seriously. Thanks for the support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation to update. Chapter 1. Sister Sue. Senior Chin and I truly love each other. Please fulfill us. In the commercial street cafe, at the back door of University A. The sophomore girl Zhao Fuqiong. With teardrops hanging on her face. Her expression genuine and her tone sincere. Prayed to the girl in front of her wearing a furry yellow bear housecoat. Stepping on pink rabbit slippers. Doll face. Black hair and white skin. Clean and simple. Looking even younger than her in actual age. Her heart was a little contemptuous. What the heck? Said the talented girl. Dressed like this in broad daylight. Veiled downstairs really is not a scruffy dead house. Zhao Fuqiong with a crying voice is not small. The surrounding gossip guests perked up their ears. Doll-face Su Mumu was a little annoyed. She just went downstairs to throw a rubbish. The result was Zhao Fuqiong caught. To come so out. Today's update has not yet been written. Where is the time to accompany her in the play? I heard that your family owns a chain of supermarkets? Zhao Fuqiong froze. Obviously she didn't expect Su Mumu to ask about this irrelevant question. I know Chen Feixin for 9 years. His high school to graduate school costs are my family. Soak your money is also for my family to cheat. And I put down payment, but he took you to live in that house. The cost of time plus pay money. Counting the interest a total of 3 million. Cash or transfer. Said. Su Mumu took out her mobile phone. A look ready to report the account number, and so on to collect the money. But in fact, it is to open a landlord game that is very fascinated recently. And collect a wave of rent. Buying a house and collecting rent to lie flat and play the game was her goal. And her dad, who wanted to fulfill her heart's desire, was thus taken advantage of by Chen Feixin. Allowing Chen Feixin to pit away the royalties she had just received. How can you take money to measure your feelings so vulgar? Zhao Fuqiong had a look of shock plus contempt. Su Mumu almost thought that this little girl was still saved. You don't think Chen Feixin is worth the price? No. Her family is a supermarket is very rich, yes. But the money is in the hands of mom and dad. She cannot get it. Mom and dad had originally disagreed with her being with Master Chen. Saying that he was just looking at their family's money and wanted a capital city account. And that's why he was still flirting with her even though he had a girlfriend. But she really likes Master Chen. But she really liked Chen. Fell in love at the first sight of him. She explained a lot. They only reluctantly agreed to give Chen a chance. If she knew that she had spent 3 million for him before she even got married. Then, Miss Zhao, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Su Mumu lightly laughed and got up. What about 3 million? Who would want to spend it on a scummy guy who has a girlfriend, but still flirts with his sister? Only her old man who foolishly believed in the character of his comrade's son would do so. Zhao Fuqiong, however, was irritated by Su Mumu. She was able to break through her moral bottom line, and sit here, because she kept brainwashing herself that she and Chen Feixin were the best kind of true love. The kind of true love that gives everything without hesitation. Good. 3 million is 3 million. But it has to be paid in the form of supplies. Zhao Fuqiong bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind about something, and lowered her head to quickly type on her mobile phone. Su Mumu was a bit shocked. Still really paying? No money but also take things to come together. This is true love. The stuff will be delivered to your house later. You must keep the promise. Zhao Fuqiong's mobile phone rang. Her face changed. No longer care and Su Mumu entanglement. Hurriedly dropped this sentence and left. Come on. Is no money and still cannot pull face. Must be a tough sentence and then go. Right? Su Mumu sighed after the slander. Hey. Come. Buy a sweet caramel ice cream coffee and then go. To cure her early in the morning was spoiled mood. Turned around and saw a tall handsome man standing there awkwardly. Actually Joey Ren. Her high school period on the crush of the god. Shit. Should not be so bloody? That? Su Mumu wanted to say something to alleviate the current awkward atmosphere. Just saw Joey Ren suddenly pounce towards her. Be careful. Only Joey Ren's warning and people's screams. Su Mumu reacted to the time. The cafe manager was anxious to call the police while running over. Originally sitting around their guests have been scattered to escape. Seems to be hiding something. And Joey Ren's arm has been all the blood. The culprit's mouth is still biting on the head, did not let go. The manager and the waiters rushed up also failed to pull the man away. They must not have eaten at noon. Seeing this, Su Mumu copied the vase on the table and smashed it on the man's head. The man finally let go, and Su Mumu also heard a mechanical voice. Virus suppression has failed. This world's natural disaster has opened and is extracting traveling players. She couldn't be bothered to find the source of the voice. She just kicked at the man's body, making him as far away from herself and Joey-ran as possible. The manager and a few waiters pressed down with all their might, and finally pressed that madman under his body. That man struggled desperately. Even if his head had been broken by Su Mumu, he didn't care. If it wasn't for the combined efforts of the two waiters to press down on his head, he would have bitten someone. Su Mumu heart a burst of fear. If not just Joey-ran swooped over to block a bit. Just by virtue of just where she stood. The man absolutely a bite in her carotid artery. Then she absolutely cannot live. Joey-ran's arm is still seeping blood. Just look at a glance. Su Mumu feel a burst of dizziness in front of her eyes. Take a few deep breaths. She forced herself not to look at. Turned her head to go to the pharmacy next to the cafe. Buy gauze and medicines. And was about to ask the cafe waiter to Joey-ran to do a simple treatment. The police have already brought an ambulance to arrive. The man was tied up and stuffed into the back seat of the police car. Joey-ran was stuffed into the ambulance with a few of them. The manager and the few waiters were puzzled. We are not injured. The police, however, just smiled and coaxed. A piece to go. The car quickly started. The cafe manager was a bit dumbfounded. A few waiters were even more uneasy. They couldn't help but grab the small nurse at the side to ask questions. But the nurse just shook her head. A look of not knowing anything. Su Mumu's heart is also a bit flustered. This situation. Not like dealing with ordinary cases. Rather like the fear that they all have infectious diseases. Joey-ran, who was being treated by the nurse on the side of the wound, saw the situation and opened his mouth to try to comfort her. It's okay. Not waiting for him to finish. The huge collision threw a car full of people flying out. Finished. To break the shift. This was Su Mumu's last conscious thought. Opening his eyes again. His eyes were a snowy white. Congratulations to the third-tier World Evolver 66 for successfully entering the game through death. The illusion-like mechanical voice that Su Mumu had once heard in the restaurant resounded once again. She panicked and turned her head, wanting to look for the source of that voice. But she found that her surroundings were just a blanket of snow white. There was nothing. And she was the only one left in heaven and earth. Who are you? A never-before-seen sense of fear struck Su Mumu. And Su Mumu even hoped that she was having a nightmare. Please choose whether to enter the game or not. Choosing yes will enter the game. Choosing no will enter the permanent death state. The voice didn't answer her. It just asked as it should. At the same time, a transparent light screen appeared in front of her eyes. The two options of yes and no were very conspicuous in the center. And above the screen, there was a line of small scrolling words. Similar to the kind of system announcements that she had when she was playing the game. That kind of system announcement. Su Mumu stared at it for a while, and found that the prompts were divided into 4. Congratulations to the third-tier World Evolver * number 1 successfully entered the game through death. Congratulations to the third-tier world. The Fallen * has successfully entered the game through infection. Evolutionist * forfeits opportunity to die permanently. Fallen * forfeits opportunity to die permanently. Were different numbers. The first two very much so. The last two just sporadically had 1 or 2. Yes. What the 4 words permanent death meant, of course she understood. Choosing no was not an option. There was only one way to fight it. This kind of time to follow the majority of people's choice also more or less let her peace of mind so a throw. At least when the time comes she can find those who also enter the game to ask what the hell is going on. A flower in front of her eyes. Su Mumu is now in a broken and tattered small house. There is only a single bed in the house. A small desk. Under the feet is the uneven concrete floor. The windows and the roof may have leaks wherever. She can feel the speed of the airflow even when she stands in the house. But the desk and the bed are cleaned up very well. There are flowery tablecloths and solid-colored bedding. Mumu. Hurry up. You're going to be late for school. Outside the house, a middle-aged woman's voice came. Su Mumu hesitated. Opened the only wooden cabinet in the house. Glanced at what the pedestrians were wearing outside the window. Took out a set of clothes. Changed the housecoat and slippers on her body and hid them. When he went out, he picked up the half-old and not new small school bag on the desk. It was quite heavy. The middle-aged woman seemed to have been waiting for her outside. And just as she went out, a hot egg and a bottle of lukewarm milk were shoved into her hand. Nah. Just boiled it. You'll buy buns at the end of the alley to eat with it later. While saying that, she put a big red scarf around Su Mumu's neck, and carefully tidied up Su Mumu's hair, and then put on a furry hat of the same color. Hat scarf are very soft. Simple style. But the material used is very good. It is hand-woven. This feeling of being wrapped in a mother's love was novel, causing Su Mumu to freeze for a moment. What to stay Walking to school is still half an hour. And then counting the meal. An hour of time is tight. Go to school early can also memorize a few more words. The night to give you stewed pork ribs said. The middle-aged woman hand and foot to their own also put on the scarf hat. Changed the cotton shoes. Took the key and waited for her a piece of out of the door. Su Mumu responded. Changed into the pair of cotton shoes that were obviously a few sizes smaller at the door. Out the door and downstairs. The middle-aged woman rode a bicycle and left first. Su Mumu followed the route of memory to the school. When you don't know the situation, it's better to live according to the character's original life trajectory is safer. Just now she had already looked through the books in her school bag. The school, the class, and her name were all exactly the same from her high school days. But the year was more than 20 years different. And her parents' situation was also completely different. Was this a parallel world or a fantasy world? That mechanical voice talking about the game. The player. Maybe this is a game world made of virtual reality technology? These questions accompanied her to the entrance of the school. But a tall figure stopped her from going further, stuffed her with a bag of buns, and lowered his voice at her. Hurry up and finish the buns, or else the disciplinary team will deduct our class points again in a moment. Su Mumu looked up. Joey Ran's youthful face from high school was so bulging, appearing in front of her with the appearance of chewing her food hard. When did she get so close to Joey Ran? Chapter 2. In this world, Su Mumu is a 17-year-old high school student, and Joey Ran is a childhood friend. Joey Ran confessed to her just a day before she entered this world. The two agreed to go to college to officially do male and female friends. Before that, they are still just childhood sweethearts. But between the two have such a small secret. Last night's separation of sweet and reluctant, as if the relationship of more than 10 years before the overnight qualitative change. Therefore, Joey Ran will be early in the morning with 2 dark circles under his eyes, waiting for Su Mumu here, and also bought 2 buns. Su Mumu was a little embarrassed. This kind of thing. Watching TV drama novels when I think it is the first prize is sweet. Really to their own head. But really not much happy. Now the distance between the two people are standing a little close to each other. So she is not too comfortable. Through the action of eating buns and drinking milk. Su Mumu quietly, ignoring the possibility of Joey Ran's expectations, without a trace to the side moved a step. And he kept a distance. Then she realized that Joey Ran was equally relieved. Not only did he not get disappointed because of her estrangement, but on the contrary, the whole person relaxed a lot. After that, the two of them had been very tacitly maintaining this distance, without either of them coming any closer. Were they really the childhood friends who had successfully confessed yesterday? Su Mumu's mind suddenly had such a doubt. Originally a big sunny boy with a gentle and passionate character, seeing the girl he loves alienating him after a successful confession. Is such a reaction really normal? Along with her doubts, the two of them stepped into the school gate, and the mechanical sound rang out once again. Main Mission 1. Stop the spread of the virus. Side Quest 1. Acquire a piece of land. 2 tasks without a clue. No description whatsoever. The 2 tasks could not be said to be unrelated, but could only be said to be irrelevant. Su Mumu's eyebrows wrinkled. This game planning is also too doggy point. Joey Ran beside him has been paying attention to Su Mumu's expression. Saw her frown. Opened his mouth. Seemed to want to say something. And finally said nothing. At this time, his good brother, Lu, also hooped him from behind. Joey Ran. And you're home, Su Mumu, a piece of school, ah. Avu. Envious grin. Lu also black and strong. Height than Joey Ran shorter. The whole person is hanging in the body of Joey Ran, resulting in Joey Ran had to stiffen the body to lean back. Su Mumu is very surprised. In her world, Lu also and Joey Ran do not deal with. Did not expect here. The relationship between the two so good? Daughter-in-law said to the station. The rest of the time to brothers. Go. Play a game. Lu also did not notice Su Mumu and Joey Ran's unnatural let go of his hand after shooting the basketball in front of the two did a few fancy moves. After doing so, he also threw a wink at Joey Ran before walking towards the playground. You go back to the classroom first. Joey Ran paused. Seems to be a bit difficult to say for Lu also performance. But he still caught up with Lu also. Su Mumu watched the two of them talking and patting the ball away. Whether it is this world's Joey Ran or the original world's Joey Ran, all have the habit of playing ball in the morning. I don't know if it was an illusion. She always felt that there was something strange crossing her mind, wanting to catch but not able to. But she didn't bother to dwell on this point. The most important thing right now was to do the quest. The options to enter the game could already determine life and death. And the main quest had the word virus in it. So no matter how you looked at it, it didn't feel like a safe game. But even if she had no clue information, like a headless fly. But as long as she still wants to live to return to her original world, do the mission is her best choice right now. She planned to check out the school first. The quest was received when she entered the school. So maybe the school had some important clues. After spending 2 classes, Su Mumu acted like a normal high school student. Attending class, leaving class, and looking for classmates to chat with. She consciously asked them if there was any strange news or news recently. There was no way. Who let this era actually did not even have smartphones. The source of information was still TV news and newspapers. In this situation, word-of-mouth gossip was instead swifter. Unfortunately, Su Mumu did not get the news she wanted. The students talked about exams, novels, TV dramas and other topics that were not very nutritious. And at most complained about the cold weather, and the fact that winter came earlier this year than in previous years. Su Mumu no longer wastes time in the school to inquire about the news. She wants to skip class to go back to buy some food and drink hoarded at home. Virus. Proliferation. These 2 words are enough for her to make this decision. Hey. Mumu ah. Why are you back at this time? As she pushed this world's mother's grocery cart out the door, her neighbor Auntie Zhang stopped her. Bai Fengling was a single woman with a child. And Auntie Zhang took good care of the mother and daughter duo. The school is having a monthly exam tomorrow. So they gave us the day off today. And the teacher also said that the cold snap is coming soon. So she told us to go home and buy more put-resistant food and water to keep on hand. Auntie Zhang's age for the school teacher's words are mostly believed. The original owner is usually a well-behaved and understanding image. So by saying this, it's almost a done deal. Ah? Then I'll go back to get the money and go to the market to buy things as well. Auntie Zhang was really convinced of Su Mumu's words and turned her head and went back to prepare. Su Mumu didn't wait for her either. The resistant items in Auntie Zhang's concept and the resistant items she was going to buy were not the same thing. Her target was the wholesale market and pharmacy 2 streets away. To buy compressed biscuits, dried fruits, buckets of water, daily necessities, feminine hygiene products, disinfected water, masks, medicines, as well as waterproof and warm clothes and shoes. As a high school student, she does not have much money on hand. This is still the Bai Fengling gave her to save the passbook of the money are withdrawn before barely buy all the called a minivan, sent to the home downstairs, all in the storeroom. She didn't know what the virus was, how it would spread, not to mention that she didn't have the magical powers and experience of those in the novels. So she could only make as complete preparations as possible within the limits of what she could think of. In the grocery trolley is a variety of fresh meat and vegetables and fruits that she bought. These are not resistant to put, but the refrigerator is stuffed full or can be stored for a period of time. With these things, Su Mumu's heart has been hanging in the air is finally a little bit stable, and have the mind to think about what the virus in the end will spread in what way. Unable to help that there was too little information. She really couldn't think of anything. And then she simply took out her usual lazy frame, thinking without thinking, and went to sort out the things she had bought, to see if she could convince Bai Fengling to go and prepare some more things when she came back. Clank edible material X1 detected. Is it in storage? There was a prompting sound in his head. Unlike the cold mechanical sound in the morning. This sound, although it was also mechanical, was soft and cute. Even if there was a suspicion that it was deliberately cute, it still made the heart feel good. And it was even a bit familiar. Yes, Su Mumu responded in her heart. Then the box of compressed biscuits in her hand disappeared. In order to mirror this, she picked up another bucket of water. Clank edible material X1 detected. Is it in storage? Picking up the medicine, the prompt changed. Clang medical supplies detected X1. Are they in storage? Clothes and daily necessities. On the other hand, change to Clang detected living goods X1. Is it in storage? The prompt. Until she finished putting everything she'd purchased today into storage, and the storeroom was empty. After thinking about it, she murmured in her mind, check inventory. Miss Landlord currently has edible supplies X32, medical supplies X9, and living supplies X12. Please cheer up, and keep up the good work. The voice was even a little excited. Very wealthy. And the voice was very enthusiastic. Even taking the initiative to ask Su Mumu. May I ask Miss Landlord if she needs to display the amount of supplies for a long period of time? Need. So many things that were bought just disappeared. It was always uneasy to not see it. As soon as the words fell, a transparent information bar appeared in the lower right corner as far as her eyes could see. Edible supplies 32, medical supplies 9, living supplies 12. Seeing this familiar interface, Su Mumu's heart already had a number. Are you the landlord game I've been playing? Yes, duh. Miss Landlord is so smart. The soft and cute voice was obviously cuter and smarter than the cold mechanical voice from before, and could actually create a dialogue with Su Mumu in her consciousness. Then tell me quickly, what kind of game is this? What's the situation now? Sorry, Miss Landlord. This question is beyond people's cognitive scope. It was really exactly the same as that landlord game on her phone. I never thought that one day those silent text prompts would suddenly turn into three-dimensional soft-mo sounds. She changed her mindset. What about my house? She hadn't been playing the landlord game for a long time. But at least she already had a small 3-story building. If she was bound by the landlord game, then all those houses she had before. Did the supplies follow her? Then is it directly to complete the requirements of obtaining a piece of land in the side quest? People came to the other world as a landlord lady's bound gold finger. Everything is a new start. So, go for it, Landlord Sama. For the sake of our outrageously rich future. After half a year of hard work and liver, she returned to the pre-liberation era, and had to add extra side missions to her already hard life in the other world. She doesn't want this gold finger. Okay. As long as the landlady's assets are sufficient, she can exchange for land. And people can host materials for the landlady for free. And in the later stage, these materials can be directly exchanged in the mall for designated items. Absolutely value for money. Seemingly sensing Su Mumu's displeasure, the landlord game hurriedly marketed itself. Not only that, the properties owned by Miss Landlord are all directly materializable, complete with water, electricity and gas, and are absolutely safe to exist. So, if the mall doesn't open, I can't use any of these supplies? Su Mumu wasn't confused by the landlord game's soft and cute voice, and directly pulled out the slots in its words. This golden finger was very similar to the landlord game she once played. But there were some places that were not quite the same. But those were negligible. The most useful would be the ability to materialize at absolute safety. But before there was a house, it was all air. Yes. Before the mall opens, Miss Landlord, all your supplies can be taken out as they are. Even if it was just a voice. Su Mumu could feel its eagerness. This eased Su Mumu's original nervousness. In such a strange world, having something familiar to accompany her, even if it was just a virtual voice, would make her much better. When Bai Fengling came home from work in the evening, Su Mumu explained with the same reason she gave to Annie Zhang. And Bai Fengling not only didn't suspect anything, but also gave her $300 to make up the money for the things she had bought and put in the fridge. The next morning, Su Mumu intended to go to school in the name of go out to earn money. By the way, to inquire about the news. But she and Bai Fengling are standing at the door dumbfounded. Outside the door side of the fog lingering. Like a fairyland. Chapter 3. Mom, why don't you not go to work? I'm not feeling well. Su Mumu's first reaction was to pull Bai Fengling to hide back inside. Silly child. It's just fog. Bai Fengling is also a bit uneasy. Such a big fog. This life she has never seen. And forced straight to the doorstep. But will not float into the house a little. Really a bit strange. But work will be deducted. No disease. She really do not want to lose a few tens of dollars. Just fog. The sun came out on the loose. But it's really dangerous with this much fog. Maybe the schools and units are closed. Then you wait. I'll go make a call and ask. Bai Fengling is also quite hesitant. She is a bus driver. Such a big fog also really cannot travel. She is not the morning shift today. This fog is like this. I do not know how the morning shift. Home has a landline. Bai Fengling a phone call to the unit to go. Really postpone the bus time. But need to be on standby at any time. The fog disperse will have to go over at any time. The school is not yet said to be closed. But such a big fog. The teacher also said that the children have not gone out of the house first at home. Do not go to school for the time being. Bai Fengling then settled down, turning her head to look at her daughter sitting on the sofa fretting. She spoke. Luckily you bought so many vegetables yesterday. Mom will make you dumplings to eat today. Okay. Yes. Having a bit of work to do would make you less wishy-washy. Not to mention with the system storage function. Making more cooked food would naturally be the best. In order to earn more money, Bai Fengling didn't even take a break on New Year's holidays. Anyway, it was just the two of them. It was the same wherever they celebrated the holidays. So there were only a handful of chances for mother and daughter to make dumplings at home in such a leisurely manner. It seems to be in order to compensate for the daughter. Bai Fengling today breathed to do 3 kinds of dumpling filling. Pork, eggs and leeks, beef and celery, shrimp 3 fresh fillings. And after doing the home leftover 3 kilograms of flour to the and do dumpling skin. This filling is overdone. She couldn't help but mutter. Originally wanted to say let Su Mumu go to the front of Uncle Min's kiosk to buy a bag of flour back. But once she thought of the fog outside, she again dismissed this idea. This is 11 o'clock in the afternoon. The fog a little bit of dissipation of the meaning is not. I am afraid that today are unable to go out on the street. She also didn't want her daughter to venture into this weird fog. Mom, there is still flour in the storeroom. I bought it yesterday. After saying that, Su Mumu drilled into the storeroom and took out 2 tin caddy bags of flour from the supplies that the system had put away, and lifted the bag out. Supermarket sale. These 2 bags of flour only cost 8 yuan. So I bought them back. 8 yuan? Bai Fengling looked at her suspiciously. Now the flour is almost $1.50 to $2 a caddy. Even if it is doing activities. Cannot 20 pounds of flour as long as $8. Is it possible that her daughter was tricked into buying expired flour? Took a look at the bag. The date is fresh. But also she usually buy that brand. She didn't ask many questions, and used the flour as she had it. Bai Fengling rolled out the dough. Su Mumu package. At first just relying on the memory of the original owner. The technique is a little raw. But not long after the proficiency. This novel experience for her is the first time. She is very excited. See her happy. Bai Fengling simply take out the meat in the freezer to do the stuffing. Dumplings packaged, and then do the dumplings. In the future, her daughter will be able to go to school in the morning and eat her handmade buns. Su Mumu is even happier. Since childhood, she has not seen her mother. Her own father. Although he loves her. But in the end is a man. In doing food on the brown moor. Home cooking is to do. But dumplings buns this fine work. Su Mingwa are directly out to buy. Packed a box will be put in the refrigerator to freeze. A batch of frozen. Su Mumu take the opportunity to put down a batch of dumplings. Put away 2 boxes into the system. There is no way. Her mother today to get too much. Their home this small refrigerator is too small. Cannot freeze so much. It is necessary to take out to send people. Send Auntie Zhang no problem. Weekdays Auntie Zhang's family got what delicious. Also will come over to give them. But other people. Such a situation. She cannot afford to give up. At noon, mother and daughter are eating boiled dumplings. 3 kinds of fillings are boiled a little bit. The taste is not too good. Su Mumu eat, and anxious and more. Mom, it's so delicious. Your handiwork is awesome. Oh, when Mom was young, she also thought about opening a dumpling restaurant. When I was pregnant with you, the ground was good. But unfortunately later, Bai Fengling's voice stuttered. Do not say further. Later what happened? Su Mumu is with cold cucumber to deal with a big bowl of dumplings. Did not respond to ask a question in passing. But Bai Fengling just smiled, urging Su Mumu to eat more. Did not continue. Intuition told Su Mumu. This matter may be related to the original owner's biological father. I don't know if it is called Su Mumu's kinship or thin. She has no mother. This Su Mumu has no father. And both are the degree of memory to find no such person. Mother and daughter too busy all day. Freezer stuffed with buns dumplings. Yesterday Su Mumu buy back meat and vegetables also less than half. Looked like I wrapped a lot. But there doesn't seem to be much when it's frozen like this. Eating buns in the evening, when the last drawer of buns was steamed. Bai Fengling couldn't help but mutter when she planned to put them in the freezer. Su Mumu, on the other hand, was vainly pretending not to hear. Most of them were put away by her. And what was stuffed in the freezer was the amount she calculated the space was just enough to put down. In order not to show too much obviousness. There were still some more buns outside that were not able to be put in the freezer. They were all put in the freezer. In this whole day, the food supplies only increased by 14. The system has its own set of rules for calculating the number of supplies. Not that a roll of paper and a Band-Aid can be counted as a supply. Yesterday she collected boxes of things to be counted as one. A large box will be counted as 1.5. And the lesser ones will be accumulated. And only counted as one after a sufficient number. Like their mother and daughter dumplings. 100 only counted as food supplies. Buns are 20 counted A. And most likely as pure handmade products, so have such a high value. Su Mumu does not care about this. Anyway, can be taken out as is. How the system is considered a matter of it. What she cares about is that. So foggy days. No gas mask in the case. Su Mumu simply do not dare to go out. Who knows that the virus is not spread by the fog? Who knows if the virus is spreading by the fog? How can she earn money if she can't go out? The system can be exchanged for money by recycling the supplies she put in. And she also thought of just making cooked food at home today and selling it to the system and exchanging it for money. But after this whole day, the two of them, mother and daughter, were so tired that their arms were sore. And there were only 14 food supplies. A material can be exchanged for 100 gold coins. When she played the game before, the purchasing power of 1 gold coin in the mall was equivalent to $1 in reality. The meat buns in this world were only $1 each. So when converted down to the ones they had wrapped, they almost counted as $5 each. Maybe the price was high because of the material they wrapped was sufficient. But there was definitely a profit to be made. 1,400 gold coins a day. Not a small amount. But the exchange price of the smallest piece of land in the system is 200,000. Relying on the sale of buns and dumplings. In the short term, it is very difficult to get. And not to mention how Bai Fengling sighed to fool the past. On the game mall is not open. Raw materials are not good to get this point. This business is not a long term. Going out to buy raw materials. The fog would not dissipate, and the price would rise. She decided to mobilize Bai Fengling and stock up on more before the prices went up. At least enough for them to feed themselves. But she had just finished her ventriloquism when Bai Fengling tidied up the kitchen and came out with a box of dumplings and carrying a bag of buns. I'm going to give some to your Auntie Zhang. And on the way, I'll go out and buy some more food and supplies and come back to stock up. As a single mother with a child, Bai Fengling's sense of crisis far exceeds Su Mumu's imagination. Otherwise she would be alone. Sick and down with no money. Who would take care of the child? In the morning when she did not feel. At noon the fog does not dissipate but also more dense. She opened the TV has been listening to the news. Although the news reports to appease the majority. But also said that tomorrow there is a gale. This fog will dissipate. But by this time in the evening, it is not reduced at all. Bai Fengling still decided to make preparations in advance. Do not need to remind Su Mumu. Her own personal in the storage room to turn out several masks. Are filtering haze special. In addition to goggles and strong torch. A few months earlier when the haze was serious, I bought these. But as a result, the weather was good later, and I didn't use them. I didn't expect to use them now. These words made Su Mumu's heart startled. There was severe haze a few months earlier. Their city's geographical location and environment didn't look like it could generate haze. You rest at home for a while. Mom will go and return. Bai Fengling armed herself and planned to go out shopping. Mom, I'll go too. Su Mumu, however, was unwilling to let her go alone. She hadn't forgotten that the identity given to her before entering this world was that of an evolutionary. No matter what, the physical quality of an evolved person should be stronger than an ordinary person. Right? How is this fog in the end? In the case of closed information, she can only try it herself. And she can't just stay in the house all the time. Sitting on her arse is a death sooner or later. Now with all this equipment and the early stages of the fog, the risk should be low. Moreover, if she followed, she would be able to carry some more supplies back, And when Bai Fengling settled the bill, she would take as much as she could. Then you put those on. Bai Fengling only hesitated for a moment before pointing to the goggles that were one size smaller, and the masked hat on the side, and said, her daughter was going to grow up eventually. It wasn't something she, as a mother, could do just by protecting her all the time. She took out an elasticated rope, which was used for bundling goods on her trolley. And at that time, she thought it was good, so she bought 2 more. The rope was 5 meters long. One end was tied to her own waist, and one end was tied to Su Mumu's waist, so that mother and daughter wouldn't easily get separated in the fog, and it wouldn't affect normal walking. This mother is so smart. Su Mumu couldn't help but give praise to Bai Fengling in her heart. It's true that elders have much more life experience than her who graduated and stayed at home. Su Mumu nimbly put on the equipment. Also find out a strong flashlight in the hand. Followed behind Bai Fengling. Mother and daughter too opened the door. The fog with the same warning. Just so white floating in the door. Do not come in. Also do not dissipate. It is really very strange. Although all the preparations that can be thought of have been done. Bai Fengling is still a little nervous. She quietly lowered her voice and took a deep breath, signaling Su Mumu not to follow first, and then took out the aura of looking at death as if she was going to die and stepped out. Go. After standing for a few seconds, nothing happened before she turned back to greet Su Mumu. Mother and daughter first went to the side of Annie Zhang's house. Stood at the door, did not go in to hand things in. Pleasantries. Annie Zhang could not help but praise Su Mumu for a few words. Said that if it were not for her, today they still have to go out to buy food is very inconvenient. Bai Fengling told her that it is best to stock up some food at home. Otherwise the fog has not been dissipated. Things cannot be good to buy. And now the weather is getting colder and colder. Things also put in place. Not afraid to buy more. Annie Zhang, however, did not intend to go out and take the risk, saying that her son works in a supermarket and will drive over to deliver things at night after work. And if Bai Fengling needs it, she can also help her bring back more things. A matter of a phone call. Bai Fengling is planning to refuse, since she has gone out. Naturally, she does not want to trouble others. Su Mumu, however, grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Then thank you, Annie Zhang. I'll write you a list. Brother Zhang has a car, saving us mother and daughter a trip to move it. Hey, that's right. I'll get you a pen and paper. You can write it down. Don't be polite to Annie Zhang. And you're still helping my son with his performance. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Annie Zhang is very happy. Bai Fengling mother and daughter are both do not like to trouble people's temperament, resulting in her usually want to help do not know how to start. This time to have the opportunity. She is really happy. And although the son's work has no performance requirements, but the employee can sell things in large quantities, the boss is naturally happy. Bai Fengling did not stop. But watching her daughter do this, recalling her daughter's behavior today, her heart already had doubts. Chapter 4. I thought that if I want to buy it anyway, I will buy all of it. Just as an early New Year's Eve purchase. On the way to the supermarket, Su Mumu felt the need to explain. Really, she just wrote too many things on that list. Even Auntie Zhang couldn't help but feel that this girl may not know how to live. Fortunately, Bai Fengling explained that she was going to go to the company tomorrow and had to bring some to her colleagues. And that's why she bought so many. She is also a little afraid of Bai Fengling really hard to buy things to distribute to colleagues. The original owner's memory. Bai Fengling a single mother. With those colleagues cannot be counted as a good relationship. But she is very grateful to the leadership of the original to give her the opportunity. If it is the leadership of the openings, the colleagues have difficulties in the family. She said it would not be good to say what she would do. It's all what we can use ourselves. Bai Fengling answered, and did not dwell on this matter, but talked to her about something else. What last time the mother and daughter to go to the supermarket to purchase what to buy. But the money did not bring enough, so did not buy something. This time to go to make sure to buy more of her daughter like to eat a certain kind of snacks. As well as her recent learning pressure in the school is not big. And Joey ran how the relationship between that boy and so on. Su Mumu answered. The original owner's memory, she is there. Just the original owner of those emotions she does not have. She did not find it strange. The original owner and Bai Fengling every time a piece about shopping will be so chatting. The content is also similar. Arrived at the supermarket. Once entered the door, the eyes suddenly are bright. This fog seems to have life in general, and will not enter the house. even if the window is open, will not float into the house. Supermarket clerk therefore wide open windows and doors. Warmly greeted everyone who came in. Bai Fengling deposited her own small crate. Then pulled a large pushcart herself and rented one for Su Mumu as well. Go pick whatever you want to buy. Come out later and Mum will settle the bill. Really? Su Mumu was very slightly surprised. But then felt that Bai Fengling was not right. Although the original owner of the memory of this mother to her is really very good, there is a request. But too much will be reasonable to refuse to go. Although the favor but not spoiled. The situation at home, Bai Fengling has never hidden from her. Will be able to give her the best within the scope of ability. But more than within the scope of ability will not be spoiled. Today this amount obviously has exceeded their small family capacity. Let Auntie Zhang buy those things. Spend out more than 10,000. At first Su Mumu did not want to buy so much. She counted almost by a few thousand things should be the limit of Bai Fengling can allow. Is Bai Fengling in the last openings to ask Auntie Zhang to buy 3 times the amount on her list. Auntie Zhang also said that such a large amount of wholesale is more cost-effective. So do not look for supermarkets. So that her son to help with the wholesale market acquaintances to contact send over is. At the end, Auntie Zhang also opened her mouth mysteriously. Xiao Bai Ah. Sister, and you talk a word you do not like to hear. Wealth is not white. Buy so many things at once. You have to hide. Then I let my son first sent to my home. And then help you move over. Auntie Zhang's son often helps the boss to buy goods. The boss's warehouse is not far from where they live. By his hand? Will not attract people's eyes. Good. Bai Fengling nodded heavily. And then close to Auntie Zhang to Su Mumu inaudible voice said a few quiet words. Through the goggles, Su Mumu only saw Auntie Zhang's face changed. And then nodded heavily. The two said goodbye. To say that this is not fishy. Su Mumu's toes don't believe it. But right now, looking at it, Bai Fengling's misbehavior was good for her. She temporarily suppressed those puzzling emotions in her heart for the time being, and drilled into the supermarket under Bai Fengling's urging. Unlike during the day, this time, she focused on buying some knives and sticks. Originally, she was going to buy fresh vegetables, but Bai Fengling was already there purchasing. So she thought she knew more about which necessities to buy than she did. So Su Mumu focused on getting things that Bai Fengling probably wouldn't have thought of. After picking out several sets of knives and sticks, Su Mumu delved into the snacks section, mainly buying chocolates and other things that were good to carry and could replenish energy. The whole time during the process, she was mentally building herself up. If Bai Fengling had already guessed something from her behavior, should she tell the truth? And if she did, what she could and couldn't say, she had to do a proper planning for all of them. Shopping time passes quickly. 2 hours passed. Mother and daughter met in the checkout area. Are full of 2 large trolleys of things. Checkout staff joyful and smiling. This kind of battle he is not surprised. A few months ago when the haze is serious, there are also courageous to run to all kinds of stockpiling. After the checkout Su Mumu went out and found that her mother bought more than these things. The small crate has been piled up several boxes. Because they buy more. The staff is also very kind to the supermarket. Small plate car also lent aid to them. Register address and phone let them go. Mother and daughter, one after the other, transporting things home. Spent more than an hour to put things in different categories in the storeroom. The more sorted out, Su Mumu is more shocked. Eat, drink, wear and use. She can think of all. Did not think of also prepared. Then she prepared yesterday ever. Mom? Su Mumu suddenly didn't know how to open her mouth. Don't be nervous. Mom is prepared. We mother and daughter depend on each other for so many years. No matter what time have to rely on themselves. Not afraid of 10,000 on the fear of the eventuality. The money spent out can still earn. But some things at some time is money can't be bought. What's more, these things have a very long shelf life. Save us later to buy again. Bai Fengling didn't act like what Su Mumu thought. Knowing what dangers are out there. Or discovering her own daughter's wrongness. She did it because she thought her daughter maybe heard something and was scared. Buying these things was to give her daughter sense of security. It's comforting to know that you have a keen sense of crisis. Mom, it's good to be careful. But it's also important to have success. You can't just waste it. Is this what it's like to have a mom? Gently protecting her every little emotion. Doing her best to satisfy her. Giving her enough security. Definitely won't betray. No matter what she wants to do. Will think in her point of view and satisfy. Su Mumu's voice choked a little. Mom, it won't be wasted. I have a space. Suddenly had it last night. Metaphysical fairy, and also crossover rebirth dramas her mother usually read a lot. This moment so said. She should be able to understand. She put away a box in front of by phone Ling, and took out a bag of buns she had put away in the afternoon as a demonstration. Pfft. You girl. I told you that the number of buns and dumplings was not right. But you didn't want to tell me. So I didn't ask too much. After all, you are my daughter. If you really want to do something out of the ordinary, Mom will also cover for you. Bai Fengling only froze for a moment when she initially saw the thing that appeared out of thin air. And then she quickly accepted it. And even frankly told all the points she saw today that were out of place. It's like what your Auntie Zhang said. Wealth must not be revealed. This secret, you mustn't tell anyone else. As well as the way you acted. Even though it's because Mom knows you too well that she saw it. But if you're out in the world, you must be careful and careful again. Telling Bai Fengling that she had a space would not only make it easier for her to act afterwards, but it was also a test run. She hadn't forgotten the broadcast when she entered the game. The evolved and infected. Perhaps she wasn't the only player who entered the game. What was the difference between evolvers and infected? Were the quests received the same? It had only been 2 short days with Bai Fengling, and she had already developed a desire for motherly love. If the two of them got along for a long period of time, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't become dependent on Bai Fengling. Before that, she had to make sure that she wasn't a player, and was on the same page as herself. Bai Fengling as a mother knew her daughter very well, and she similarly had the memories of the original owner, and similarly knew Bai Fengling as a mother. The mother-daughter duo spoke many more words, and in the process, Bai Fengling had Su Mumu put away all the things that had already been categorized. Since you have such a good thing, then Mom will let go of her purchasing tomorrow. And you can also put away all the cooked food that's done in the fridge. Anyway, as long as the fog doesn't lift, she has nothing to do at home. So she'll make some more cooked food for emergencies. You'll pack up the dumplings after they're all cooked tomorrow. And I'll cook all the rest of the dishes tomorrow as well. Arranging things for herself. Bai Fengling seemed to have a backbone as well. Thinking in her head about dishes that her daughter wanted to eat, but usually didn't have time to cook. Her spirit gradually relaxed. In fact, this whole day, she was also nervous and worried. As soon as she relaxed, she thought of the key point. It's just that at this rate. What about school? Why don't you stop working? Let Mom do it all. And you study hard. Her daughter's college entrance exam is in a year, so she can't afford to delay. Su Mumu was speechless. It's true that all parents in the world are the same. The only requirement for their children is to study. But she has graduated from university. It's too devilish to let her prepare for the college entrance exam once more. Right, Mom? Learning is not a matter of 1 day or 2 days. Just these few days I will help you to prepare. When you are well prepared, it's not too late to learn later. That's fine. Bai Fengling agonized for 10 minutes before she finally reluctantly agreed. Although she felt that now that she wasn't working, she had all the housework to do. And it would be better for her daughter to have more time to study. She was afraid that she wouldn't have the heart to study in this situation. So she might as well find something to do. The next week, the fog did not disperse. The news also gradually have how to walk in the fog in the popular science. But also warn the general public non-essential do not travel. Otherwise prone to traffic accidents. The good thing is that experts have tested. This fog is ordinary water vapor. Will not cause any harm to the human body. Apart from the disruption of traffic, it has not caused any other impact on human life. Many companies had arranged for home offices, and those who were not in a position to do so had relaxed their commuting times, allowing people to travel at low carbon and low speeds to ensure absolute safety. There were also many residents who began to hoard food, daily necessities, and other things. And prices naturally fluctuated, but only for 2 or 3 days before the state stepped in and suppressed them. The buses were completely suspended. Bai Fengling naturally did not have to go to work. She directly followed Auntie Zhang's son in the supermarket to find a temporary job. Every day after work at the staff price to buy back some things. Not only do not attract people's eyes, but also can save a lot of money. Su Mumu is very envious. She also wants to go to odd jobs. But she is under 18. People do not want her. She could only desperately cook at home, and then sell it to the system at a high price. Task 1 she had no clue. She could only do task 2 first. The thicker she raised her golden finger, the greater the chance of winning to live. But even in those days when prices soared, with Su Mumu's productivity, she could barely get 30,000. With limited manpower, the amount of food she could cook alone was not much. Even counting by Finling's savings over the years, she could only manage to scrape together 100,000, which is far from 200,000 yuan. She didn't choose to directly exchange the supplies that Bai Fengling got back into gold coins. This is their mother and daughter's life-saving supplies. Without the land they can still live. Without the supplies, it is to starve to death. And she couldn't care about cooking at home to earn money next, because the trees in the city were starting to mutate. Chapter 5. We are now seeing footage of citizens digging for mushrooms in the street park. The TV reporter was holding a microphone in one hand and a long-range torch in the other, and she was surrounded by several other crew members, some holding torches, some carrying high-powered spotlights, and a wood pile burning brightly a little away from them. Finally, she was able to illuminate the 10 meters around her. Behind her, there were several people picking mushrooms under a large tree. Master, do you recognize what this mushroom is? Can you eat it? The female reporter walked up to one of the men all together and interviewed them. Yes, it's just a common flat mushroom. You can pick it for soup or stir-fry. What flat mushrooms? They're just shiitake mushrooms. An older woman beside him held up a mushroom in her hand and came in front of the camera. In the picture, what she was holding was indeed shaped like a shiitake mushroom. Su Mumu couldn't help but frown. She was 4-bodied and 5-colored. But she also knew flat mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms. What these two people were holding in their hands were indeed these two things. Just can these two things grow in one place? And they also grew so well. We see that because of the humid environment. Mushroom organisms have grown underneath ordinary large trees. Just whether the mushrooms they grow like this are edible or not, it's better to listen to the experts' opinions. The news screen has switched to the indoor broadcast room. The anchor woman invited 2 experts. Just that these 2 experts each have their own opinion. Each has their own reasoning. And Su Mumu got tired of listening to switching off the station also did not fight out a so-and-so. In any case, if it were her, she would never eat this kind of mushroom. The other station reported the news that the people's houses were collapsed by an unknown tree that suddenly appeared, followed by the news that the vines that the residents raised in their homes climbed into the middle of the road, causing the ground to crack. Perhaps the virus that spread was a plant? Su Mumu couldn't help but guess. Mumu, from today onwards, don't just go out. Bai Fengling came back from outside, and this was the first thing she said when she saw her daughter. Although her daughter couldn't work odd jobs, in the past 2 days, she had taken on a job as an English translator through Andy Zhang's son. The bus couldn't be driven, and Andy Zhang knew that this mother and daughter were having a hard time. So she asked her son not to reveal Su Mumu's identity as a high school student for the time being, and to speak only in terms of strength. In the case of the other side does not know she is just a high school student. After getting her hand over the translation of the draft, it opened a report of 100 yuan high price, handed her 13 reports for her to translate. These few days Su Mumu was at home translating those reports. Today was the due date. Bai Fengling was the one who rushed back home after seeing those news, blocking her daughter from going out. Don't worry, Mom. I've already handed over the translated reports to Zhang yesterday. I've got the money in hand. Mom, the supermarket job. Su Mumu also didn't want Bai Fengling to continue to work odd jobs. I quit. Let the boss pay the wages for these days with the goods in the supermarket. And in a moment, your brother Zhang will help move over. Bai Fengling is not the kind of person who wants money but not life. She always remembers her daughter at home. But anything that is a little dangerous, she will not do it. Now she and her daughter's hands hoarded things are enough for them to consume mother and daughter for several years. In the outside before the fog dissipates, she does not want to go out and take risks. Besides, the current situation, the country has long been thinking of a way. Just for the results, I believe that it won't be long before there will be a change. Maybe in a few days it will be fine. Those things are not necessarily used up. Her old mom, no matter what things can think of her front, is simply by the big brother to fly lying when well. Let's honestly make all the vegetables we bought before into cooked food afterwards. Saying that, Bai Fengling took out all the remaining vegetables in the fridge. At the beginning, she made all the things that Su Mumu liked to eat. And after letting Su Mumu have a great feast, she also collected a lot into the system. The hot meals put into the system. No matter how long it has been, it is still hot and fresh when you take it out to eat. After that, she did more as buns. Sausage. Steamed buns, this kind of convenient to carry. Easy to store. But also not too much eye-catching things. But Su Mumu had to go and confirm one thing. Mom, you get busy first. I'll go to Annie Zhang's house. Bai Fengling thought that she was going to help Zhang Ling move things, so she didn't say anything more. In reality, Su Mumu was opening the door of her home, carrying the kitchen knife she bought from the supermarket, and directly chopping at the branches of the crazy willow tree not far away. The branches were easily cut by her. Yet there was no quest beep that she thought there was. Apparently the spreading virus wasn't the thing. She was a little disappointed, but also relieved. If the virus was these plants, there was really nothing she could do to stop them from spreading. Back home, she honestly helped Bai Fengling with her work. The TV in the house was always on, constantly reporting on the changes in the situation outside. And her mind moved. On the third day after those plants grew wildly, the country sent out a rescue team and started using manpower to spray demisting agents, while arranging for manpower to use motorized lumberjacks to wipe out those wildly growing plants. At first it did work. The fog dissipated a lot on that day, and the real face of those plants that had grown so scary appeared in front of everyone. And a lot of residents spontaneously purchased mist removers as well as logging tools to help. However, when they woke up, everything was as if it had never happened. The fog was still as thick as ever, and the plants grew again, and as if in retaliation for the human attacks, more houses were collapsed by the plants, more roads were blocked, and even small animals began to be grabbed by the vine tentacles. No one knew where the fog was coming from, or why it was fueling the plants to grow so wildly. The government began to burn those plants with fire, and set fires everywhere to devour the fog. Even though this would cause great harm to the environment, and would most likely cause the fire to spread, there was nothing that could be done. After trying many methods, fire was the most effective way to get rid of the fog and stop the plants from growing like crazy. But also just treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Originally one night will reappear fog. Spend 3 days will become thick again. They could only continue to increase the number of fires. People began to panic. Although those fog does not drill into the house. If there is no plant planted in the home beforehand, also will not be the top of the plant collapse of the house. The home is definitely absolutely safe. But since the fog could stimulate the plants to grow so wildly, it could not be harmless to human beings. And no one dared to guarantee that the fog would not penetrate into people's homes in the future. Panic brought the most direct reaction is the price of goods crazy rise. People began to rush to buy supplies. The government has begun to issue reserve supplies. But the supplies are still not enough. The traffic has not been able to improve the problem. But also because of the mutation of the plant has become even more difficult. So the original supply of supplies to the market, supermarkets, shopping malls, and these places because of the lack of supply and shut down. And even appeared to have money cannot buy things situation. In this situation, Su Mumu has solved a big problem. The price of the system recycling materials is based on the current market price to set a 10 by 10 meters of land. She just used 500 pounds of rice, 5 copies of braised meat, 10 pounds of sausage, 200 dumplings, and 2 boxes of mineral water on the exchange. Of course these things were not worth 200,000 gold coins. It was after the system adjusted according to the current price fluctuation and gave the price of exchanging goods for land. That is to say, the current land is not worth much. Although buying it with gold coins is still 200,000 gold coins. But if it is directly exchanged with goods, then the value of the land is worth so many things. Su Mumu thought about it and could understand the way of this. But because now there is money cannot necessarily buy rice, noodles, meat and vegetables, while the land is very likely to produce a lot of desertion in the future. This shows that if there is no external force to change the status quo, then the situation will become more and more serious. In the future, rice, noodles, meat and vegetables would become more and more expensive, and land would become less and less valuable, which was why the system had suddenly opened up the option of bartering for land after prices had skyrocketed. This had happened before when she was playing a game on her mobile phone, when she had been bartered away a rare item by the system. After all, it was a system, and no matter how soft and cuddly it sounded, it would never do a losing business. The good thing was that for the current her, these items in exchange for a piece of land and the right to open the mall was a solid profit. Clank, congratulations to Miss Landlady for getting her first piece of land. The basic mall is open. The normal backpack is open. The exchange system is open. Obtaining a level 1 house construction drawing X1. Please, Miss Landlady, collect the building materials and build your own first set of house. Take the first step to collect rent and make money. Hearing such a tone, Sumumu's heart finally dropped a big stone. Having her own land is like having her own final Garden of Eden. As long as she finds a suitable location and chooses to materialize the land, then no matter what kind of demons or ghosts, there is no way to harm her in her territory. Open them all. Really basic cannot be more basic. Food that column only water, rice, oil, salt, cabbage. Even the eggs are not unlocked. Toilet paper is the only daily necessity. The medicine column is even more outrageous. Just Band-Aid? Or Mini? Whether or not there could be other categories she was unaware of. But for the time being, this mall really needed to be upgraded. The only consolation was that the 30,000 gold coins she had exchanged for cooking before were lying there peacefully. There really wasn't anything to eat. And she could change the oil and salt rice to eat it in a different way. Upgrading the mall required 2 conditions. Unlocking a level 1 house, and 5,000 gold coins. The backpack was lying peacefully with all the things she had collected into the system these days. The 30 compartments of the backpack were full. The stacking limit was not the 99 in her mobile game. It seemed to have turned into 999? Miss Landlady is already having a hard time living in the other world. People are just making a small payment law. The system came out at the right time to take credit. If I remember correctly, the common areas of the houses have the function of vending to tenants. At first, it was a vending machine. Later it was a mini-mart. If she didn't have the money to exchange items in the mall and put them for sale in the vending machines, then these supplies she collected in could also be filled in. And the system could be charging a 5% handling fee for these sales. In other words, the more things that are collected, the more the system earns. Miss Landlord is so smart. The system patted the horse's arse at the right time. Sumumu just opened the exchange system, a function that was not present on her previous mobile game. With just a glance, she felt the surprise. Chapter 6. The redemption system only had a total of 5 branch options, which were edible materials, living materials, medical materials, building materials, and weapon materials. And there were just so many things that could be exchanged in these branches. For example, edible materials. Everything that can be imported and eaten can be exchanged for edible materials. From large beasts and birds, to small fly legs and all kinds of weeds and wild vegetables. Water sources. This is really too friendly for Sumumu. When there was nothing to eat, she could survive even if she just went to catch flies. Right? And after redeeming it into a sufficient amount of edible materials, one could redeem normal food in the system mall. Living materials was better understood. All materials that could be used to create living goods could be exchanged. Even the already used living goods could be exchanged at a discounted price. Medical materials is even better. Herbs, chemical elements, medical waste items, and so on can all be recycled and reused. What Sumumu was most interested in was building materials and weapon materials. Wood, soil, sand and gravel can be directly exchanged for building materials, including the finished furniture that has been made, which can also be recycled and decomposed by the system for exchange. This is too much simpler than when she used to play in her mobile phone. At that time, she also had to go to the factory to buy cement, steel, but also to hire workers, or to complete the task to get building materials. In short, want to build a house is very difficult. Now only need to building materials. Plus the drawings can be up house. When she got the drawings of the house, she even considered whether to take advantage of this moment when the outside is not too chaotic, to go to the factory to order a batch of building materials. Now it seemed that she had been overthinking it. The system had really changed according to her current situation. The exchange items of weapon materials simply blinded Sumumu's kryptonite eyes. Wood, stone, bronze, iron, tungsten, bone, silk thread, fur, glass, cloth, and many chemical elements that Sumumu didn't recognize. And even plastic. Plastic to build toy guns? In addition to this, many things in her home can be used to exchange. Sumumu simply opened the door to a new world. Once upon a time she only thought that building weapons is a very cattle thing. Must be to use some very cattle materials. She can think of as what stainless steel are. Bulletproof glass, all those sound very cattle things. As a result, the system had turned her perception upside down. And it turned out that the ordinary things she used on a regular basis could also be used to build weapons. Was it really the loss of having little knowledge? But now, her heart is 10,000 settled. There is a redemption system. Then there must be mall items. The redemption system in the exchange of materials can only be used in the mall to exchange finished products, and cannot be taken out of the physical. That is to say, the mall can be exchanged for the items and the infinite possibilities. Su Mumu suddenly had the energy to go out and engage in building materials. Before she was still spitting. The general game at the beginning of the player will be sent to the novice village. One to let the player familiar with the game. The second to let the player accumulate resources, so that the future of the game road can go a little smoother. As a result, in such a world full of fog, the door cannot go out. What can do? It turned out to be delivering building materials to her. Su Mumu took out the hoe, axe, pickaxe, shovel and sickle that she bought at the farmer's market. After half a day of comparison, she chose the sickle. She hadn't done much farming. The other tools were too heavy for her. Using the sickle to cut some branches and shrub branches was the most suitable. Anyway, the system wasn't picky. What dog? Shit it accepts. Oh, people don't take dog. Shit. How can this landlord talk about people like that? Su Mumu. Rather, it wasn't that. Ignoring the system's crying and whining, Su Mumu took the side to Bai Fingling's face. And she couldn't always use the excuse of going to Annie Zhang's house. Moreover, Bai Fingling's previous behavior made her feel that discussing it with her might have a better outcome. You want to go out and cut those plants? Bai Fingling was a bit surprised. This daughter has been very introverted since she was a child. On weekends, when other children are playing outside, she likes to stay at home and read books and watch TV. Those who don't know still think that she is more strict in her control. This time when she encountered such a thing, she instinctively also protect her daughter, thinking that with her nature, she can stay at home. And the rest, she as a mother to do is, yes mom, I have a need. Su Mumu thought about it, slightly revealing a little bit of their needs. Is that thing? Bai Fingling was a bit new and surprised. She wasn't the kind of person with a rigid mindset. And she also liked to look at things that young people were interested in. Space? She understood when her daughter just said the word, and then watched her daughter take things out and put them away. So what else could she not understand? But she hadn't heard of space still needing the kind of mutated and crazy plants out there. But on second thought she understood. That mist outside appeared out of nowhere. So did those crazy plants. And so did her daughter's space. So it was only natural that there was a connection between those things. Maybe those things were created for a space like her daughter's? Maybe there was someone besides her daughter who also had such a space. And if other people couldn't deal with the plants and the mist by eliminating them, maybe someone like her daughter would be able to. Thinking about it got her a little excited. She is not a mother of God. Nor does she have any great ideals and goals. She does not want her daughter to be a hero or Superman. As long as she can live peacefully and happily. Right now there was hope that she could get her life back to normal. No matter what that was. She was going to do it. Well, it can be upgraded. After thinking about it, Su Mumu opened her mouth. Mom will go with you. Bai Fingling was very dry. Compared to Su Mumu, a weak student with no hands, she worked with a much more skillful stance, taking out a chainsaw. Although this thing was loud and labor-intensive, it was highly efficient. She wasn't afraid of people knowing. Nowadays people who cut down plants abounded. Otherwise where would they get the materials for so many fires? Besides, the people's lives were made difficult because of these things. More than a few people hated these things. Even if they knew that it didn't have much effect, they would still do it. After all, a lot of people had lost their jobs. And there was a lot of time and no place to use their strength. There are also a lot of people who cut these plants and dry them outside to get firewood and then haul them back to their homes. The dried firewood would not continue to grow and sprout, and was kept in the house for emergencies. They were afraid that sooner or later the fog would get into their homes. And when it did, they would light fires in their homes to dispel the fog. The mother and daughter duo would not be a special case. And they certainly would not attract anyone's attention. Mom, you actually know how to use this? Su Mumu of course saw this big guy in the storeroom. But unfortunately, she couldn't even lift it. But her mother lifted it in her hand like a piece of paper. and it felt effortless and light. Mom knows a lot. Daughter's surprise led by fondling a little smug. Which mother does not want to be worshipped by the child? My mom is really great. Su Mumu was of course very supportive, blowing a lot of rainbow farts to Bai Fengling, and also asked with great interest about some of the things she did when she was young. The place where they live is the bus company's former family home. Each household is a small independent bungalow, with a small yard. The yard in the middle of a block of open flat land for residents to rest on weekday activities. The bus company moved. The family home of the land was also sold to a big boss. But the big boss do not know what happened, and did not develop this place. Employees who live here because the work is farther away. The hands of the money have moved away. After more than 10 years of change, there are only 3 families left. Su Mumu's family, Andy Zhang's family, and in the entrance to open the kiosk of Uncle Min. Andy Zhang and Uncle Min are both renting a house. Auntie Zhang is interested in the factory as quiet, cheap rent, location and in the city center. Convenient for her son to work. Uncle Min is interested in the large amount of traffic outside the gate. The factory is spacious. He unloading convenient. Occasionally their own warehouse cannot be put in the pile of empty houses. No one said anything. The center of the factory has been burned by Zhang and Uncle Min on a big fire. As if this heart will be more stable. Uncle Min's kiosk, as early as the day before yesterday, has been closed. Before closing, the shop things have been robbed. Even the toilet brush are sold out. Uncle Min, who made a big profit, is in a good mood, and has been wandering around the factory for the past 2 days, carrying an axe, chopping the plants that grow too fast when he sees them, and then taking care of the fire. His plan was to light fires at all 4 corners of the plant and right in the center, so that the visibility inside the family home would be high and their weekday activities would not be affected. The old, the weak, the young, and the young here, only Zhang, also a young and strong man, still have to go out to think of earning money. He is the only male left, although he is already in his 50s, but his body is still robust. Naturally, he has to take up the responsibility. Su Mumu mother and daughter went out and met Uncle Min. You guys are also coming out to chop firewood? Seeing the mother and daughter's appearance, Uncle Min guessed what they were going to do. The mother and daughter had been cooking at home for the last few days, and he could smell the aroma. And big sister Zhang, driven by them, had also been cooking delicious food at home all day. It's not that there is nothing to do with luxury, but in this case, no one can be sure what it will be like in the future. Do some more cooked food to put. There is no danger. He also do, but he will not much. Can only do some steamed buns in the freezer. Good. And Zhang elder sister and white sister enthusiastic, asked him about the situation, said to help him do a piece. Of course, he could not take advantage of them, and agreed to provide the ingredients and pay for the handmade fee with the supplies, so that they can do it on their behalf. Then also volunteered to take on the environment and safety of the common areas. Yeah, I've been at home for a long time, so I came out to find something to do, so I don't feel so panicky. There were only a few people, and there was no need to make too much food. Anyway, it was almost enough to stuff the refrigerators of several families. Otherwise it would be a waste. Uncle Min naturally did not doubt Bai Fengling's words. He also has been guiding Su Mumu how to make the dexterity will not get tired. Bai Fengling tired, he will replace it on. The sound of the chainsaw has not stopped. Half a day's time. The courtyard in the center of the fire can light up the place of the plants are cleaned up more or less. Uncle Min quickly raised 2 more fires, and the newly illuminated areas were filled with new plants. The 3 of them worked feverishly, attracting Andy Zhang out. So dinner was all set. When Zhang also returned, he almost thought he was in the wrong place. The door to the family compound was brightly lit, and if it wasn't for Uncle Min coming over to open the door for him, he would have thought it was the street outside. Fog is the best cover. Close the gate. From the outside cannot see the situation inside clearly. The gate of the family home usually only use a layer of iron fence gate. Originally the gate can be opened from the outside, but now the outside is chaotic. He discussed with Uncle Min, so he installed the iron gate that has not been used for many years. That iron gate can only be opened from the inside. The outside cannot be opened. He came in through the iron fence gate, and then tapped the iron gate. Uncle Min could hear the sound to open the door for him, and the 2 of them even had a secret code, in order to the security of this family home. They are also worried. but then safe. Weekdays are also cautious. Outside, the tense atmosphere unconsciously infected them. Every time they go home in the dark with a thief like. But today, 5 big fire to the entire family home brightly. His mother and the next door sister in the center of the fire, they're laughing and chatting. The next door to the little sister hand, also holding a roast chicken, is focusing on roasting. The atmosphere is like New Year's Eve. What's the situation? Chapter 7. Jean also loves to eat roasted chicken. And only roasted chicken made by his mom. But since his dad passed away, he never ate roasted chicken again. Roasted chicken was a lot of work. You had to marinate it in advance and keep an eye on it all the time. And if you slacked off a little, the roasted chicken would be mushy. Mom couldn't use the oven. And didn't like it either, saying that this kind of thing had to be roasted with wood to make it smell good. He always thought that was too much work, and said he didn't like this kind of kid food. I never thought that he would eat the roasted chicken that his heart longed for in such a situation. See, roasting with this kind of firewood just smells good, doesn't it? Auntie Jean looked at her son with a smile. After her husband's death, her body collapsed and she almost couldn't make it. Fortunately, her son knew what he was doing. Not only did he not need her to worry about him all these years. Instead, he also took good care of both of his mother's lives. Although the world has turned into this kind of hell, but also let her have the opportunity to make up for her son. She had marinated many roasted chickens and frozen them in the freezer that she had moved over from Big Brother Min's side, so that her son could eat as much as he wanted. John also reddened his eyes, but he quickly adjusted his emotions. He didn't want to ruin the atmosphere in such a warm moment. Su Mumu also hugged a roasted chicken and ate it with her mouth full of oil. Auntie Zhang's handiwork was really great. The chicken skin was crispy but not dry. The chicken meat was tender and flavorful. And there was also a rich soup inside. So tasty that she had to bite her tongue off. She really wanted to save more of such delicious roasted chicken. Big Sister Zhang, how did you marinate this chicken? Without waiting for Su Mumu to open her mouth, Bai Fengling had already started asking. Good Lord. She just wanted to ask Auntie Zhang if she could make this kind of roasted chicken often, so she could slowly store it into her system. But as a result, her old mum was directly about to learn the craft from someone else. Want me to tell you? Fine. You tell me the method of that patty fish from last time. What's not to like about that? The two mothers exchanged cooking skills with each other back and forth. Su Mumu's side had already finished eating a whole roasted chicken, picked up her scythe, and headed towards the plants that she hadn't finished chopping earlier. She found that after chopping for a day, her whole body's strength was quite a bit greater, and there was no feeling of being tired and needing to rest after a busy day like before. But instead, after just resting in the open air for a while, her spirit was 100 times stronger. Nowadays, the official repeatedly stressed that this kind of fog is harmless to human body. It is just ordinary water vapor. Those official personnel who have been outside did not do anything to protect themselves, and it has been quite normal. So most of the people traveling have not been as tightly guarded as Su Mumu mother and daughter for the first time. Su Mumu even learned from the system after obtaining the first piece of land that this mist would stimulate human potential and would be beneficial for her. So today she and Bai Fengling came out without doing any protection, and she didn't think that the effect would really be this good. She even felt that she could try chopping down a tree with an axe. However, she didn't intend to eat a fat man in one bite. Using a scythe would be fine. While chopping, she quietly collected what she chopped down into the system. No matter if it was a branch or a leaf, no matter if it was dry or wet, the system collected it, and it could be exchanged. Chop more. Supplies are more. Used to using the brain to make money. Occasionally switch to this way of not using the brain to come to money is really quite refreshing. Su Mumu is simply happy, eyes are red. The hand of the scythe waved all the wind. Mumu, you go rest. Let brother come. Jean also coldly walked over, startling her. What he was holding in his hand was also a chainsaw. Not the one Bai Fengling had. It was the one Uncle Min had retrieved from the warehouse. A total of 10. One did not sell. Uncle Min said that when the stock of a brain, see it cheap to buy back, the results have been sold. Did not think that this moment used. Su Mumu just so enviously watched Jean also easily wielded the chainsaw. Quickly cleaned up the plants that they didn't clean up before. She also wanted to become so powerful. Brother Jean, what do you do for work outside? After the supermarket went out of business, Jean didn't have a job either, but he ran outside every day. looking busy, sometimes even coming back late. Obviously found a good place to go. Hey, didn't do much. Just went to be a volunteer, helping to clean up the plants on the street, tending to the fires, and sometimes patrolling together to maintain law and order. Jean also embarrassed smile. Volunteers in the beginning is not subsidized. He did not go in the outside on behalf of the purchase. That is, to help others to buy supplies. He is tall and has some channels. A lot of other people cannot snatch things he can get later. Supplies are in short supply. The relationship is not good to buy things. And his family has a mother. A lot of things can get to nature is the first to tighten their own family. This time volunteers also have a subsidy. Although not high. But at least it is a serious job. And he more than anyone else hope that life can return to normal. Can make a contribution is the best. That way, he'd still have a proper job to do. Just like before. Still hiring? I want to go too. Sumumu's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity to gather supplies. With this small courtyard of theirs lit up with fires, the growth of plants would inevitably slow down a lot. Going out would be different. Recruiting is recruiting. It's just that Mumu, your most important task at the moment is to study. The college entrance exam is very important. Jean also thinking is still stuck in the normal time of society. High school students, for them, these social people are still children. Children should sit in the classroom to read. School suspension, they should be at home to learn. Making money to support their families, taking on social responsibilities, and whatnot is for them adults. It's okay. She has completed all the tasks set by teacher Mumu. I also want her to take this opportunity to exercise more. Always nesting at home to study. Her physical fitness is too poor. This is not good. Tomorrow we will go with you together. By phone Ling, however, came over to solve the problem. What her daughter wants she knows best. In fact, even if her daughter doesn't mention it, she is also going to ask. Just now she has already looked for Sister Zhang, and asked Zhang also what she is doing. As a volunteer, she can help her daughter to collect materials, and also earn some subsidies. Is the best. And the subsidies were not paid out in money. They were all living supplies and food. It wasn't hard for everyone at this moment. So most people were still unwilling to come out and risk their lives. And it should be easier to apply for a job. When times get harder and supplies get tighter, there will be a lot of people coming for the volunteer jobs. And being volunteers, there were always more channels to know news than if they stayed at home. Aunt Bai. Jean also a little puzzled. He remembered that since childhood, Aunt Bai to Mumu were very favored, although not spoiled her. But what heavy work, tired work will not let her do, has always been the protection of them. How come this time, after such a big incident, Aunt Bai wants to put Mumu out instead? Mumu has grown up. I can't protect her for the rest of her life. She always has to be on her own. Now I'm watching. At least someone is looking out for her. As long as it won't make things difficult for you, we'll all go. Bai Fengling had actually just inquired with Sister Zhang. The age limit for volunteers was 16 or above, and physical health was sufficient. There was no requirement to be 18. It was evident that the situation out there was not as easy as what was shown on TV. That's nothing difficult. I'm just leading you guys. There's nothing I need to help. With Aunt Bai and Mumu's conditions are sure to be able to apply for the job. He had seen Su Mumu's translation ability. At that time he was quite shocked. Are all the high school students nowadays so powerful? He is also a serious university graduate. Many professional vocabulary in those reports, he doesn't know what it means. But Su Mumu was able to translate it very fluently. So it can be seen that her language ability is very strong. This kind of person is very welcome in the volunteer team. Because in addition to the native people of this city, there are many residents who speak other languages. Having a talent like Su Mumu added to the team would make their work a lot smoother. That's good. Then just call us before you leave the house at 7 in the morning tomorrow. Jean also went out every morning at 7 o'clock. After all, nowadays going out is all on foot. There are fewer people riding bicycles. Those plants where the firelight doesn't shine. After nighttime will climb all over the street pavement. Riding a bicycle cannot see the road surface. It is easy to trip over the roots of the tree that appeared out of nowhere. It was better to walk. Success. I'll call you tomorrow. You don't need to bring your own tools. Just bring the meal and water for lunch. The allowance is a daily basis. And it's paid out at night. It's best to prepare 2 pairs of gloves to protect your hands. And it's also best to bring more paper and stuff. Speaking of this, Jean was also a bit embarrassed. He was usually quite rough in his habits. And he had never been fond of bringing toilet paper since he was a child. And as a result, on his first day as a volunteer, he had an upset stomach and almost couldn't walk out of the toilet. If it wasn't for the captain of his team, who couldn't find anyone to look for him, he would have had to squat in the toilet for a day. After all, when supplies are in short supply, there is no way that the public toilets will have people changing the free toilet paper at regular intervals. He also opened his mouth to borrow from the person next to him. But they didn't care about him at all and just walked away. Who doesn't pay a high price for toilet paper? Just lend it to a stranger like you. After thinking about it, Jean also felt that he had said everything he could think of that needed to be accounted for. And only then did he turn around and continue to go pack up the last bit of plants. Su Mumu, on the other hand, went home with by phone Ling. Mother and daughter too watched their own room to go home. Su Mumu is lying on the bed excitedly checked the exchange system can be exchanged out of the building materials. I do not know whether enough to build a level of housing. The building materials needed for a level of housing is 30. Not much. She remembered that when she played the game on her mobile phone. All kinds of messy materials together a total of 100 copies of it. Perhaps the system had really changed after arriving in the other world. And had a conscience. Uncle Min was there. And she didn't dare to be too blatant when collecting branches and stuff. But the good thing is that she also got a lot of them. And the exchange system showed 18 building materials, 3 living materials, and half of the medical materials. It seems that there are herbs in those plants that she collected in today's mess. It's a pity that she doesn't know them. But the days to come are long. There will be more opportunities in the future. And she's going to go out to do volunteer work. So maybe tomorrow night, she'll be able to get enough materials. Su Mumu slept beautifully, only to realize that the volunteer work was nothing like she had imagined. Chapter 8. Mumu. Come on. Answer this phone. Mumu. XX Street is going to be visited. Come along. For a morning, Su Mumu was busy with her feet. She was depressed. But it wasn't because of the busyness. The work that the volunteers arranged for her was simply answering the phone and exchanging dialogues with people. It was pretty much the same as an ordinary street office visit. Where was the promise of going out on the streets with an axe and chainsaw to collect supplies? Even if she had a good talent for languages and had mastered 3 or 4 languages that she could simply communicate with people. She couldn't be like this, right? She clearly applied for a security team, not a clerk. Mumu. You're so lucky. You can be a clerk on your first day. You don't have to go to the streets and work hard. Hey, what's your family's background? With her a piece of this work there are 2 other people. One person is 50 years old Chen Li Chen director. Before that is the director of this area of the street office. It is she who asked Su Mumu to come over. The other is to say sour words Luo Yali. Mother of 2 children. Also before the street office. Her husband was sacrificed firefighters. The organization to take care of. So she arranged such a relatively easy job. Not only income, but also convenient to take care of children. But she has always been very resentful. Resentful of God's injustice. Took away her husband's life. Resentful of the world. There are so many people living better than her. Easy to get what she tried to get by hook or by crook. For example, Su Mumu. She felt that this little girl must be a connected person. If you're capable, you're as proficient in 4 languages as others. Ah, you can't even answer the phone clearly. Chen Li was originally of a straightforward and sharp nature, and didn't have much goodwill towards people like Luo Yali, who were always shifty, and also stupid and lazy. At first, she took care of Luo Yali, thinking that her husband was a hero, and the wife of a hero deserved to be respected. But after getting along, she found that this woman had no need to be respected at all. Su Mumu is their own from the security team that snatched. Only half a day's time. People will help her solve the backlog for a long time of big problems. And the little girl is very hardworking. Very efficient. Luo Yali can do it. Moreover, she could see that the little girl is not willing to do clerical work here. After all, it is the first time out to do volunteers. Young. Want to follow the mother is very normal. Do not need to Luo Yali crowded. People would have wanted to run. Where can still suffer her this gas? Where can she go to find such a baby then? High school students can learn so much. Luo Yali unconvinced. She does not believe it. Her eldest daughter is also a high school student. The school teaches English. Still do not understand it. Where to get 4 languages? Your child does not like to learn and do not allow others to learn? Chinli couldn't help but roll her eyes. Luo Yali spoiled the child has reached a kind of speechless point. In her eyes, their own children do not learn well because there is no father. Because the family does not have the background. Because the teacher is not good. Anyway, not the children themselves do not learn well. Those who are better than their own children to learn well are in good condition, have relations, the teacher through the back door, the father of the teaching of a good one. What kind of bullshit logic is this? People Su Mumu is also a single-parent family. How is it different from her children? Che, people's families. Luo Yali is really going to start posing her set of the theory that her family is the most miserable again. Go. Eat. Chunli, however, did not want Su Mumu to be tainted ears. Those messy remarks. Listening to more cannot be beneficial. Hey! Director Chen, what do you mean? Even if Luo Yali was stupid, she knew that Chinli was being impatient. However, she couldn't help it if Chinli didn't pay attention to her. Who asked her to be the director? The clerks in the office had lunch. It was still a hot meal. Although the food wasn't very good, but at least there was white rice, and 1 meat and 1 veggie, plus a boiled egg and a carton of milk. The security team also has lunch. 2 meat and 1 vegetarian. Rice to fill up. Eggs are also fried in oil. And a baked sweet potato plus a box of milk. After all, they were doing manual labor. And the portion size was certainly quite a lot. Just because they had been out for a long time. The food might have been cold by the time it reached their hands. Moreover, due to the lack of manpower, the meals often could not be delivered to their hands until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when people were all starving. There are quite a few security team members, for the sake of convenience, are choosing not to lunch, directly settled into the supplies. At noon casually with some dry food to deal with, and then go home at night, and family members to eat a hot. Jean also did not understand the situation on the first day, did not choose to settle the wages. As a result, when he waited for more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon to eat the meal, or that kind of cold meal, the whole person felt bad. That's why he instructed Su Mumu mother and daughter to bring their own lunch. At least they wouldn't be hungry. It's not like they are in the office, close to the canteen, eating hot, and after eating, they can still rest in the office for half an hour. A lot of people want to sit in the office. This work is easy. Subsidies, although not as much as the security team. But when this situation passes, it is the most likely to enter the system of work positions. In preference, Su Mumu was unwilling. Director Chen, can I be here every morning and then go back to the security team in the afternoon? Don't worry. I'll bring back the information that needs to be translated at night to do it, and bring it over the next morning. She tried to discuss this with Chinli. The work in the office was indeed easy, and she could basically finish what she had to deal with in 1 morning. This manpower of hers was also supposed to be an extra addition, and there wasn't actually a lot that needed to be done by her. After cutting plants in the yard yesterday, she had made a new discovery that she now needed to verify. There was no way to do that sitting in the office. What's wrong? You don't need to take care of Luo Yali. She is. Chinli thought Su Mumu was upset because Luo Yali was upset and didn't want to stay in the office. No. My mom let me come out to volunteer because she wants me to exercise myself more. It's good to be in the office, but I don't think I'll be able to exercise myself this way. I'm not physically strong enough, and my mom wants me to become more powerful. Su Mumu could only pull her old mum out as an explanation. This was a bit of a surprise to Chinli. She thought, Su Mumu was so young. Her mother brought her out to volunteer because her family was too difficult. At that time, she wanted people from the security team, but also out of sympathy for the mother and daughter duo. Unlike Luo Yali, they were very polite, and let people have a good feeling at a glance. As a result, they didn't need her sympathy at all. No wonder Su Mumu was reluctant, and Bai Fingling's expression wasn't very good after she asked her to take the people away. Dare. People were taking this opportunity to exercise their children. Hey. It's true that children educated by different families are different. Su Mumu being so capable and understanding cannot be separated from a good family education. I see. I talked to the security team side. In the future you will follow the security team side in the afternoon to go out on a mission. In the morning on my side. The salary I will settle with you. After lunch you will go over again. Chinli only thought about it for a little while before agreeing. There are not many things that must be done by Su Mumu. According to this child's efficiency, half a day can actually top Luo Yali's 1.5 days' work. People still work overtime in the evening. What can't be done? The outside of this look. Who knows which day will change? No one can say whether it will change for the better or for the worse. Parents can't protect their children for the rest of their lives. They have to grow up and learn to live on their own and face all the crises that come their way. She went back to let her own child join the security team as well. Sitting in an office every day was bad for her health. Thank you, Director Chen. In the afternoon, Director Chen personally sent Su Mumu over to the security team. The security team preferred to have healthy and strong men. Su Mumu was a half-grown child. Or a girl. Her strength could not go anywhere. And if she met a timid person, they still had to take care of her. But the security team has been quite short of people. Now equal to half of the labor force for free. But also not so picky. More people, more helpers. And do not need them to settle wages. After listening to Director Chen's explanation, the captain was also impressed by Su Mumu. Little girl. Courageous. Good. To be able to have the ability to stay in the office, but take the initiative to want to come out and suffer. For an ordinary high school girl, it's not easy. Then you'll be with your mom on a team. Mother and daughter can take care of each other. Since it was her mother who made the decision, it would be better for the mother and daughter duo to be together. The security captain arranged for Su Mumu to follow the food delivery team to find Bai Fengling. And Su Mumu soon met her mother, who was chewing on bread with Zhang Yuya. The lunch they brought today was buns. But with all the people around them nibbling on bread buns, Bai Fengling didn't have the heart to bring out the buns. Mom. Su Mumu happily ran over Zhang Yi and Bai Fengling. However, froze. You child. Did you make some kind of mistake? Although it was said that in the morning, Su Mumu being taken away by Director Chen was disrupting their plans. She was quite proud that her daughter could have the ability to go to a more comfortable and better place. Things like gathering supplies. She could do it too. It was just a matter of being slower. As soon as Su Mumu explained the causes and consequences, Zhang also immediately appreciated her a little more. After being in the volunteer team for so long, the office was a place that many people wanted to go to after squeezing their heads together. Su Mumu did the opposite. This child has a future. This is also quite good. But will you be tired? Bai Fengling was heartbroken for her daughter. Although she had the intention to exercise her daughter, she didn't want her daughter to be too tired. It's okay. I'm not tired. Yesterday, there was just a little bit of uncertainty. But when she came out early this morning, she was certain that the mist was good for her. In the mist, her spirit was better. Her strength was greater. And she recovered faster. Just like those plants. These mists seemed to have a chicken blood pumping effect on her. Now, she finally had the chance to corroborate another doubt. Not to mention being tired. Her entire body was excited. Chapter 9. What's going on here? John also carried a chainsaw and planned to start working. Today he planned to get his hands dirty and help Su Mumu clean up her patch of plants first. Anymore he was using a chainsaw. It was faster than Su Mumu using a scythe. These 3 days Su Mumu hardly rested. Originally, Sean also thought that it was good for the little girl to have energy. But yesterday, looking at Su Mumu's desperation, he couldn't help but advise Su Mumu to rest more. But she didn't listen. Sean also felt that this girl is too solid-hearted. She is a small girl even if you want to exercise their own. There is no need to put their lives on the line. But students are so. He went to school at that time. The teacher wants him to do what? He is also riveted to rush. Will not even think about what to keep. So he simply helped Su Mumu do some work in the morning, so that she could rest for a while in the afternoon. Just, why is it that everyone is equally chopping down trees? And where Su Mumu is chopped down, those plants grow slower? There was no need for him to help at all. It's hard to believe that these ghosts are still picking on people to bully. The places where Su Mumu had chopped down could simply be described as not having an inch of grass. Especially after 2 days. That place didn't grow either. Even if there was a fire, it shouldn't have this effect. Right? He had heard that there were such bulls in the security team before, and he didn't believe it. But he didn't think that he would see it with his own eyes now. This is too much of a stretch. Right? This little girl is so powerful. He suddenly remembered that the plants in the courtyard where they lived also showed no signs of growth in the past few days, and thought that it was because of Uncle Min's special diligence in the past few days, coupled with those big fires. Perhaps the problem was in Sumumu's body? Jean also. Knowing a daughter is like a mother. Sumumu's discovery has long been told to Bai Fengling. Therefore, Bai Fengling has long been aware of the matter that the trees that Sumumu has cut down will not grow. She was not surprised. Her daughter has space. Different from ordinary people. What's so strange about being able to restrain these things? And she asked around. Like her daughter? There are a lot of people like this. Even if someone found out, it's not a big deal. But for this kind of thing, it was natural to keep a low profile if you could. At least, there were no people with abilities like her daughters in their ranks. And she didn't want to be too vocal about it. And Bai, if anyone asks, you can just say that the two of us packed this up this morning. Zhang Ye's mind turned several corners before he finally said this. Huh? Bai Fengling was a bit surprised. Obviously Zhang Ye's reaction was not within her expectations. And Bai, this matter cannot be publicized. Zhang Yi was not stupid. He had been running business in the supermarket for many years. His ability to detect words and colors was very good. Bai Fengling was not surprised to see these completely ungrown plants in front of her. Instead, she looked like she had something to say to him. He knew that Bai Fengling knew about Sumumu's situation. But they didn't understand the current situation. And this matter couldn't just be told. You have news? Bai Fengling instantly read Zhang Ye's caution. But she pretended not to understand. Didn't you say that there are quite a few of these in the volunteers as well? And Bai, you and Mumu didn't know it the night you came out. There were quite a few of these people. But those people were all called in for a physical checkup. And even though it was said that there was nothing wrong with it. Right. Those people were also focused on after that. Speaking of this matter, Zhang Ye's expression was grave. I always feel that this matter isn't that simple. Before we know the exact situation and how the higher-ups are treating these people, it's better to keep a low profile. Okay. I understand. Bai Fengling also became serious. And at the same time, she was relieved in her heart. Zhang Yuya taking the initiative to say it was more appropriate than her asking for it. Zhang Yu was a good boy. When he encountered such a thing, his first thought was Mumu's safety. Sure enough, he hadn't loved him in vain all these years. Wait for Mumu to come. You let her also, don't be so desperate. Slightly pretend a little bit. Otherwise make it too obvious. He also can't cover it. Well, in fact, no need to remind Zhang also. Sumumu also intends to start today to sneak more lazy. The reason she had worked so hard 2 days ago was to verify her suspicions. The official announcement was that where there were fires burning, the plants needed 3 days to grow. Sumumu wanted to know if the plants that were disposed of by her hands wouldn't grow or just grew slowly, with a smaller range and fewer types, neither of which could be truly verified. That's why she was so desperate. As a result, yesterday she found out that those plants were really not growing. So early in the morning Jean also saw that something was wrong. After this, Sumumu was going to start being lazy. After all, the supplies she had gathered were almost enough. Coming over from the office side, Sumumu was also grabbed by Zhang Yi and gave a good explanation. Sumumu naturally nodded her head repeatedly, stating that she would definitely listen to Brother Yuya. This day, Zhang also had a heartbeat, and was a little distracted when he settled his wages at night. Just as absent-minded as him was Sumumu. Because, when she finally and quietly collected the plants before leaving work and entered the system, she obtained a prompt. Clank congratulations to Miss Landlord for accumulating enough building material supplies. May I ask if you will start building a level 1 house? She had never felt the game's prompts were so nice. Yes. She couldn't wait to convey the command to the system. This excitement was much stronger than when she first played the game on her mobile phone and built her first house. After all, this was a house that could be materialized. Constructed successfully. Please ask Miss Landlord to check. There was no need for a system prompt. Sumumu had been staring at it after conveying the command to build it. But who could tell her? What the heck is this shit? This kind of shitty house can be rented out? The windows were big holes. The roof was ragged and absolutely leaked when it rained. There was no front door. And the walls and floors were all pitted. The walls and floors are all pitted. It looks like a dilapidated house that has been uninhabited for decades. Not only dangerous, but also dirty. Originally she had a clean piece of black land. Because of the appearance of this house, it even gave birth to many weeds and various cobwebs. System. This was definitely the system messing up. Ahem. Because of being in an alien world, this system doesn't have enough energy. And a house that can materialize isn't the same as a normal electronic data house. It requires too much energy. So many of the functions are off. But it's okay. The system has made up for it. Saying that, Su Mumu saw exclamation marks appear on various broken parts of that house. She tapped the exclamation mark on the roof. And then 3 image options appeared before her eyes. Hammer, newspaper, tile. It was followed by a line in red. The roof is leaking. While it's sunny, you plan to repair the roof. Should you choose? Why does this feel so familiar? It seems like the kind of adverts for repairing broken houses that appeared when she accidentally saw various short video adverts once upon a time. At times like this, there had to be a poor freezing mother holding a young child in the broken house. Every time she saw this kind of video, Su Mumu couldn't help but want to click in and download it to have a look. There was no way. This kind of game mode really appealed to her. But almost all of them were cheater games. She was very puzzled. Why those game vendors could make this kind of advert and trick people into downloading it every time. Why couldn't they put some effort into making a real game like this? You know, there are a lot of netizens on the search engine who are looking for such a game. And a certain station also has a podcaster who has come out with a video of giving up his life to try out the game. And as a result, he has been cheated more times than she has. Everyone was the same. No one had been able to find such a game. And later on, when she saw such an advert again, she wouldn't even click in. Now, the system actually helped her realize her desire to play this kind of game. Su Mumu came to be interested, and even slightly forgave a little bit of the system's mistakes. The system is working very hard in creating a relaxing and enjoyable gaming experience for Miss Landlady De. The materials needed to repair the house are all out of this system. And those who pick the right ones will also be rewarded with the same items. Landlady just needs to work hard to recruit tenants. In that case, let's forgive it. It's nice to be able to play the game you've been longing for, and get prizes, and get your house repaired. That night, Su Mumu had a great time playing, and finally got the whole house almost done. But the system's ability is limited. What she can repair is the roof, walls, windows, the gate and the land outside the door. It's only because the place is big and broken that she was able to play for so long. But the whole house was empty. I remember that houses used to come with infrastructure. Right? Su Mumu couldn't help but ask the system. At least in the beginning. They all had beds, toilets, kitchens, and shower heads. And they could be slowly upgraded later on. Although they were all in a very small space. Almost just 20 or so square feet. But the sparrow was small and had all the necessary organs. Nowadays, although this house she owned was as big as 100 square feet, it was empty. Similar to a warehouse. It was true that it could be rented out as a warehouse to store things. Definitely better than the best cooler. But who would rent such a place from her? Not afraid of losing their hard-earned supplies? This is all a side effect of entering a different world. But don't worry, Miss Landlord. It will be unlocked after certain conditions are met. The system replied Su Mumu somewhat sheepishly. Certain conditions? What conditions? You'd rather release a quest. After these few times, Su Mumu had already determined that the side quest to enter the game was released by the landlord game system. At first, it was to obtain a piece of land. After getting the land, it became to obtain a level 1 house. The task would be updated. And every time, there would also be a reward. The reward for getting the land was the house drawing. And after the house was built, she only got 3,000 gold coins. And there were no subsequent requirements or new quests released. Miss Landlord's mainline quest has no progress. And people don't have the authority to release new quests law. The system was kinda aggrieved. Aren't you two systems? Su Mumu said strangely. Releasing a task is relevant? But in the other world, my ability is limited. In fact, the unification suggests that the landlady first do the mainline mission, so that the completion of the task issued by the unification of the rewards will also be better. Shit. You don't say it earlier? Su Mumu a whole big speechless. Now the system cute also not good. You also did not ask Also hacking hair face text. Forget it. Even if the system said. She is also clueless. Do not know what the virus is. Much less know how that virus is spread. How to stop it. But, again, she seemed to feel that there was something she had overlooked. And it seemed as if by grasping this, She seemed to be able to pull out exactly what that virus was. This was finally figured out when she received the latest assignment given to her by Director Chen early the next morning. Chapter 10. Today we need to go to a few locations to rescue the residents. The plants in these locations are growing exceptionally fast, and the fog is exceptionally thick. Even after assigning a security team to go there, there's no improvement. There are residents trapped inside. We need to cooperate with the security team to best pacify them. Director Chen's expression was grave. This kind of task was usually the responsibility of the security team. But now it was assigned to them, which showed that the security team was completely understaffed. I'm afraid that the situation outside isn't going in a good direction as everyone had hoped. And even, it's going to get worse. Cutting down the insanely rising plants and lighting fires couldn't really solve the essential problem. Moreover, some members of the security team had already begun to appear who were different from the ordinary people. There must be a demon when things go awry. If even humans have already started to mutate, this world might be turned upside down as a whole. You must be more careful and follow me closely. Director Chen's expression was serious. Avu. Director Chen. Don't worry. People Moo hangs out in the security team every day. It's not good to say that they'll even take care of you in turn at that time. Luo Yali refused the task on the grounds that her child was sick. She wasn't going to do such a dangerous thing. Right now, she just needed to stay in the office and deal with the paperwork. But she was in the mood to taunt here. Shut up. If you can't finish these documents today, withhold the supplies. Director Chen was very upset. Luo Yali was at least a mother of 2 children. An official worker in the office. When the organization needed her, she was able to directly put the blame on the head of a teenager. If there was no Su Mumu, she would have had to go whether she was willing or not. Now that Su Mumu has helped her take on the responsibility that she should take on, not only is she not thankful, she is still here to gloat. What's so fierce about it? I'll just do it. Luo Yali moved her mouth, wanting to say that she still has 2 children to raise. Withholding supplies is not letting the mother and child cannot live. But seeing Director Chen's expression, she knew that she was really angry, which honestly sat down. Go. Chen Li sighed and lifted her feet to walk in front. Director Chen. Take this. Director Chen was silent all the way. Not like the usual way where she would always tell Su Mumu something about the rules that she didn't understand. Su Mumu could see that things were afraid that they were getting more and more serious. After thinking about it, she took out a machete from her bag and handed it to Chen Li. This knife is issued by the security team. Everyone can go and get one. She has a sickle in her hand, and it is kind of smooth to use. But Director Chen didn't have any weapons on hand, so it was better to give it to her for defense. That's fine. I can also go and register to receive my tools later. Director Chen, however, declined. This kind of machete was not unfamiliar to her. What the security team issued to the female members were all such tools. Those with more strength were issued chainsaws, and those with less strength were these machetes. There are also female members of a group of 2 to receive a chainsaw used. But Su Mumu's mother she has seen. The other side is a good hand, using the kind of chainsaw used by the men. Su Mumu also did not force her. The 2 soon followed the team apiece. On a military vehicle, this kind of car has been modified. The visual range is very large. At least you can travel on the road at a speed of 20 yards. But soon the road ahead was blocked. A group of people got out of the car, and there were soldiers in military uniforms in front of them to open the road. It's just that those plants were not growing at a normal speed. Almost as soon as the soldiers cut them down with chainsaws, they started growing again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone who did it piece by piece could only barely make a path. But the whole team was traveling very slowly. Moreover, when they took a few steps forward, the path behind them was blocked by those plants in no time. A part of the people were arranged to come out and cut down the plants, while the rest of them quickly lit fires. But the effect of the fires wasn't really great, and they even found the fires that were lit before were covered by those plants and then snuffed out raw. Aren't plants afraid of fire? Everyone had a question in their hearts. However, these plants were able to hover over the fires and directly extinguish the burning embers. And the mist was thicker where the plants grew lushly. Apparently their crazy rise was not like the official saying, in order to avoid the fog and look for sunlight. But instead it was more like complementing with the fog, growing together and seizing the human living environment. So a layer of shadow was cast over the hearts of the people. No one said anything more about what they were asking. They just buried their heads and worked hard. as if as long as they cut down more, they could change anything. Su Mumu realized that these people who were dedicated to felling seemed to have been deliberately selected. Just like what Zhang also said. The same as her. The plants that had been cleared by their hands would not continue to grow. She slowed down the speed of her hands, wondering if she had been placed here to be discovered as special, and was apprehensive when Qinli spoke up to relieve her. Go help build a fire, and add firewood. Qinli was also in the same category as Su Mumu, the one who could thoroughly clean these plants. However, she did not know Su Mumu's little secret, and she only brought Su Mumu here because there might be expatriates among the trapped residents. And Su Mumu was proficient in the language and could easily communicate with them. Seeing that the little girl seemed to be frightened by the overly dense plants here, she branched out. Su Mumu's hands sharply lit the fire and added firewood. But in her heart, she was already conversing with the system. Other than me, are there any other landlords? Perhaps Qinli and the others were like her, bound to the landlord system? As far as I know, there are none in this world. The system, however, denied her this conjecture. Why won't any of the plants I cut down grow? Sorry, Miss Landlord. This question is beyond the scope of people's knowledge. Su Mumu didn't say anything, with her experience during this period of time. But whenever the landlord game system said this sentence, it meant that this matter was related to the game system that pulled her to this other world. Looking at these people in front of her who clearly had higher than normal abilities, she remembered the small line she saw when she entered the game. Congratulations to Tier 3 World Evolver Asterisk number 1 for successfully entering the game through death. She was number 66. Perhaps the people who could completely cut down these plants were evolvers who had entered this world. And unlike the natives of this world, they were able to restrain the madness of these plants. Thinking back, she had no trouble communicating with Qinli. And every time Qinli used that old office landline and had to use handwriting to record her calls, she would complain about how inconvenient it was, as well as her occasional spouting of 1 or 2 internet phrases when she spouted off about Luo Yali. At the time, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But in retrospect, the natives of this world didn't talk like that. That was the weirdness that felt wrong in her head, but she hadn't been able to catch it. She didn't know these people. And the only similarity that could be explained was that they were all Tier 3 world players who had entered this game, and were all supposed to be evolved. Only, these plants weren't viruses. At least not in Su Mumu's quest. And there wasn't a single hint related to the quest for as many plants as she cut down. The fog was also not. Even these fogs were very beneficial to her. She also had noticed that those people that she had temporarily recognized as evolvers were not resistant to the fog. And there were even people who purposely stood in places where the fog was thicker. Obviously, everyone was just like her, and had discovered how helpful the fog was to them. What exactly was the virus? Mumu. Let's go! Qinli interrupted Su Mumu's thinking. As it turned out, during the time Su Mumu was out of her mind, the surrounding area of more than 100 meters had been completely cleaned up, revealing the streets as they were. Also don't know if it was Su Mumu's illusion. She felt that, all of a sudden so many evolvers stood in the fog. Those fogs seemed to have been absorbed too much all of a sudden. And the originally thick fogs, at this moment all became very thin. The roads that were originally not clearly visible, at this moment, using only the naked eye to see, the visibility was 5 or 6 meters. This repeated clearing of the road lasted for 5 or 6 hours before they finally arrived at the first location. Everyone stopped to rest and eat lunch. By the looks of it, we'll have to spend the night out there today. The request they received was to clear this entire area, and there were a total of 6 places they needed to go to. And after most of this day had passed, and they had only just reached the first location, it would be too much of a waste of time and energy to turn back. Therefore, they were all told in advance that they might need to sleep outside until the task was completely completed. Naturally, sleeping out in the open wasn't that good, but no one complained about anything. They had all seen the situation outside, and if they wanted to continue to survive, they had to do something. After dinner, Qinli led Su Mumu and 2 other staff from another street to investigate the situation in the neighborhood. Some residents who were willing to follow them agreed to leave tomorrow morning, while those who were not willing to leave their homes had the soldiers deliver some essential supplies to their homes. At the same time, there are many residents who heard that the volunteer team is still recruiting, so they joined them. When Su Mumu finished their work with the residents, it was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening, and the others had already cleaned up the plants in this area. The plants dispersed. The fog thinned out. And they were surprised to find that there was a large supermarket, 2 or 3 kiosks, and a small farmer's market in this area. Soldiers called the upper side. The upper side said that people can first pick supplies. The rest, they will send people over tomorrow to take over the cleanup. By then the residents of this area of life security is also considered to have. The people who were originally feeling very tired all felt pleasantly surprised. Although it was said that the things that each person could take away was just as much as a big backpack. But this belonged to the bonus income, and would not be calculated in the mission settlement this time. Su Mumu's eyes were even more gleaming. She also didn't expect to come out for a trip and still have such a windfall. Her target was the warehouse of a large supermarket. Other people have no way to load. She can, and there is no monitoring inside the warehouse. So she can take as much as she wants. However, she didn't take more. She just collected a box of each type of supplies. She and Bai Fengling couldn't eat much. And there were still so many residents out there waiting for these supplies to save their lives. Anyway, she was also able to exchange some supplies by cutting down plants. Just now the system mall can buy too few types. She must replenish their own supplies to be able to supply their daily lives. When the mall is open to buy enough types in the future, she can be completely self-sufficient. This night everyone was joyfully gathered around the fire, drinking the drinks they had just found from the supermarket, eating hot instant noodles, and chatting. The original arduous camping had the atmosphere of a camping trip. In the middle of the night, Su Mumu was woken up by a slight sound of footsteps. She opened her eyes, but she saw a group of black-clothed and masked people, either holding knives or clubs in their hands, in groups of 2, silently surrounded them, who had already fallen asleep. Chapter 11. Those who absorbed the mist would sleep exceptionally well. Previously, Su Mumu felt that this was a good thing because she would sleep for a shorter period of time, yet wake up in better spirits. But now, she felt that it was a bad thing. Those who had absorbed too much mist during the day were all sleeping very deeply at this moment. And some of them were even still in a daze after they were tied up. And it wasn't until their mouths were stuffed with cloth and tied to the back of their heads that they finally realized what was happening. These men in black were obviously well trained. Some of the soldiers were very alert. But the result of resisting was the same capture. Their weapons had long been taken away in advance. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Mumu's 5 senses were getting sharper and sharper these days, and she hadn't been exposed to too much fog during the day, I'm afraid that she would still be asleep at this moment as well. But she was alone, and did not dare to do anything, and could only pretend to be tied up in a daze like everyone else. Except that her hand seemed to have been stuffed with something hard by the person behind her. Su Mumu did not make a sound, nor did she turn her head to see who the person behind her was, and was honestly thrown into the pile by that person. Only then did she see the figure of that person, which seemed to be Zhou Yuran. He did not have the intention to identify with Su Mumu. Su Mumu also has nothing to show. Anyway, she originally did not know the Zhou Yuran of this world. Those black-clothed people did not say a word, just very sharp to catch people, bundle people, and then began to put out the fire one by one. Soon, the surrounding dark. They did not go to the supermarket or market to search for supplies. When all the fires were extinguished, they quietly hid in the darkness. Su Mumu could hear the sound of whimpering and puffing in the darkness. And it seemed that they were digging and then burying what? Time passes minute by minute. Wait until the surroundings are completely quiet. Su Mumu only threw away the rope that had already been quietly cut off by her, using the dagger that Zhou Yuran threw to her. So long no see. He and these people in black want to do what? Why do these people want to extinguish the surrounding fire? And in the darkness to dig and bury what? Su Mumu can't think about it in detail. One by one, she helped the people around her to untie themselves. And those who were untied went to help others. At this time is already 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. The fog blocked the sun, but the sky is still much brighter. As soon as the people were free, they took out their lighting devices and lit fires again. Then they realized that the streets, which they had cleared yesterday, were at this very moment again occupied by vegetation, and that there was almost no place to stand even under their feet. At the moment of the car accident, Zhou Yuran reflexively wanted to protect Su Mumu, who was beside him. However, his hand grabbed an empty one. When he was conscious again, he found himself standing outside the gate of his high school, carrying 2 bags of buns in his hands, not to mention the bun stuffed in his mouth. He could only chew while digesting the extra memories in his mind. When he saw Sumumu again, he was embarrassed because of those extra memories in his mind. Unexpectedly, this world was much braver than him. Not only had he been on good terms with Sumumu, he had even confessed his love last night. But to him, this world Sumumu was unfamiliar, so he could only roleplay in a raw way. Luckily Lu also interrupted and mixed through the initial discomfort. After that, it was the fog spreading. His parents in this world were abroad, and there were quite a few supplies stored at home. But then the fog showed no signs of dissipating. So he came out to find out what was going on. The very moment he came into contact with the fog, a mechanical beep appeared in his mind. Main Quest 1. Ensure plant growth and maintain the fog's existence. At the same time, he realized that when he went to look at other people again, a few words would appear above those people's heads, and most of them were passers-by. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 players, and after trying them out, he assumed that they were all from the same world as him, and did not belong here. Later he found out that there were also 2 types of people in the players. One type was those who cut down plants that would cause them to fail to grow, and one type was those whose cut down plants would grow better and faster. He was the latter. Where plants were scarce, the fog would also become scarce, and the 2 substances would interact with him. Where the fog was sparse, he would occasionally find it hard to breathe. Where the mist was thick, not only was his spirit 100 times stronger, but even his speed and strength were much stronger. The players who could stop the growth of plants were not dependent on the fog. Their abilities were retained when they left the fog, and some of them even had some unusual talents, such as eyesight that could penetrate the fog, such as being very fast, such as being exceptionally strong, or something like that. Perhaps they had other talents, but Joey Ran did not find them for the time being. For some reason, he always felt that relying too much on these plants and the mist was not a good thing. So, he was playing in the volunteer team, not cutting down the plants too much, and not letting these plants grow too much, trying to find a balance. In the process, he found that there were people in the volunteer team who spontaneously gathered together. All of them were players who would promote the growth of plants, and they were thinking of ways to protect those plants. After observing them for some time, Joey Ram was sure that they might have received the same mission as him, and those people had a very positive attitude towards doing the mission. In the beginning, the places where they were active were rescued neighborhoods where not many residents lived. These people, like him, can only be stronger in the mist, and places with few residents have more plants and mist. And intuition told Joey Ran that these people gathered together, and it was not good to say that they were going to make something happen. Sure enough, within a few days, he overheard that those fog-dependent people were planning to kidnap the volunteer team. It turned out that they have long been dissatisfied with the volunteers. They want to safeguard the growth of plants, to ensure that the fog has always existed. Those security team people have to go against them. Has been cutting down the plants to eliminate the fog. Previously, they were too few to act rashly, but now that their team seemed to have grown, they thought of arresting the volunteers and stopping them from continuing to cut down the plants. And as for their deaths, these people didn't care at all. To them, the people of this world were strangers. As long as they could complete their mission earlier and return to their own world, the rest didn't matter. It wasn't like they were directly killing people. They just wanted to complete their mission. Joey Ran, however, knew that by tying up the people, extinguishing the fire, and catalyzing the plants around them, the volunteers would only die. This kind of plant that they have spawned, encountered the house may also converge in the wild, but absolutely will not converge. See what is bundled what? All things are their nutrients. If he reported to the officials, not to mention that they may not believe him. Even if they do believe him, his identity will be exposed. In the end, he decided to follow those people, to see the opportunity to act. Unexpectedly, he met Sumumu, and the other party's head had the huge 2 words. Player. They were unexpectedly thrown into such a strange world piece by piece. No wonder the first time he saw her, he always felt that it wasn't quite the same as the people he remembered from this world. But what shocked him was not Sumumu's identity as a player, but that in addition to Sumumu, out of the 30 or so people present, there were another 20 or so players. These people in black had long since scouted out the official news of the operation, and deliberately chose to act here, without the slightest hesitation. Joey Ran took advantage of the fact that one of the black-clothed men in the group had fallen alone, fainted him, and dropped him off in a place where the volunteers could easily find him before disguising himself as a black-clothed man. When the others weren't paying attention, he secretly slipped Su Mumu a small knife. Then he quietly followed and left. Before these people discovered his identity, he was going to become one of them. Everyone was hacking and slashing desperately. Even Su Mumu was no exception. This time, she couldn't care less about retaining her strength because the speed at which those plants were growing was just too fast. If they couldn't take care of those plants, maybe they would all have to die here. Those soldiers had brought fire-breathing wooden silos with them. But those fire-breathing wooden silos were in the car. And even though the car had driven over after clearing the streets yesterday, no one would think of moving the fire-breathing wooden silos down when they were already in a safe condition. Therefore, they must now open up a road. Let those soldiers have a chance to go to the car to get the wooden silo. What the hell is going on with these damn things? Who the hell are those people? Chenli lowered her voice to ask Su Mumu. She was one of the few people who could stay awake at the first moment those people came over. And she saw Su Mumu being stuffed with a dagger by one of those people. It was still chaotic right now. And people couldn't be bothered to find out who was the first to get out of the trap and how exactly they did it. But when things were over, there would always be someone to check on Su Mumu's head. Those men in black came too strangely. I don't know, but the one who handed me the dagger is my classmate. Su Mumu told the truth. She knew that Chenli had seen it, and she had no intention of hiding it. She didn't know why Zhouyiran was with those people. But since he had stepped in to help himself, she naturally had to be truthful. Your classmate? Chenli hesitated and didn't pursue the question further. If it was Su Mumu's classmate who recognized her, and with an unforgiving heart, wanting to save her could be justified. Other than that, let's wait for the people at the top to come out and investigate. It was not easy to pack out a road. The soldiers can finally take out the fire-breathing wooden silo. Began to release flames on those crazy plants. Soon those plants were burnt beyond recognition. Taking this opportunity, Su Mumu quietly collected a plant, contacted it from the rhizome, and collected it even with the root piece. She wanted to let the system identify what this thing was from, and why it would grow so fast. Intuition told her that this thing was related to a virus. Plants that came into contact with a virus X1. The system's appraisal result really didn't let Su Mumu be disappointed. But the system didn't accept this thing, and was still disgusted with it. Su Mumu took the chance that no one saw it, and threw this thing into the fire at the back again. This plant was very resistant to burning, and when thrown into the fire would become very strong. Other than that, there was no difference from ordinary plants. But Su Mumu knew that she had caught the tail end of the main quest. Chapter 12. After this incident, the officials changed their previous strategy. Once upon a time, they were afraid of causing panic among the people, and had always focused on pacifying them. Now there were actually people who were frantically planting these types of plants, hindering the officials from clearing the plants and dispelling the fog. So they simply spread the hazards of the fog and plants being out of excess for a long period of time in front of the people, and reported the matter of the man in black, calling on the general public to never go down the wrong path, increasing the recruitment of volunteers, and calling on everyone to clean up the plants together. Immediately after that, a reward was issued, and as long as someone provided valid clues about the man in black, they would get the prize money. The man in black was like a street rat, becoming very cautious, and things like that never happened again. Under the influence of this series of measures, the speed of the official cleanup of the plants was almost by leaps and bounds. After the plants gradually left people's living environment, the fog gradually became thinner. Early this morning, Su Mumu even saw the sun in the courtyard. It's not easy. By Fengling sighed as she stood by the side. Once upon a time, she could see the sun every day, but she didn't think that there was anything rare about sunlight. Suddenly, after such a long period of foggy days, seeing the sun again was really like a world away. Mom, you shouldn't go out in these 2 days. Su Mumu guessed that those people in black should be unwilling to let the fog dissipate because of the fog's additive edge to their bodies. Now that the officials had cleared the fog to this extent, they would not willingly sit back and wait for death. I'm afraid it won't be long before they counterattack. Success. I'll make food at home in the next few days. Volunteers were paid on a daily basis, and those who had no way to go could just call ahead. The mother and daughter seemed to have gotten used to the current life. If they could go out, they would look for opportunities to stock up on supplies. If they couldn't go out, they would make food at home. Anyway, Su Mumu's space can fit it all. In addition to this, Su Mumu would also run 10 laps in the courtyard every day. The incident with the man in black gave her a sense of crisis. She has never been physically strong, and she doesn't know any self-defense techniques like boxing and sparring. The only thing she could do was to make herself run faster, so that she could at least be more skillful when running for her life. Unlike the mother-daughter duo's calmness, all the people who saw the sun on this day cheered. In stark contrast, were the people in black hiding in the dark sewers. The streets were cleared of plants and fog, and they originally thought that they would just lose the strong feeling that the fog brought them. But they didn't realize that without the fog, it became difficult for them to even breathe. It seemed that they couldn't survive without the fog, so they could only chase the fog to survive. The thinner the fog, the less room they had to survive. In the end, they could only burrow into the dark sewers in the city, where there was still a lot of fog, and they could also grow plants to ensure the concentration of fog. Joey Ran is also one of them, even though he has not done the same thing as those men in black, but still cannot change his body with the same fate. At first, his disguise was successful, mainly because those black-clothed men had converged with several other waves of black-clothed men after the operation. Everyone assumed that Joey Ran was from one of the other teams. It was also at this time that Joey Ran realized that these people had privately made contact a long time ago, and that this night, in addition to these black-clothed men that he had followed, there were many other places where the same thing had happened. Their ambitions were great. Their purpose was not just to survive in the mist. They wanted to be the king of this world. The leader was called Black. He had read a lot of traveling novels, and after realizing that he was different from the people around him, he had mapped out several routes for himself, with world domination at the end of each one. The idea of robbing the security team was also something he came up with. When would a teen want to grow up quickly and develop on their own in a step-by-step manner? Who knew what the world had become by that time? Unfortunately, he had discussed with a few other squads to stage a raid together, and the results were not ideal. Although that night was quite fruitful, those security team members counterattacked too much. Plus a number of their side's team members saw blood for the first time and wimped out and quit straight away, and their side had to spend a while to adjust. By the time they had managed to resolve their internal problems, the official side had surprisingly already straightened out the sun. What appeared at the same time as the sun was that their bodies began to weaken. Not only was that energetic state from before gone, even their skin began to become dull. It was similar to the fact that they had fueled the life force in their bodies ahead of time, and now it was time to repay the debt. Black was certainly not willing to live like this. They were human beings. It was a living human being. How could they live in the sewers like rats? And when they exchanged news after burrowing into the sewers, that's when they realized that they were all travelers. Travelers are supposed to be the best in the world, right? How could they be banished by those tiny, know-nothing natives? They began to plan a battle. They must snatch back the glory that belongs to them. Joey Ran knew that he couldn't continue to live here any longer. These people's plan was dangerous. If the people on the ground didn't know the situation, it was highly likely that Black and these people would succeed in their sneak attack. The fog on the ground was still there even though it was thin, and when the sun came out during the day, people's lives could barely return to their former normal. But the temperature was much worse than before. Very cold. At night or even chose to cat in the home to warm up. Do not come out to run around. Who knows when those weird fogs will fill the air again? This time period became the best time for the people in black to move around. At night time, without the fog added, although they would feel a bit powerless, they would not have difficulty breathing. And under the moonlight, they were able to walk on the streets as normal as before. In fact, it was just a return to the body they had before the fog appeared. It was just that after enjoying that kind of ability that surpassed normal people, it was just hard to get used to the sudden change of dishes. Their planned counterattack was in the early hours of this morning. He had to go out and report it. But he had to go find Su Mumu first. As her childhood friend, he naturally knew where her family lived. But because the action was going to take place tonight, the black-clothed people were very alert and did not allow anyone to go out during this time. It took Joey Ran a great deal of effort to finally escape. Brother Black, a traitor, has escaped. When the men came to report, Brother Hay was taking a map of the city and studying it. Before crossing over, he was the boss of a gang that had organized countless such attacks, and he knew the various key points very well. Joey Ran? Yes. The henchman was outraged. How could this man betray his kind for those mole crickets? Brother Black didn't even raise his head. He had long seen that the kid was out of place. It was an intuition of danger. An intuition that had saved him countless times over the years. At the first sight of Zhou Yiren, he did not like him. But Zhou Yiren's popularity is still quite high. Especially those little girls. He had no way to do anything to Zhou Yiren when he didn't catch the handle. From the bottom of his heart, he could not see Zhou Yiren. Not just a few stinking money. Or what is a young entrepreneur? In this world, he is just a broken high school student. He instructed his men to keep an eye on Zhou Yiren and not to let this kid spoil their big plans. As a result, he still ran away. It's okay. He doesn't know our plan. But the henchman didn't understand what Brother Black meant. How could he not know? The notices have been sent out. Everyone is on standby. Zhou Yiren ran away a few hours before departure. It was obvious that he had gone to report the news. They couldn't change the mission plan any further at this time. The real plan is in my head. What Zhou Yiren knows is just something that doesn't matter. Black Brother is confident. He has been the boss for so many years. How many betrayals he has experienced. Just as Zhou Yiren. Not to be feared. Xiao Zhou. Bai Fengling opened the door and froze when she saw the person in front of her. Of course she knows Zhou Yiren. His father used to be a bus driver. And then went out to do business and made a fortune. And seldom came back, leaving Zhou Yiren here to study. This child and his own daughter is very good. Every now and then always have to come over for dinner. Said to come to dinner. She was busy at work. There is little opportunity to go home to cook. Or the child did to my daughter to eat. She is a person who has been there. Of course she can see this child's heart. However, the two children did not cross the line. The hair of love stops the ritual. She also turned a blind eye. As long as the study is not delayed. She is happy to see the two children have a good relationship. This kind of thing, the more you suppress, sometimes it will be counterproductive. It is better to let the two children let nature take its course. This fog appeared when she called the Zhou family. When Zhou Yiren everything is good. And then no one answered the phone. Moo this child does not seem to put Xiao Zhou's whereabouts on the heart. She thought it is not Zhou Yiren parents to pick him up. Did not ask more. Auntie. I'm looking for Moo. Zhou Yiren went straight to the point. Moo went running. Right next to the small playground. Since the sun came out, Su Moo expanded the scope of her activities. Running place also changed into the plastic runway around the small square next to her. At this moment the sun has just gone down. It should be a while before she comes back. Auntie. You must not go out today. Just stay at home. Zhou Yiren only dropped this sentence and turned his head to look for Su Moo. Huh? Bai Fengling only had time to respond. Not even knowing if Zhou Yiren heard her. This child. Not seen for so many days. It seems that the whole person has lost a large circle of weight. The spirit looks also quite bad. It seems to have suffered a lot. Suddenly, Bai Fengling seems to realize what. She took an axe. Followed up. When Zhou Yiren found Su Moo. She was working out on the fitness equipment in the small square. Su Moo. Zhou Yiren lowered the brim of his own hat. And put on the hood of his blouse. Zipping it straight up to his nose. Revealing only his eyes. Without the moisturizing of the mist. His skin was all dried up and ugly. You're here? Seeing him at this juncture, Su Moo was not surprised. It was thought that those people in black were about to make some big moves. Zhou Yiren didn't say anything. Just froze and looked at the top of Su Moo's head. Because he saw that there were new words on the top of her head. A few green words that were different from all the players he had seen. Chapter 13. What are you looking at? Su Moo was originally a very sensitive senses. A sensual person. And after coming here, with the mist added, her 5 senses were even much sharper. She was certain that Zhou Yiren saw something she didn't know from above her head. Rose Apartment 63. Retracting his gaze, Zhou Yiren opened his mouth. What he reported out was Su Moo's residential address. Not from this world, but from the world they originally came from. Su Moo's eyes widened. But only for a moment. Yes, so many players it. At that time she and Zhou Yiren and in the same car. She died. That Zhou Yiren is also very likely to die. Just, this kid is when he recognized himself? He seems to know more than himself? Not right. How do you know where I live? The Rose Apartment was where she lived after she graduated from college. And no matter which world Zhou Yiren was in, he shouldn't know the address. He couldn't say that he had been looking for her for 5 years. and that the day he saw her happened to be the day he got the address. Didn't know whether to go up to see her, and was so nervous that he ran to buy coffee, only to have an unplanned encounter with her. Although both of them are now experiencing something as fantastical as traveling across the world piece by piece. Things like crushes don't seem so difficult to talk about. But in this world, at this kind of moment, doesn't it seem a bit too love-brained to talk about this kind of thing? Would she think he was a psychopath? Moo moo. Come to mum. Bai Fingling's voice, however, trembled at this time and came over, shattering Zhou Yiran's entanglement. She had her hands behind her back, and although she was smiling, Su Mumu could still tell that she was nervous. Seeing this, Su Mumu half hesitated without. Walked around Zhou Yiran to Bai Fingling's side. Having spent 2 months with this mother, Su Mumu knew that something had definitely happened for her to be like this. And she was nervous because of Zhou Yiran, the boy god that she once had a crush on, and the mother that protected her with all her might. Of course, the mother was more important. A hand grabbed her daughter's arm and pulled her behind her. Bai Fengling swished out her axe and blocked it in front of her body. Then advised Zhou Yiran bitterly, Xiao Zhou, Auntie does not know what happened to you. But no matter what, Mumu did not harm you. You were once still so good. You want to meet her. This is also considered to have seen. If you need anything, just say to Auntie. Auntie can do will definitely go to do. Zhou Yiran froze. In both worlds, his kinship ties are very thin. Although his parents are there, they are both far away from him. The only connection is just the cold numbers on the account. The original world is he calls each other. This world they call him. The fog appeared for so long. They did not even have a phone call. Not as much as Bai Fengling cared about him. He didn't really understand what it was like to be protected by his mother. But he now deeply felt what it meant to be a protector. No wonder Su Mumu would willingly disguise herself as the Su Mumu of this world. Mom, what's wrong? In Su Mumu's eyes, Zhou Yiran should be an evolved person who came to this world because of death just like her. At that time, he was with those men in black, but saved them, and later also reported twice off and on by calling her home. It was thought that he had sensed the identity of those men in black. Or perhaps the mission he had received was related to this. So he had taken the initiative and was investigating something as a spy. She quite admires Zhou Yiran. Alone into the wolf's den. He is really brave. So, when she saw Zhou Yiran today, she thought he was planning to give up the darkness and come back to report a big news. But Bai Fingling's attitude again made her feel that things were not as she thought. I'm just like those people, relying on the mist to live. Zhou Yiran let out a bitter smile, pulled down the zip of his hood, and personally answered Su Mumu's doubts. Just now when he saw Bai Fengling, Zhou Yiran was only wearing a hat. He had also come to the ground in the evening before. And at that time, although he was deeply haggard and had rough skin, his appearance was still considered normal. This time the matter is urgent. He did not do more disguise. It wasn't until he came out of Su Mumu and their family home and passed through the glass door on the street that he saw clearly what kind of person was there. Unexpectedly, Bai Fengling chased after him so quickly. He took it for granted that Su Mumu was the other party's fake daughter, and that the NPCs in this world wouldn't have any real feelings. Obviously, he had underestimated a mother's determination to protect her child. Even if it was an NPC, in Bai Fingling's eyes, Su Mumu was her real daughter. How could you? Su Mumu was shocked. Never thought that the truth would be like this. I don't know why. I came. Just want to tell you. Those people intend to act tonight. You must stay at home. Don't just come out. Those people's purpose was to make the mist and plants cover the entire world again. Not to slaughter innocent people of this world. And he was already determined to stop those people. No one could guarantee that after the mist and plants covered the entire world again, their mission would be completed and they could go back to their original world. If they couldn't go back, according to Black's vision, his next step would be to rule this world. At that time, what this world would become, Zhou Yiran did not know. But Su Mumu was here, so he couldn't let her lose her current peaceful life. After saying what he wanted to say, Zhou Yiran turned around with the intention of leaving. Wait! Su Mumu, however, rushed forward and grabbed Zhou Yiran. Contact with virus-infected body. Please clear. The cold mechanical beep sounded after a long time. Su Mumu was so scared that she shook off Zhou Yiran's arm. It turns out that the virus she wants to remove is actually Zhou Yiran. Zhou Yiran, however, because of this action of hers quickly zipped up. and then flew away. Yes, he is now this appearance and dry corpse, nothing different. He should not come over to scare her. Su Mumu didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Looking at Bai Fingling's eyes was heartbreaking. She knew that Xiao Zhou was a good boy. He didn't mean to hurt the mother and daughter. He just came over to remind them what she did. I'm afraid that she broke the child's heart. But she didn't regret it. As long as her daughter was safe. Other than that, she could care less. Su Mumu couldn't care about anything else. She was thinking of ways to pursue the system, wanting to get an answer. However, that cold system was silent again. Only the landlord system jumped out to be cute and brush its existence. Clank, the mall is updated. Miss Landlord, go see what you need. After the main quest had progressed, the landlord system followed suit and unlocked some functions. It couldn't be happier. System, what the hell is going on? Didn't Joey Ran enter the game through death? Su Mumu ignored the landlord system's voice, just wanting to take advantage of the main system's appearance to ask for an understanding. However, that voice fell silent again and did not appear. The landlord system answered instead. But it was still the same. Oh. Sorry, Miss Landlord. This question is beyond the scope of people's knowledge. Su Mumu tried to recall what exactly happened on that day 2 months ago. In the cafe, met Joey Ran. And then the man who lunged towards her. Joey Ran was bitten. Right. It was that time when she first heard the cold system beep. So, the virus was spread by the man who bit her. And Joey Ran was unfortunately infected. He had entered this game world as an infected person. But he didn't seem to know that this was a game world. He said he relied on the mist to live. Just like those people. Then, it's highly likely that he didn't know he was infected with the virus. He just thought that he had become dependent on these mists. And when the mists dissipated, his body changed. The same will be affected by the fog himself, but did not have the same changes as Joey Ran after the fog dissipated. She entered the game as an evangelist. Then, Joey Ran's category is the identity of the infected players to enter the game? Evolutionists will absorb the fog will evolve. Infected absorb the fog will accelerate the body of the virus mutation? Thinking about it, there was only one explanation that made sense. Just now, Joey Ran said that those infected would attack tonight. So removing those people was also equivalent to removing the virus. Right? She quickly went home with Bai Fengling piece by piece, instructing Bai Fengling to make sure to stay at home and not just go out. And then took all the weapons that could be used in the house and put them in the living room. On her own, she walked into the room and checked the mall changes. She wanted to see if there was anything she could use to exchange for usable ones. In the food section, there were more eggs and pork. Medicines had more anti-inflammatory drugs and disinfected water. And the Band-Aid also showed that it could be upgraded. Su Mumu smoothly clicked on the upgrade button. And then behind the Band-Aid, there was an additional column. Sterile gauze. What surprised her the most was that there were 2 more categories. Weapons and others. It was too late to go through the others. She directly tapped into the weapons category. There were 4 items. Ordinary dagger, ordinary bow and arrow, ordinary crossbow, and ordinary hand wooden silo. The first 3 were not expensive, especially the arrows, which were like no money at all. 100 gold coins for 1,000. Although there was attrition, she could still afford them. The wooden barn was very expensive. A handful of 10,000 gold coins. The bullets were also expensive as hell. 100 gold coins could only buy 10 rounds. After thinking about it, she bought 5 daggers, 2 bows, and 3 crossbows, each with 5,000 arrows and 2 wooden silos plus 200 rounds of bullets. Watching the gold coins fall from 5 digits to 4 digits, Su Mumu's heart had a sense of crisis. The wooden silos and bullets were too expensive. Moreover, she didn't know how to use the wooden silo. She watched the instruction video and researched for half a day before she finally learned to load and open the wooden silo. But the accuracy was definitely not good. She planned to use the wooden silo to save her life at close range, and would not use it as a last resort, long distance or with a bow, when she went to college, because she thought that a certain Olympic champion's posture with a bow was too handsome. She went to enroll in a class and learnt for 2 years. Originally it was just for entertainment, but she didn't think that it could be used here. The other bow was for Zhang Yuya. She remembered that the Zhang Yuya of this world had won an archery competition in high school. The 3 crossbows were for Bai Fengling and Uncle Min's Aunt Zhang. This crossbow was small and lightweight, could be loaded with 3 arrows at once, and had an attack distance of 0 to 15 meters, making it friendly to people without any force base. Coming out of the room, Su Mumu took out the dagger and handed it to Bai Fengling. This dagger, even though it was just called an ordinary dagger, Su Mumu had tried it. Cutting the corner of a wooden table was as easy as cutting a melon. After all, it was produced by the system. It was still much better than the one she bought in the mall. Also from that place of yours? Bai Fengling was curious about that space of Su Mumu's nowadays, as it didn't just seem to have a separate storage function. Well, there's also this. Su Mumu was still a little nervous when she took out the wooden silo. After all, during this period of time, she had gradually taken Bai Fengling really as her mother. As a child, taking out this kind of contraband in front of her mother, how was it a bit strange? But to her surprise, not only was Bai Fengling not the slightest bit surprised to see the hand-wooden silo, but instead, she also very skillfully pushed the bullet to load and aim in a single motion, as if this was a habitual action engraved in her bones. Crap. She seems to have found out what kind of unimaginable secret in her mother. Chapter 14. Uncle Min and Aunt Zhang's weapons and ammunition were distributed by Bai Fengling. She had shown her hand so much in front of Su Mumu. Where else could Su Mumu go by herself? Although her mother didn't say anything, and she didn't ask anything, she was sure that her own mother was a hidden big brother. This sense of security of being about to be taken flying by a big brother is also too reassuring blah blah blah. However, when she saw the way Aunt Zhang and Uncle Min came out with their weapons, she was only even more shocked. Auntie Zhang was fine, holding the bow and crossbow and dagger she had given her, while Uncle Min came over directly carrying a. The posture was professional, and the movements were skillful. Surrounded by big brothers. Only she is a rookie feeling more intense, have you? Hey. You? Mom is really a bus driver? The one who felt the same way as her was Zhang Yi, who had also never seen the 3 elders of the family in this state. Just now, Aunt Bai came in to find the way his mother spoke. Those who didn't know thought she was a female SWAT team from a beautiful country's blockbuster film. His mother is also. From the room, out of the temperament have changed a lot. Holding that crossbow look, don't say. Really quite handsome. He had never seen his own mother that way before. I also do not know all. Not to mention that she is a halfway through the daughter. Even if it is the original Su Mumu. Has never seen this look of Bai Fengling. The 3 elders walking in front of them. None of them look like ordinary silver. Especially Uncle Min. They are here in the front, not by the mountains and not by the water. It is impossible to hunt. Nor would anyone hide a handful of in their home. But the rhythm had already been brought up by the 3 parents, with Bai Fengling going with Aunt Zhang to find an old acquaintance from the security team to report the situation, while Uncle Min led them to the 6 Dogs Gully a few hundred meters away. Pull these things according to my layout. Uncle Min pulled out a large pile of tools that seemed to be for hunting. Looking at Zhang Yi's eyes went straight. He came over to ask questions. Uncle Min patiently explained to him the purpose and origin of each thing. The 2 of them chatted as they worked. Their hands were not slow. Su Mumu didn't have anything to do, so she turned around for a while. Then she understood why Uncle Min brought the 2 of them here to set a trap. This was the end of the city's sewer entrance, and it was also one of the 2 largest entrances, compared to the one in the city. This entrance was located in the outskirts of the city, sparsely populated, with lush vegetation and denser fog, which was very favorable to the group of black-clothed men. If they were to wait for the rabbits, this was the best choice. While talking, the trap was already laid. The 3 of them found a hidden and safe place to hide. The BB machine on Uncle Min's waist vibrated. It was a message from Bai Fengling and Aunt Zhang's side. Everything was ready, just waiting for the prey to move out. By midnight in the wee hours of the morning, Su Mumu really saw the entrance to the sewer with black heads gathering. Here it comes! The 3 of them held their breath and stared intently at the several places where heads emerged out. Then, they saw those black-clothed people who were still normal human-like when they originally emerged from the sewers, leaving the thick fog in the sewers, their skin shriveling and drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. And they themselves didn't seem to feel anything, until they saw each other's appearance. One by one, they shrieked loudly in fear. Shut up. If it wasn't for the good place that Lousy chose. Just one of you crying out in fear. What else could you have done? Brother Black coldly chided. Unlike these henchmen who only found out about the changes in their bodies today, Brother Black had long known what the hell he would look like if he left the mist. That was why he was in a hurry to take over the city quickly and make the fog thicker. He didn't want to stay in the sewers. He wanted to live above ground. As a normal person like that. Brother Black, are we turning into monsters? One of the bolder ones among his men couldn't help but ask. As long as there's fog. We're supermen. Monsters, what monsters? Brother Black was very good at inspiring people. Seeing that his minions were really scared, he spent 5 minutes calming people down and looking to the future. And soon, everyone believed his words. People would instinctively believe what was in their favor, and that would be more conducive for them to live well. The group of juniors were pumped with chicken blood and instantly became refreshed, taking steps towards their glorious future and charging forward with great strides, rushing out screams one after another. Crap! What is this? Ah! It hurts the laborer. They fell into the trap laid by Su Mumu's trio early on. Only these black-clothed people are numerous. The trap also only hurt them dozens of people. Black Brother obviously is not good to deal with. As soon as he saw a trap, he has loudly ordered all the uninjured people to surround an encirclement. Block those who are injured. Only arrange 10 people to rescue them. Ming people don't do anything in the dark. Have the ability to make traps. Don't have the ability to come out and show your face? Brother Black forced down the anger in his heart and shouted loudly to the surroundings several times. He had been in society for such a long time, and he was always the only one who shaded others. When was it someone else's turn to shadow him? He didn't expect that he would be caught in the wrong place today. If that person dared to come out, he, Blackie, would let that kid know how powerful he was. What answered him was a whoosh sound of a sharp arrow breaking through the air. A close associate beside Blackie let out a muffled grunt, and dark green blood flowed out from the place where his knee was shot. Everyone around him looked stunned. Would a normal person's blood be this color? Inflicting damage to the virus-infected body, stopping the virus from spreading the mission process by 0.00001%. The mission beep finally sounded again in Su Mumu's mind. Only, wasn't the progress a little too slow? Do it. Uncle Min, however, had already greeted Zhang to follow along with a piece of action. Their purpose was not to kill these people, just to injure them. Making them unable to move was the best. Things they have already reported to the official. When they control this group of people, the official will naturally know how to sanction them. For Su Mumu it was the same. As long as they could get this group of people under control, and no longer let them come out to spread the mist and promote the plants to grow like crazy, it should be considered as stopping the spread of the virus. The three of them were only attacking the lower limbs of those people, not taking each other's lives. However, with their positions all exposed and them attacking so selectively, soon enough, Black brought his men to surround them. Humph. Just waiting for you guys. Uncle Min sneered and pulled off a rope in his hand. Zhang also and Su Mumu looked at each other. Both saw consternation in each other's eyes. This trap was not dug by them all. When did Uncle Min come here to fix such a big pit? It's hard to believe that Uncle Min knew beforehand that they were going to have such a bad fight here today. In front of the Black Brothers' men and folded in 50 or 60. Plus they just hit those. This moment is still intact, only less than 100 people left. Black Brothers' teeth were itching with hatred. What does it mean to die before one's teacher is ready? This is it. He had just left his home, and he was blocked here. Too much. He must catch that guy. But with the enemy in the dark and him in the light, and with all the strange traps that guy has set up, they wouldn't dare to go any further. Who knows what else is waiting inside? Brother Black, what should we do? Under the hands of someone has sprouted the intention to retreat. Their plans are well thought out. Spent more than 10 days to deploy. Black Brother every aspect is thought of. Just waiting to go into the city to go. Even Joey ran that boy escaped. It is impossible to shake their plans. But all their plans are in the city. Who would have thought that here on the fold half of the manpower? Joey Ren knows that the exit of their attack is not here. Is the Black Brother lied about the 2 locations? In the end, who could have foreseen that they would come out halfway here? Go! Today's plan only allows for victory but not defeat. If all the people are killed here, they will not be able to mix. Luckily, that shrinking turtle only dared to restrict their movement and did not hurt them. He did not know. They left the fog. Although the body will become very ugly appearance, but the vitality is exceptionally vigorous. Not only will not feel the pain, the wound healing ability is also super strong. It was like playing a game where the uglier the character was, the more powerful they would be. This was an ability they didn't have when their skin was intact. This was also Black's backbone for daring to directly strike like this today. As long as they didn't hurt their lives, they would be able to recover no matter how badly they were hurt. How could this happen? Jean also looked dumbfounded. Those people, in front of them, pulled off the arrows that had hit their legs. And then the wounds healed so quickly, at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. And in less than half a minute, they had regained their mobility. Just those who recovered. The skin and flesh became even more hideous. Sumumu didn't say anything. Such a situation made her think of those monsters she saw in zombie films. Hit their heads. Uncle Min, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, as if he had just drilled out of his memories, and raised his gun to aim it at a person whose skin was the most dried out, and had even started to undergo ulceration. That person fell to the ground with a sound. And even after death his skin didn't stop changing. Instead it accelerated to become rotten and decayed, and even began to ooze dark green pus. Before the people in black had time to feel angry over their companion's death, they were shocked by their companion's death and took several steps back. Can this thing still be called human? It always felt like a monster from some horror film. Do they become like this too? Kill them for me! Black knew that it was impossible to retreat in one piece. If they didn't leave, the man might just hurt them. And if they were to escape, it would be a fight to the death. But Uncle Min was not of the nature to smother to death. Just when Sumumu and Jean also thought that they were going to fight to the death with the other party, Uncle Min came with a sentence. Retreat. Jean was dumbfounded. Uncle Min had just shot and killed someone, and he's running away. Although looking at the death of that person, he did not think that the other party was a human being in his heart. And he did not find it particularly difficult to accept that Uncle Min killed that monster. He was ready to die bravely. But Uncle Min took the lead and ran away. At another glance, Sumumu was running even faster than Uncle Min. The two in the end. What is the situation? Chapter 15. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of a trap. And it was a trap that I had to dig. No one was there to answer Jean-Yes questions. Even he himself was busy running for his life. Uncle Min ran because he knew that the trap set could only last for another 5 minutes. And not being afraid to run would be like sending the three of them as vegetables. Sumumu ran because the system alarm bells were ringing loudly in her head. Warning! A fatal crisis has occurred. Please find a safe place as soon as possible and materialize the house. The voice was urgent and serious. 3 times in a row. No matter what happened, this place in front of her was definitely not a safe zone. As for that fatal crisis, she wasn't interested in exploring it right now. Saving her life was important first. When Brother Black led his men to find Sumumu's original location where they were after dodging many crises with great difficulty, but only saw the already empty organ bamboo row. This is simply rubbing their intelligence on the ground. Joey ran. It must be him. Only this kid knows their habitat. And only this kid has to come out every day for 2 hours to let off steam. He must be the one who dug these traps while letting off steam. On Bai Fingling's side. But before Sumumu's trio arrived at the entrance and exit of the sewers, they arrived outside the security team's general headquarters. The reason why Zhou Yiran went to her and Sumumu first was not only because he wanted to see Sumumu one last time, but also because he knew that Bai Fengling had the ability to make the security team believe what he said. It was just that he was an ordinary high school student. No matter what way he signaled the police, he wouldn't attract much attention. And even if he revealed his current appearance for all to see, they would at most just arrest him for torture and study. After he left, Bai Fengling found a letter and a pair of maps in the newspaper box in front of her house. The letter was written by Zhou Yiran, with only 5 words. Be safe. The pair of maps read, layout of the city's underground facilities. It was a map of the city's sewers and various air raid shelters. The map was printed in color, but it just seemed to be very old and had lost the colors it was originally supposed to have. On top of that there were many marks drawn in red or blue pen. On the back of the map were the trap points for sewer entrance number 1. It was handwritten, with usage noted next to each trap. Bai Fengling recognized that this seemed to be Zhou Yiran's handwriting. With only a little planning, she handed this map over to Uncle Min, who was a natural hunter. And it was most appropriate to hand these things over to him. This was also why Uncle Min was able to use so many traps to pit Brother He and the others in a short period of time. And now, Zhou Yiran was going to use himself to complete the final trap and die with Black Brother and those of them. Just now, He opened the diary in the deposit box of the city center bank left behind by the creature that he had found in the sewers, that had rotted and hung itself in the depths of the sewers, but still had not died, considered a human being. And he finally knew all the secrets about all of this. They were all players who had been dropped into this world because of the virus that had infected the original world. But the difference was that players, like Su Mumu, had a chance to live and return to the original world. As for him and Black's group, they would either die or destroy this world, and then continue on to the next world until they could no longer stand this way of life, where they had to maim others to keep themselves alive. They were locusts. A virus. The source of all evil. No world with them and it would be peaceful. This was just the first world they had experienced. Similar to a newbie world in a game. No matter whether it was them or Su Mumu's group of evolvers. They were not too strong. And with the power of an ordinary person, they were also able to wipe out them. The source of the spread of the virus. But as they experienced more worlds, the more people they spread the virus infection, the higher the degree of mutation would be. And it would be very difficult to exterminate them. Similarly, the evolvers would return to their original worlds after successfully stopping the spread of the virus, and retain the abilities they had gained from traveling through the worlds. Their batch of infected people were all the infected people in the original world. So as long as they were all exterminated, their original world would be safe. And the evolvers would be able to return to the absolutely safe original world. He was not going to have a chance to live living like a walking corpse, and turning into that look of being unable to die was not living for him. Then it would be better to use his life in exchange for Su Mumu's chance to return unharmed. At least before she died, the self in her eyes wasn't too bad. At least she was still safe and happy, and didn't know the identity of her player. If she didn't know anything, she would return to the original world and live as peacefully as before. Brother Black. That Joey-Ran kid is there. It was hard to adjust the formation, dragging a bunch of minions whose skin had become even more disgusting into the city, planting the plant seedlings they had cultivated for a long time. A famous minion reminded Brother Hay to look at the big electronic screen in the middle of the park. On the screen, Joey-Ran was standing in the central square with a bottle in his hand. What does he want? Little brother looked at Joey-Ran. No reason to be nervous. Always feel that his hand holding. Not something good. What do you care what he wants? What are you waiting for? Quickly go to catch him all. Black brother angry. He did not understand. Joey-Ran, this kid is obviously very smart. He also appreciates him. After knowing that he is mixed into their team, he gave Joey-Ran a lot of opportunities, and did not demolish him, but instead want to pull him together. As a result, this kid does not know what is good and bad. Have to be stupid on the surface with him, but behind the scenes, pit him. He shouldn't have had that love of talent. He should have done the same as before. Those who go against me die. Fellow citizens, what I'm holding in my hand is liquefied mist. It is true that the mist will not have any effect on ordinary people, but it will have a special effect on special people. Such as, Joey-Ran on the big screen pulled down the zip of his clothes and took down his hat. Chapter 16. Is he crazy? Everyone, including Black and the others, were shocked by Joey-Ran's actions. Although they had been telling themselves that being different from the others was because they were all superhuman. They were all mindful of their ugly appearance. It wasn't a big deal for everyone to be together and be the same. Anyway, as long as they managed to restore the mist to the same appearance as before, they would be back to their old selves. But those people around Joey-Ran, they were all ordinary, normal people with full and tight skin, and those people stand together, but also in public to take off the disguise to cover their ugly appearance. To the big screen frankly open. Where the hell did he get the courage? Wasn't he afraid that those people would arrest him as a monster? For those of us, the fog is very obvious. Joey-Ran pulled off the cork of the bottle of liquefied mist in his hand, and after hesitating for only a second, he raised his head and drank it all in one go. That look, with sadness and determination, the mouths of the surrounding people who were originally just watching the scene opened wide. Originally, they guessed that this young man was not playing that popular behavioral art abroad. But then when they heard what he said, they thought, is this person not too clear in the head? The child who was tortured by the fog and went crazy before. Until they saw Joey-Ran after drinking the bottle of liquefied mist. The skin became better at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then returned to his previous handsome and full appearance. It was only then that all of them were shocked. And there were even girls who jumped at the chance to ask him which skincare company created this perfect maintenance product. But no one went forward because, in just a moment's time, Joey Rand's skin condition had once again changed from its peak state to an even uglier appearance than the previous dried-out look. Not only the skin changes, even his hair, teeth, eyes are beginning to show signs of decay. It was comparable to the zombies in those disaster films. Everyone present couldn't help but take a step back, fearing that the next moment, he would pounce on them as if he was going to bite them. If there is no mist to sustain me, I will continue to deteriorate, and eventually, I will turn into a monster that no longer has any sense. And at that time, I will attack the living, even if there is a mist to maintain my original appearance. It will take a few months for the virus in my body to slowly be stimulated. And at that time, I will still turn into that kind of monster. Joey Rand's voice had become hoarse and unpleasant, like the sound of a broken bellows being pulled and huffing. However, every word he said was still clear and serious. There are many more like me, and their identities, which I will announce here one by one, as well as what they will be doing tonight, and their final habitat, where you will also be able to find my ultimate form of the creature. This was why he was so determined to tell everyone the truth and use himself to lure those of black, mist or no mist, as long as they didn't complete their mission and go on to spread the virus to the next world. They would still be walking corpses like that. The moment they were infected, they were already destined for such an outcome. The so-called reward for completing the game's mission was nothing more than a reprieve. He wasn't some great heroic figure who preferred his own death for the peace of all. He had also struggled and searched for it, only to find that there was no method that would allow him to reverse and change all of this. But he would also definitely not let that dastardly game use him to do that kind of despicable and shameless thing. Sumumu and him both had to jump out of the control of this bullshit game. Brother Black and his group finally arrived at the central square at this time. Joey Rand, go back with us. How could Brother Black not expect that Joey Rand was trying to die with them? He thought that a smart person like Joey Rand would not be stupid enough to do this. They were clearly the special people chosen by heaven. Otherwise, why wasn't it someone else who crossed over? It was them? This was a chance for God to give them a new life, paying the price with the lives of these mole crickets for their new life. What's wrong with that? Why should they, the chosen ones, kill each other for the sake of these ants? They don't deserve it. It was imperative to stabilize Joey Rand first, and not let the secrets of them all be exposed to everyone. You guys are finally here. Joey Rand smiled gently when he saw Brother Hay's group appear. He knew that Brother Hay had always been on guard against him, so those plans that he was able to know were not necessarily true. Instead of going through all the trouble to find Black Brother's real plans, it would be better to hold their noses and make them go along with their plans. Like right now, Black and the others thought that they had finally found him. And as long as they caught him and turned him into a psychopath who escaped from the hospital, everything would be fine. Unbeknownst to them, they were falling step by step into the last trap he had prepared for them. As long as you obediently go back with us and don't run out so casually again, we can all pretend that what happened today never happened. Brother Black approached Joey Rand step by step, afraid that he would do something else before they caught him. However, Joey Rand just smiled and looked at them, quietly waiting for them to approach, not moving. When he walked away from Joey Rand, only 7 or 8 meters away, Hay suddenly felt that something was wrong, and his intuition told him that he couldn't lean forward any further. He stood in place, waiting for his juniors to catch Joey Rand and bring him back. Being the boss, there were many things that didn't require him to do it himself. But soon he found out that something was wrong. Those people that he had previously assigned out and did not follow his actions, surprisingly also appeared around this square. Seeing that he was here preparing to capture Joey Rand, those people also surrounded him. Obviously, he had said that without his orders, these people could not act rashly. When he did things, he never put his eggs in one basket. And these people were the backhanders he had left for himself. If the plan failed, he would escape alone. At that time, he would still have these people available. But these people, appearing here, there must be a trick. However, before he could develop the intention to retreat, Joey Rand had already smiled and made a gesture of some sort. The fountain on the square suddenly turned on at that moment. Including the sprinklers that were usually used to water the lawn also began to spray water outwards. Those people who were just watching hurriedly dodged. The weather right now was quite cold, and no one wanted to be drenched all wet and catch a cold. However, None of the people Black brought with him dodged. They didn't just not dodge, but instead, they very greedily drew on that moisture. The moment Hay came into contact with that water, he knew that it was bad, but he simply couldn't reject his body's instinct to demand that moisture. And he could only stand still. And just like those people, he greedily let that water pour over their skin. Everyone began to fade, remove their camouflage and let their skin be exposed to the water droplets, happily absorbing this water that was liquefied from the mist. Look, nah. They really are all those monsters. Someone in the crowd finally noticed the end. So, what that strange man said was true. Black Brother knows. He is finished. Joey ran, even his back road are counted in. He has no other way out. Joey ran. I killed you. Liquefied fog water exposed the identity of these people, Black Brother, but also enhanced their ability. But it is a moment. He pounced to the front of Joey Ran. However, Joey Ran had similarly drawn on the energy of this liquefied mist water. And he had just drunk so much liquefied mist. This was something he had made from the information he had found on that person's body. By liquefying the mist, it could be carried around with them, allowing them to enhance their abilities anytime, anywhere. But after they formed a dependence on these things, they would become more and more inseparable from this thing. And then, their bodies were corrupted step by step. And eventually, they lost their minds and turned into monsters. The two figures wrestled together. The liquefied fog stopped spraying at this moment. Su Mumu's several people finally arrived with the security team and the army. She and Bai Fengling after the rendezvous to know. Joey Ran left her mother's copy of the map. There are things about the liquefied fog. These pipelines in the liquefied fog. Is that he prepared in advance? He needs a person to cooperate with him at the right time to spray these liquefied fog. Bai Fengling is that person. When Joey Ran will show everything in front of everyone. There is no need for Bai Fengling to do anything more. Everything went very smoothly. But only Su Mumu know. Joey Ran this is intended to die with these people. She did not know how much Joey Ran knew. And did not know how he could so rashly decided to hand over his life. In her place, even if infected with the virus, she will find ways to live. Instead of giving up her life for others. She wasn't that great. In any case, this bunch of rubbish wasn't worth it. Only, she was too late. The entire square was already in chaos. And she wanted to look for Joey Ran's figure. But found that she was already having a hard time distinguishing between those corrupted figures, and who was who. Liquefied fog stopped spraying. The black people present, including Joey Ran's body to the naked eye visible speed decay. Joey Ran and Black Brother too, even more so. Because the two of them are constantly attacking each other. The more injuries the body suffers. After the healing, the degree of decay of their bodies will follow the more serious. Whether in this world or the original world. Joey Ran is just a person who relies on knowledge to walk the world. Even though he has always exercised his body. But compared to Brother Hay, a punk who has relied on a pair of fists to walk the world since he was a child, he is still much worse. Hay knows where the weaknesses of the human body are. He punches to the flesh. Every time is to attack the most vulnerable places on the human body. Very skillful. Joey Ran can only rely on pure instinct. Rushing forward. Relying on his body to play close combat. A dozen rounds down. The injuries on his body are much heavier than Black Brother. Joey Ran. You think you can beat Lousy? Surrender now, and Lousy can still give you a chance to live. Although Brother Hay could beat Joey Ran, he did not want to account for his life here. Although this world was more backward than theirs. The military had already been deployed. And no matter how tough they were no match for bullets. When the other party attacked indiscriminately, he had several lives to be accounted for here. Joey Ran. This madman wanted to die here. To die with him. He didn't want to. How about you beg for mercy now? Joey Ran wiped off the blood that flowed down from his forehead and muddled his eyes. Sneered coldly. And did not have any intention to back down. Seek death. Black Brother no longer with Joey Ran nonsense. He wants to go. So a moment of effort. He has found around the little brother left. If he entangled with Joey Ran again, he would really die here today. You force me. Don't know where he pulled out a handful of black holes in a hand wooden silo. To Joey Ran. Even open wooden silo. And did not speak of any voodoo. Rushed to see him pull out such a thing. Joey Ran is also very surprised. Although he has used his most rapid reaction to dodge. But also still in a number of times. Joey Ran. I remember you. Brother Hay ran away after hitting. Without any lingering at all. He was able to make a name for himself in society. Relying on is not reckless. To stay in the Green Mountain is not worried about not burning this sentence is his maxim. Knowingly know that you can't fight but also hard to do. That's a fool will do things. Joey Rand did not expect Black actually has a wooden warehouse. In the end, he underestimated Black. With all his strength, he squeezed the 3 bullets out of the wound and raised his feet to go after the people. If he can't solve the other side today, when he makes a comeback, everything will be too late. Stop! The army side, however, has already subdued all of Black's minions. Against Joey Rand and Black's side, seeing the two of them to run, there are people to open the wooden barn. Chaotic wooden barn does not distinguish between people. In their eyes, Joey Rand and Black are monsters, are to be captured back. Originally, the two have been consuming each other for a long time. And then on the army's powerful firepower, almost no time, Black brother played all the bullets were captured. On the contrary, Joey Rand, suddenly at the critical moment, do not know where to shoot out. Several smoke bombs exploded under his feet. And so the smoke dispersed again. He disappeared. Today's battle, the Black brother of this force was captured. Because Joey Rand public message, the official and the people began to launch a carpet cleanup of the sewers. But more than a month's time, the whole city was restored to its original state, and people's lives were once again back on track. The experience of these months was like a nightmare for everyone. Many people still habitually prepared more supplies for their homes. Who knew if something like that would happen again? Su Mumu. Joey Rand, that kid really left the country? Lu also followed his parents back to his grandmother's house in the countryside in the past few months. And had a pretty good time. Just wait for him to come back. The best brother even left without saying goodbye. Said did not even say a word to him. He was very angry. And even couldn't believe it. Only to come over to find Su Mumu to ask for blame. Su Mumu looked like she wasn't in a good mood and didn't want to say much. It's hard to believe that he didn't tell you either. Lu also couldn't help but squat down to gossip. No. Su Mumu shook her head. Hey, this kid. There must be something that makes him so anxious. Don't worry. When he solves the matter, he will definitely be the first one to look for you. At that time, you will help me scold him, ha. We all share the same illness. Lu also in turn comforted Su Mumu. Good. Su Mumu was very sad looking. That? I'm going to buy breakfast. Do you need me to bring something? Lu also doesn't know how to comfort a girl at all. There are only a few words he can say. And soon intends to run away. No need. But I have something I want to ask for your help. Su Mumu looks at Lu Yi pitifully. What is it? You say. Joey Rand, that boy is not here. If there is something you look for me. Lu also patted his chest with a righteous face. Can you help me launch this publicity advert? Lu also is a BBS management, specializing in all kinds of housing rentals. Transit. He had also asked the original owner to help him do publicity amongst his classmates before. No problema. Wrapped in my body. Air. What is this? Lu also looked at what was drawn on that drawing. Isn't this just an empty decorated dilapidated warehouse? But the information said that this is some kind of safe house. The price is also extraordinarily high. A place for people to live. No matter what time. Absolutely safe. Complete water and electricity. Turnkey. Su Mumu blew hard. There is no way. Her broken house. Now what? Nothing. The only thing that can be supplied is unlimited water and electricity. Half a month ago, she took Joey Rand. At that time, Joey Rand was shot. The body automatically discharged the bullet. Suddenly radicalized. Was Su Mumu found to take away. Has fallen into a half-epileptic state. Almost even Su Mumu cannot be recognized. Later, Su Mumu arranged him in a materialized house. After entering the house, Joey Rand fell into a deep sleep. And although he was unconscious, the physical symptoms did not continue to deteriorate any further. And the whole person entered a very peaceful state. This was the same as the supplies she had collected into the system would all remain in the same state they were in when she entered. And Joey Rand also remained in the same state she was in when she entered the house. When the system asked her to materialize the house that day, she simply placed it in the dilapidated factory building in her own backyard. The factory was huge, and could fit 10 so many of her small broken houses. For the time being, no one would notice the appearance of that little house there. But her mission progress bar is stuck at 99%. Even if Black's group has been completely controlled by the officials. Joey Ran was also placed here temporarily, without any possibility of going out to spread the virus. She also guessed that she might want to completely stop the spread of the virus, would have to eliminate all the infected people. Similar to what Joey Ran did that day. But not to mention Black's group of people who had been arrested. Even Joey Ran. She could not do anything. Even if his appearance is ugly. But the normal breathing chest proves that he is still a living person. At that time, she intended to sacrifice herself to save all of them. She could not take revenge on Joey Ran. It was a good thing that after the main quest progress bar advanced, her side quest was updated. Side quest, recruit a tenant. She always felt that the remaining 1% was either related to the side quest or to Joey Ran. Since there was a 50% chance, she had to take a gamble. Thus, there was this scene where she came to find Lu Yi. She had tried her best to decorate that little shabby house. She thought about moving things like the beds and furniture in by herself. However, all the furniture and appliances were all automatically included in her system as soon as they entered the small broken house. Even the decorations were the result of her bargaining with the system. All the facilities in the house need to be obtained by the landlady by completing the quests. Cheating is not allowed. Oh, no. Isn't this contradictory to the quest? Without infrastructure and furniture and appliances, who would want to live in such a shabby-looking house? And it costs money? No one would come even if it was free. But with no one coming in to live there, there wouldn't be any items put in at all. Why is her system always so difficult? Come on, landlady. You can do it. You can do it. You're the best. Then borrow a bed and sofa first. Boing boing. There's an error in the system. I didn't hear what Miss Landlady just said. I said? Oops. The signal is not good. The landlord east, What did you say? Hey. Pretend to be an ours. Forget it. This stinking system learned from that main system. And even played the no phone signal thing with her. No. Your house is definitely not good to rent, There is nothing. The family has 4 walls. Although it can also be used as a rough house to rent. But, this house looks so shabby. Seems to be about to collapse. It will not be a dangerous house. Right? And also 200 yuan a day. Lu also looked at the housing information, and couldn't help but spit it out. Then he saw Su Mumu's face become more and more ugly, which changed the style of conversation. In fact, it is not hopeless. I know a second-hand furniture market boss. Let's buy some things to pour a good. The house decorated warm and lovely some. The rent and then reduce a drop. Must be very good rent. These days there is not no rough room to rent out. But people are the kind of new neighborhoods of the house. Su Mumu this. Not only is the old broken small, but also what nothing. Simply to what nothing. No one wants to pour paste On the contrary. She is still so expensive. The city's most upscale hotel. A day is just a few dozen dollars. System. Can you investigate the prices of this world? Su Mumu also couldn't help but spit in her heart. Even in her original world, 200 a day would be enough to live in a very good house. In this world, the purchasing power of 200 was not generally high. People's pricing is absolutely reasonable. And it's even discounted. The system commiserates. All the natural disasters. Viruses can't invade this room, duh. It's reasonable but anachronistic. There were no natural disasters or viruses in this world. However, the system played dead and refused to say another word. The house can't be renovated and the rent can't be lowered any further. You just need to send it out for me. Su Mumu was so desperate that she could only say her last request to Lu Yuya. What could be done? She couldn't think of ideas to cause natural disasters and viruses. Could she? Otherwise, she would just honestly live in this world just like this. Anyway, she is living a pretty good life now. It was just that she missed her dad a bit after being away from home for so long. Okay. Lu also finally understands why Su Mumu is so solemn about needing help with him. In terms of this house, it's actually a burden for him, as management, to let it go out. But what could be done about it? Su Mumu was the woman his brother liked. On top of that, Su Mumu had spent money on an advert and published it in the newspaper. And if it wasn't for the amount of money given, there wouldn't have been anyone willing to publish the advert at all. This is also a bit too outrageous. Some people even called her to say that she was crazy about money. It is also that the network in this era is not really developed. Otherwise, Su Mumu suspected that she is absolutely likely to be scolded by people that she is trying to blacken the red. Deliberately hype. 3 months passed without a single serious tenant appearing. Her mission progress also dropped from 99% at the beginning to 80% overnight. And when she got up in the morning, a piece of news on the TV attracted her attention. The outbreak of unknown skin infections in the city. Experts said, may be due to the presence of more pollen in the air, causing allergies in the public. The relevant departments of the hospital resources are slightly tense, but the drug reserve is sufficient. The public do not need to panic. But if it is not necessary, or try to reduce the travel plans. On the screen, the skin of those patients' hands and feet appeared to be decayed and ulcerated. Su Mumu frowned. This wound, she had seen it on Joey Ran and Black's group. She immediately went to find Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang has a certain information network in the army. The recent situation of Black Brothers gang. No one knows more clearly than Aunt Zhang. One person scratched the escort's protective clothing when she was delivering food. The escort thought she had accidentally cut herself. The gash was sharp, like it had been cut by a sharp blade. She didn't report it in order to keep her job. Aunt Zhang sighed. This news was only known to her this morning. She originally wanted to tell mother and daughter by phone ling to let the two of them be careful. But it turned out that Su Mumu came over to her first to take the initiative to ask about it. The caregivers chosen to take care of Hayes' gang were specially selected. All signed confidentiality agreements, good treatment, and free work. It wasn't surprising that the carers were able to do such a thing. They didn't really know what was going on with Brother Black's gang, and just thought they were special monsters. Over the course of a few months, Black's group had gradually become less human-like and more like beasts. The scientific researchers gave them all kinds of tests and did all kinds of research and comparisons, only to find out that their genes were no different from ordinary humans. Only that they were carrying a special kind of virus in their bodies. What this virus is, for the time being, there is no result. Only know that it is a kind of virus that has never been seen before. And for the time being, do not know what the transmission pathway is. At least the personnel who exchanged fire with them that day and those who stayed in the square didn't have any special symptoms. That is, until this caretaker got caught in their protective clothing. The carer was nothing more than in one night, the symptoms of decay that Black had on them appeared. After 72 hours, she became completely like Black and the others. The degree of decay was very rapid. The research predicted that perhaps it would only take a week for her to become just like Black Brother and the others. A complete and utter walking corpse. This puzzled the researchers. Blood experiments they had done. Those viruses didn't react to other people's blood. And the results of the experiments showed that the virus wouldn't spread through blood. But this carer was actually infected by a cut on her skin. But after this carer, none of the people who were infected had actually been in contact with the carer. And many started to have the symptoms simply by being in the same place as her. However, the symptoms of these people were not as severe, and the onset was much slower. That was why the official notification was still only advertised as a skin disease. During this period of time, let Brother Yuan not go out. If there is any shortage of supplies, there are still quite a few at my home. Su Mumu instructed Aunt Zhang very solemnly. She was now 100% sure that that virus had spread. Next, I am afraid that there is a hard battle to fight. It was good that the officials had experienced what happened a few months ago, and already had some experience in dealing with it. This small family home of theirs could not be lived in. It was too unsafe. The walls were too short. The facilities were too shabby. And it was in a busy area. Once there was a major outbreak of the virus, it was possible that they would be the first to bear the brunt here. She decided to find a safer place to move the small broken house. Luckily, there was a 5-story building just 3 kilometers away that had been abandoned for a few years. The main structure of the building had already been completed. The outer walls and glass etc. had yet to be installed. It suited her requirements well. Just move the small broken house in her hand to a 5-story abandoned building. On the transparent light screen in front of her eyes, the progress of the main mission once again became 0%. Su Mumu knew that the virus had begun to spread on a large scale. Fortunately, by phone Ling and Aunt Zhang holding a large pile of luggage had already arrived. And Zhang also brought Uncle Min to drag a caravan she had asked for, and was moving things in the car park. Now there was already a very tacit understanding between several people. There were some things that they wouldn't ask. As long as someone made a request, they would do it. Especially Su Mumu solemnly and seriously emphasized again and again that they must do what she said the next day. Everyone had their own secrets that didn't need to be told. They only needed to know that they would never harm each other. Mom, pack up your things first. I'll go lock the gate. Before moving over completely, Su Mumu had already reinforced the place properly, with the supplies on hand and the absolute safety of the small broken house. She didn't intend to go out and fight those viruses face to face and hard. Joey Ren and Black Brother fight that. The night she tried to fight against those men in black. At a distance, she could still use the bow and arrow in her hand to barely 1-2. At close range, she didn't have any fighting skills. It was simply to send food. At least at that time. There was still the fog's influence on them. Nowadays, they are the wild horses that are out of control. No one knows what the virus has changed into. It's important to save their lives. After packing up her things, Su Mumu took out 4 contracts. You guys take a look. Employment agreements? John also looked at the top few big words, with a surprised face. Mumu, you're going to be the boss? Among the people present, Zhang Yuya knew the least. He was almost completely confused following the actions of Uncle Min and his own mother. Anyway, it is Mumu's request. Mom and Uncle Min and Auntie Bai did not say anything. He naturally will not oppose. But now looking at what Su Mumu handed over, he finally couldn't help but ask. I'm also considered a part-time worker. What kind of landlord is a landlord who works for the system and has no autonomy at all? You guys come up with me and take a look. This was something Su Mumu had drilled into the system to get. The landlord system, in the later stages, could indeed hire employees, but that was when the houses had reached a certain size. At that time when there were many tenants and the supporting facilities needed to be matched together, she would have to hire employees to keep the facilities running. Now there is just a broken house. There is no need for any employees to work. And there are no tenants. She has no income. Hiring employees is a complete loss. But Su Mumu had money. There were thousands of system gold coins and a large portion of supplies. These months she didn't collect a lot of supplies to throw into the exchange system. Those things were exchanged for supplies. When there is really no money, the supplies offset is also possible. Although the landlord system didn't advise her to hire employees when she had no money. But since she was the landlord, she was willing to operate at a loss. So who cares? Right? The other method was to recruit rent. But then, for people would have to pay her rent. 200 a day. And the system would have to take away the commission. It was too uneconomical. She hired employees without going through the system's hands. But the wages she sent out were not taxable. Since she decided to coexist with the 4. They are a community of interest. Of course, how to cost effective. Can't let the dog system wool gathering. I formally introduce to you. Safe house. As the name suggests. Absolutely safe place. Here, virus or monster cannot enter. But staying inside requires qualifications. Tenants and employees only have access. Su Mumu led the 4 people up to the 3rd floor. At the most border of the 3rd floor, there is a small broken house with the only window. And here is very complimentary. All equally broken. From the outside, it didn't look out of place with the building. Just like one of the half-built houses. There's nothing off. It doesn't matter. We brought mattresses and tools and stuff. We can give it a little decoration. Bai Fengling had known that her daughter had such a safe house. But she hadn't seen what it looked like. At first glance, it looked so broken. And she hastened to help her daughter find a patch. Cough, not in a hurry. Those things will come later. Su Mumu was a little embarrassed. Employees are needed here? Uncle Min is a businessman. Doing business. Making money in order to hire people. Now this house is just one. Su Mumu can handle it alone. A tenant is not yet. Need 4 employees so much? It's like this. Su Mumu said the matter of which one of the tenant and employee agreement is more cost effective. Your boss's heart is too black. Hearing that this small shabby house can't be decorated by themselves. Only the big boss from above can decorate it. But also 200 a day. And also Su Mumu to market it. The 4 people can't help but spit out. It doesn't matter. You pay us and we'll give you supplies. So you won't be afraid of running out of money. Aunt Zhang smiled and signed a contract with a broad stroke. Then asked her son to go and carry things up to hand over to Su Mumu. This strange safe house is considered Su Mumu's secret. She has already shared it with them so selflessly. What else do they have to worry about? I also have something good to give you. These are all from Uncle Min's collection when he was young. Su Mumu was shocked. Mom also has something for you. Saying this, Bai Fengling took out a small leather case. and after opening it, inside was brightly filled with small yellow fish gold bars. Crap. So she's a rich second generation? Actually, the same thing happened more than 10 years ago, when several people were eating dinner around the campfire that night. The three parents talked about the past that had happened. It was when Sumumu was not yet born. Suddenly one day, a fog started outside. After that, the plants were rampant. And when the fog dissipated, the streets were filled with those kinds of monsters. They bit people on sight. And those who were bitten would become like them in no time. There was a wave of people amongst the crowd who were able to fight against them. And they led the others to fight against these monsters. It took 3 years for the monsters to be cleared away. And when the monsters disappeared, the people who had led them also disappeared. Uncle Min's guns were collected at that time. And he always thought that their owner would come back one day and use them. Bai Feng Ling, on the other hand, had learned to use a gun at that time. And Zhang's body was very weak at that time. So even though she could use a bow and crossbow, her combat experience wasn't very strong. My father disappeared at that time as well? Sumumu caught the point of the story. She was conceived by Bai Feng Ling in the last year of the incident. And the man she fell in love with was also one of the leaders. Humph. That's a scumbag. He disappeared the night the child was born. Any more? Say goodbye. Auntie Zhang was very unfair looking. Old Su is not that kind of person. Uncle Min obviously had a good relationship with Sumumu's father, and couldn't help but defend his brother. After that, we realized that everyone except the three of us had forgotten what happened during those 3 years. So we didn't mention those things and just lived peacefully. Bai Feng Ling was obviously used to seeing the two of them argue, and unhurriedly sidetracked the topic. I didn't expect that the exact same thing would happen again once more. So, are you all hidden bigwigs? Zhang Ye's eyes couldn't have been brighter, and he had now become a little fanboy of the three parents as a whole. It couldn't be helped. He had fantasized since he was a child that his parents weren't ordinary people. That they were some kind of hidden superheroes, or something like that. When he grew up, he thought that it was just childish nonsense. But now he knew that his fantasies had come true. And it was too much of a surprise. We're just ordinary people. Bai Feng Ling shook her head. Although they could use weapons, they were just ordinary people. Not much more powerful than the others. Those leaders were different. Their physical qualities were obviously stronger than the others, and would also increase their strength in the midst of battles. The more battles they experienced, the stronger they would become. At a later stage, they did become an existence that surpassed normal people. No, we are not ordinary anymore. Aunt John shook her head and spoke with a mysterious expression. We became employees of a safe house. Ah. Ha. Speaking of which, isn't Mumu a leader like that? Zhang Yuya's unintentional words hit the truth squarely on the head. Sumumu didn't say anything. Bai Feng Ling had already lost her husband. If she were to lose her daughter again, what kind of blow would it be? System. Can housebound employees cross over? As long as the landlady is willing and spends points. Sumumu breathed a sigh of relief. If Bai Feng Ling was willing, she would tell her all the truth and let her make her own choice. The next day Sumumu was woken up by the screams on the street. She climbed up to the 5th floor, where Uncle Min and Bai Feng Ling were assembling weapons. Walking to the edge of the building, everything that was happening outside was in full view. A person who was fleeing for his life was grabbed by a monster covered in rot and took a bite. Other rotting monsters also pounced on him. Once the person died, the monsters that didn't have any targets dragged their mutilated bodies and wandered aimlessly. However, there weren't many of these zombie-like contraptions, and there were only 7 or 8 of them in the entire street. Sumumu was almost vomited out by this bloody scene. Although she had prepared her mental expectations, it was a different matter when things actually happened and she saw it with her own eyes. The virus is even more powerful this time. Bai Feng Ling made the assertion, and then took a crossbow with Uncle Min one by one to clean up those zombies one by one. They were not saviors, and in a situation like this, they could only ensure the safety of themselves and those around them. Everything happened too fast. Even if it is the army, I am afraid that this moment is also chaotic. When this disease is slow, the top still have time to deal with. This time the virus is coming too fast. Once infected, it is impossible to have a chance to live. It is also because of those things 3 months ago. This time the news of the skin problem. The street pedestrians are reduced a lot. Otherwise this moment more chaotic. Cleaning up those corpses. Zhang Yi and Auntie Zhang had already run out in full armor long ago. dragging those rotting things to burn them in the fire burn up by the exploded car not far away. Cleaning up the corpses with fire will not generate new viruses. Bai Fengling explained. She was teaching Su Mumu. The viruses on these corpses would not disappear just because they died. Once someone had a wound on their body and came into contact with one of these rotting corpses, there was the same chance of contracting the virus. What's more, rotting corpses that are not disposed of will also have other germs appear. They were now using these as their base camp for the time being. So naturally, they did not want this place to turn into a mountain of corpses. During the meal, Zhang Yuya didn't look too good. Obviously, the close contact with those rotting corpses had worn out his body and mind. In the afternoon, "I'll replace Brother Yuya." Su Mumu took the initiative to speak. Although she was weak in combat, she didn't really want to hide behind everyone all the time. Good. Bai Fengling appreciated this. The reason why she would exercise Su Mumu that much was because she had experienced those before, and originally thought that those things wouldn't happen again. So she just thought of letting Su Mumu live peacefully, study, and be an ordinary student. But when the fog came, she knew that she couldn't protect her forever. She had to let her grow up properly. It was only in the afternoon that John also didn't get a chance to have a good rest, because the first wave of zombies appeared. At that time, they were listening to an urgent message released on the radio. Attention! The men in black who started the riot 3 months ago escaped as far as they could. This is a group of dangerous elements carrying a currently unknown highly dangerous virus. Here are their physical characteristics. The radio played 3 times in a row. It's Black Brother and his group. All escaped? After Black Brother's group was captured, it didn't take long for them to lose their normal human sanity, becoming muddled, not aggressive, not capable, and not able to communicate with others. Joey Ren was also directly unconscious. The most direct reason should be that after the disappearance of those fog, they have no energy power. They completely become a walking corpse controlled by the virus. Even if the one who scratched the caretaker after that. It was also because the caretaker ran to poke his spine, wanting to see whether he had a reaction or not, which was injured. How could he suddenly go on a rampage and run away? Before they had time to think about this question, they heard a hissing sound coming from outside, and it seemed that there was some kind of monster coming this way. Several people grabbed their weapons and went upstairs. Then, they were shocked by the sight before them. Thousands of monsters, surrounding their main door. As if they had some sort of goal, they were holding all sorts of strange weapons. Wooden sticks, broken car doors, table legs, and screaming as they gathered in the street. This group of things was closer to those zombies you've seen in the movies once. The skin had revealed a dark red muscle texture. The decayed areas were pitch black and left a dark green liquid. And the areas that weren't decayed were glowing greenish black. The hair was all gone. The scalp was turned out. The whites of the eyes and the sockets were mixed with blood, and the pupil had shrunk to the size of a bean. Not black, but green, compared to the scattered zombies seen in the morning that only knew how to chase after blood and flesh. This group was clearly organized and disciplined. Although they had been hissing and shouting, they were not advancing, but waiting for something. What are they going to do? Sean also panicked. He was truly disgusted with these monsters, from the physical to the psychological. Whatever are they up to? Su Mumu, however, had already shot out 2 bow arrows, hitting the 2 zombies squarely in the head. All have already surrounded here. Is it hard to negotiate with them without fighting? If they were alive, Su Mumu might still hesitate. But this day down, she has long since seen that this group of zombies do not have any breath and are dead. She had seen a lot of zombie films, post-apocalyptic films, and knew that it was only useful to attack their heads, with such a large number piled up outside. If she didn't strike first, she would be a sitting duck in a while. Main quest 2, defending against the zombie wave. Most importantly, after the arrow she shot out to take out the first zombie, a mechanical sound rang out in her head. And now, that last bit of hesitation was gone. These were zombies, the targets of her mission. The second one to strike was Bai Fengling, followed by Uncle Min. After that was Aunt Zhang. Zhang also froze as she looked at everyone in front of her, who had become completely different from the old days. And waves of shock were set off in her heart. Everyone was growing and changing. Only he was still stuck in the past. He couldn't continue to drag everyone down. He also raised his weapon. The attack at the top was in full swing. Those zombies at the bottom, still staring straight at the ones at the top, even forgot to hiss. What is the situation? So unmartial? They were clearly just gathering here, shouting, and hadn't even started to launch an attack yet. How is it that their boss hasn't even arrived yet? And those guys up there are already starting a fight? Are they zombies, or are those guys up there zombies? Are they that brutal? When Brother Black came over, his nose was almost out of breath. That's right. He is deliberately letting the little brothers scare them. Called them here on the fence for an hour or two, playing psychological warfare, so that they are afraid of their own hand over Joey-Ran is the best. At that time also let Joey-Ran that boy taste the taste of betrayal. The results did not expect. He has not come to it. The upper hand on the action? Nima. In the end, who is really despicable and shameless mixing society, He and that comparable to the mental hospital like a cage had muddled for more than 3 months. It is not easy today early in the morning by the system released the latest mission to wake up. The minions are neat. As if the newborn. He felt like he was ready again. It was true that travelers were the chosen ones. And there was absolutely no way that the heavens would give up on them. Even if they had failed in their previous mission of spreading the plants and keeping the mist at bay, they would never go to the brink of extinction. They themselves were the biggest virus. They could personally come and spread the virus. As long as they were still alive. The mission wasn't a failure. So what if they're ugly on the outside? They'd become even more powerful now. No need to eat. No need to drink. Won't get hurt and won't die. On top of that, God had even pointed out to them where Joey-Ran was. All of them had been given only 2 tasks. 1. To clear the BU. And 2. To spread the virus. Now he was going to complete the first task. Give it to me. Come in. Sumumu opened the door of the room of the small broken house. Walked in. Found that Joey-Ran disappeared. But she could not wait to look deeper into what. Only cared to turn her head to greet by phoning a few people to hurry in. Regardless of how good a location the 5 of them occupied. Black brother, their people are too many. They weren't like those brainless walking corpses. They were organized, disciplined and conscious. Although their movements are much slower than when they were human beings. They are not afraid of pain. Not afraid of death. They will also dodge bullets and arrows. Even if their companions are killed. They are not afraid. And still only focus on charging forward. Even if Sumumu has unlimited ammunition. But they are human beings. They will be tired. After 3 to 4 hours of continuous combat. They could not stand it anymore. They can't take it anymore. They are just barely repeating the mechanical actions. But the zombies are different. They won't get tired. When they are slacking off. Those guys took the opportunity to climb in. And because they are stacking up one after another. The zombies at the back are still trying to push forward. And the outer wall was soon pushed down by them. The zombies rushed into the building like water. The zombies that drilled into the building directly entered the blind spot of the people, who were still on the roof. The crowd hurriedly retreated down from the roof. Fortunately, the ground floor had been arranged by many traps, giving them time to retreat to the stairs on the first floor. However, the stairs of this pass is only guarded for 5 minutes only. Was those stacked like a steady stream of zombies found an opportunity to rush up? No way. Sumumu could only take them into the small broken house to stay. Ha! Joey-Ran. You are so smart. How can you go to be a shrinking turtle? This time, Brother Black learned to be much smarter. And waited until his little brothers had beaten down the headline. Before he slowly walked up. Seeing that Sumumu's pedestrians were just hiding in a dilapidated hut. He couldn't help but scoff loudly. People inside listen. I'll give you half a day to think about it. As long as you hand over Joey-Ran. I'll forget about what you did before and let you live. Moving a chair. Hay sat on it. Slowly drinking tea and shouting to the inside. Although he had now lost his sense of taste and nothing he drank tasted good. He still enjoyed this kind of behavioral action that only came with being a living person. They are coming towards Joey-Ran? Jean also froze. He didn't go to the scene that day. So he didn't know about the beef between Hay and Joey-Ran. If it wasn't for Joey-Ran that day, they probably wouldn't have been arrested. Bai Fengling explained. Just let them guard. Sumumu was not afraid at all. Since they like to wait for rabbits. Then let them guard. Anyway, Joey-Ran is not here. Let them wait for nothing. Mom, do you want to eat the suckling pig we roasted last time? As an employee, it was still fine to have an employee dinner in the house. Thus, those zombies surrounding the outside watched as the people inside lit a fire. Ate roasted suckling pig. Drank cola. Milk. and even cut watermelon and ate strawberries. Damn. When our boss is a dead man. Black was okay. Anyway, he didn't have any sense of smell now. He couldn't smell the aroma at all. He just watched them making all that mess. And his heart was furious. All that food looked so tempting. But with so many juniors around, he had to be calm. He couldn't lose his prestige as the boss just because of a few bites of food. He said he would give them half a day. So he had to give it. But his little brothers couldn't stand it. As a person, after coming to this world, it's not a hacking human life. Hot rice did not eat on a few mouths. You have to be outside desperately picking up the ground planting plants. It is not easy to give the plants almost planted, and was driven in the sewer head nest. It is not easy to not have to live in the sewer. Became a patient in the psychiatric hospital. That's fine. At least there can be a few mouthfuls of food. But those people do not move to take them to do experiments. They with the number of those experiments more and more. All kinds of senses also gradually lost their feelings. And then later, they eat anything have no taste. Also gradually do not want to eat. But now, looking at the few people at the head, they're eating the roasted suckling pig. Their mouths were watering. I don't know why. The inside of the roasted suckling pig looks tender and oily. Don't need to personally bite. Also can feel it in the moment of entering the person's mouth. It must be the juice burst splash. Salty and smooth. The lips and teeth to stay. And that big watermelon. This winter. Can be in the warm house. Tearing and chewing through the delicious and fragrant roast suckling pig. And then eat a crunchy sweet watermelon is how comfortable a thing all. One step short. Just one step short. That little brother could not help but go up and break the glass to grab the food. But he still held back. The boss was still here. If he didn't do it, they wouldn't dare to move casually. So, he could only take the first step to help the boss indoors. Boss, they are clearly provoking you. Let me go. I must carry out the roasted suckling pig. Ah no. Carry out Joey ran for you. Right. That big watermelon should be for you. Boss. And the strawberries. So red and sweet to look at. Brother Black. I almost believed it. No talent. Take a piss and look at yourselves. And take a good look at those ghostly things out there that look just like you. What do they eat? You're better than them. Just a roasted suckling pig and a piece of watermelon. And you won't be able to handle it? But Black couldn't stand those people's eating anymore. And since his little brothers had already passed the ladder, he'd be a F***K if he didn't get on him. Smash it for me. As soon as the words fell, all the little brothers rushed up as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. When the first junior brother slapped his claw down, the wall just fell down a piece of wallpaper. It didn't directly fall down several bricks like the wall outside. Holy shit. What kind of wall is this? The juniors were surprised. At the same time, Sumumu also received a warning from the system. The house is under attack. House defense value -1. Current defense value 99. Please landlady fend off foreign enemies in time. You tell me again? What about the promised absolute safety? Just by being tickled like this, the defense value is reduced by 1? Boing boing. Safety is only if the house is strong enough. Miss Landlord's house level is too low. But an attacked house can be repaired. Mend your sister, ah. So many zombies. One person. One claw. She didn't have time to repair it, okay? What a stinking system that pits people to death. She couldn't care about eating the suckling pig. She picked up the hand-wooden silo. Ran to the window that could only accommodate one person. Pushed the window open, and opened the wooden silo at the zombies outside. With such a close distance, her attack shouldn't be deflected. Should we be so aggressive? However, the little brother's movements were flexible and dodged Sumumu's attacks. But she was not willing to stop attacking for a moment. And the little brothers could only continue to scratch the wall while dodging. I don't know what kind of shitty house this is. There are only windows and no doors. If there was a door, it would be more convenient to just kick the door in. As for the window, for some reason, there was no way for them to walk through it. Even if the people inside opened the window wide and attacked them, there was no way for them to go through. Are you guys stupid? Enter through the window. Brother Black watched his little brother's IQ offline movements, and was so angry that he had to raise his own feet and go himself. However, before he could get to the near root of that window, his entire body unconsciously circled to the side. Evil door. He struggled to control himself, wanting to go towards the window again. Yet once again, he was squeezed to the other side of the window. During this time, Su Mumu's bullet even grazed past his ear. And almost, he lost an ear. He was scared out of his wits. Although his whole body was rotten now. As long as the parts were intact. When he went back to the original world, they could all be restored. If he lost any part, it was not good to say that he could not be repaired when he went back and became disabled. In the end, he could only follow his minions and punch the wall to spread his anger. Warning! Defense value remaining 10, 9, 8, 7, 65, 43. It's over. Su Mumu's heart was left with these two words. When the defense value of the house becomes 0, the whole house will directly disappear. Just like those houses in her game. The defense value of the house becomes 0 has no value. Directly will be destroyed and reimbursed. At that time, the 5 of them. How to resist so many zombies? Su Mumu gripped the wooden silo in her hand tightly. Behind her, Bifingling several people did prepare long ago when she started attacking. But they just didn't understand why Su Mumu suddenly got nervous. Congratulations to Miss Landlord for repelling the first wave of zombies and obtaining a simple kitchen. However, Su Mumu didn't hear the system's tone informing that the house was damaged and the reimbursement was processed. Instead, she heard a heavenly tone. What is the situation? But no one to answer for her. Into the ears only those zombies howling in pain. Su Mumu tiptoed towards the outside and tried to look. Then she saw the zombies flying up from the ground one by one, being thrown off the building. Congratulations to Miss Landlord for repelling the second wave of zombies and obtaining a clean toilet. Another pile of zombies was thrown down. Congratulations to Miss Landlady for repelling the third wave of zombies and obtaining an old-fashioned spray nozzle. After this wave of zombies was thrown down, Su Mumu finally got a good look at the figure that was darting and attacking in the pile of zombies. Congratulations to Miss Landlord for repelling the first boss. Obtaining Katan's computer. Congratulations, your house has reached the rental standard. Will you start decorating and arranging and release the rental information? So, the system could still be the same as when she used to play the game. Automatically soliciting for rent? She had spent so much effort and thought of so many ways to recruit rent before. Not only did she not have a single tenant, but she was also almost scolded to death. But it was actually because she didn't know how to play the game herself. Su Mumu was so excited that tears were about to flow down her face. It turned out that it wasn't the system pit, but she didn't open it in the right way. Thanks to Joey Ran, she couldn't be bothered to renovate the house, but rushed out, looking for Joey Ran. She unilaterally declared that from today onwards, Joey Ran was her big mascot. She wants to put this guy in her house as a fortune cat. No, a fortune-telling corpse. Chapter 19. Are you really going to keep him? Bifongling looked at the front of the doll and froze. To all have a very strong aggressiveness, but the only hide behind Su Mumu. Like a frightened puppy like Joey Ran. Some uneasy. Just Joey Ran's combat power they can be seen in the eyes. On the Black Brother group of zombies. So big a pile. Can be thrown out by him one by one, but also by his hissing to scare directly scattered and fled. They are all afraid that Su Mumu will be torn into pieces by him. As a result, Su Mumu called out to him. The person turned around and shrank into a ball, squatting at Su Mumu's feet, pulling her large. The other who shall not scold a sentence. Big Tail Wolf. You with here to pretend what poor frightened kitten it. Especially that look at their scared little eyes. Nima. They can still put a zombie to eat it? Well? Su Mumu nodded. There is the protection of the staff agreement. He will not hurt us. Just if not Joey Ran. They are finished. Joey Ran has lost his sanity as a normal person. But he recognized himself. That's enough. Moreover, she always felt that she can have the system, but also to open the rental channel. With Joey Ran related. Then she must repay his life-saving grace Miss Landlady's repayment is to people to the body of the promise? The system suddenly spoke. As a zombie, he won't be tired or afraid. He doesn't need to be paid. He's online 24 hours a day. And his force value is overwhelming. So it's really a boon for capitalists. Unity. So you know me so well. Come. This employee contract to sign. Su Mumu took out a sellout employee contract, on which it was written. Joey Ran and Su Mumu signed an indenture contract. Su Mumu is responsible for all the expenses matters of Joey Ran. Joey Ran is responsible for the safety of Su Mumu's person and all the people in the house. The agreement is valid until the two sides amicably negotiated the cancellation. Heh. The system issued a mocking sound of "I really saw through everything." Although Zhou Yiran's force value was explosive, he obviously didn't retain his sanity like Black's group of zombies. He only recognized Su Mumu for one, and the rest was the instinct to attack. Such a guy, like a loyal dog that relies on its master. It is simply impossible to say no to Su Mumu. That is not what Su Mumu wants. How can it cancel the agreement? Zhou Yiran seems to be unable to read the agreement that Su Mumu handed to him in front of his eyes, tilting his head with a blank face. Want to follow me? Sign this. Understand? Su Mumu patiently explained word by word to Zhou Yiran. Because after entering the small broken house, Zhou Yiran's entire body remained in a state of time stasis. So his appearance wasn't as corrupted as Hei's brother and theirs. Apart from his skin being black and blue in color, some different degrees of decayed pits, and some red bloodshot eyes. Everything else was quite normal. Thus, when he looked at Su Mumu with his crooked furry head, she even felt that such a cute Zhou Yiran was somewhat adorable. In her impression, she knows Zhou Yiran has always been arrogant, cold. School period he has been with the books. Graduated. He wandered in the major awards ceremony. Appeared in a variety of financial magazines. Interviews. The word lovely is never associated with him. In Su Mumu's heart, he is an existence that can be seen from afar but not touched. For a long time, she did not even understand. She likes in the end is Zhou Yiran this big living person, or a meet in her inner fantasy of unreal characters. This period of time, she even found that she never seemed to understand Zhou Yiran. When she went to school, out of the worship of the school bully, but also out of the instincts of a face dog. Almost the first time she saw the picture of Zhou Yiran on the bulletin board, she fell in love with him at first sight. He was the goal of her 3-year high school career. Was her wind vain? She studied hard, thinking to be able to do with him to rival the character. Later she found that studying was more fun. Making money through her knowledge was more fulfilling than being with him. And Zhou Yiran seemed less important. Although he was still special to other men, he was not the center of gravity in her life. At the high school graduation dance, she told him about her 3-year love affair through the strength of alcohol. But that was it. They were going their separate ways. And she said it just to give her 3-year relationship some closure. She didn't want anything to happen with him. She didn't want to see him again. When she was older, she thought of it as a youthful impulse. Goodbye that day. He did as all beyond her expectations. He did out of things all she thought he could not do. In this world Zhou Yiran and Su Mumu is a real couple. She did not rejoice. Only resistance and embarrassment. Thus, she is sure that she likes her own fantasy, rather than Zhou Yiran. He is just good at that time, and just good to meet all her young fantasy only. If Zhou Yiran still retains his sanity and memory, it is absolutely impossible for her to keep him by her side. But now this, just right. She stretched out her hand and touched Zhou Yiran's little head. Well, feel really good? She could not help but smile. Zhou Yiran also seemed to be infected by her. Foolishly raised his blood-colored palm and slapped it on that agreement, at the same time making a strong effort to rub his head against the top of Su Mumu's hand. Clank, congratulations to Miss Landlady for obtaining SSS grade Super Rare Employee. Super Rare Employee belongs to Upgradable Employee. Please cultivate Miss Landlady diligently. What's going on here? When she signed the contract with Bifengling's few people before, there was no such prompt. The acquisition of ultra-rare employees is related to the employee's goodwill towards the landlady as well as the employee's own level of power. Note that the goodwill here refers to the goodwill towards the landlady herself, not the goodwill of the disguised identity. Hearing this, Su Mumu was a little lost. Indeed, no matter whether it was Bifengling, Uncle Min and Aunt Zhang, they all treated her as that high school student Su Mumu. They did not know her true identity. Even if they trusted her and had a good feeling towards her, it was because of the original Su Mumu, not towards her. System. Renovate the house. Gathering her mood, Su Mumu gave the decoration order to the system. This time, the system didn't play that kind of dodgy little game again, and directly took one step, and renovated the kitchen, the shower room as well as the study. The mall has opened the home decoration function area. Please landlady make your own purchases. That Su Mumu is familiar with. Took a look at the internal structure of the small broken house, and simply purchased 10 mattresses in one breath and arranged them in the middle of the house. It couldn't be helped. She only had one room now, and the area was only that big. She had done the maths. Renting out the whole house was definitely not a good idea. If it was split into 10 beds at $20 apiece, it would be different. Anyway, the system only limited the rental price of the whole house. It didn't limit the number of people. System. Upgrade the level of the house. The higher the level of the house, the higher the defense value. Saving her life was important. Even if the house couldn't be rented out, she still had to think about the safety of them all. Previously, this little shabby house had never been able to be rented out, so she didn't spend any money on upgrading the house. But now that there was an advert for rent, she didn't worry about not having a sales outlet. Upgrade successful. The house is currently 200 square feet in size. Defense value 1,000. Posting a new for rent message. Received. Posting a citywide rental message once requires the deduction of 1,000 gold points. 10,000 points for a national rental message. 100,000 points for a global rental message. And the entire universe. Stop. Just publish the one for this street nearby. Deducting 100 gold coins. Now releasing rental information. At the same time, Black's group of zombies that were thrown out by Joey-ran, because they didn't have the guts to get close to Joey-ran's 1-mile range around there. They began to chase the other humans around them, although they still maintain a human mind. But after being seriously injured, their need for flesh and blood instincts reached its peak. Evenhay can no longer continue to restrain them. Evenhay wanted them to continue to attack Joey-ran. And Evenhay had an instinctive fear of Joey-ran's hissing. He did not understand why. Perhaps it was because of the disparity in power. Then, he would go and enhance his ability to become stronger. He eyed the people in a residential building in front of him. The building looked prosperous and nice. There was still the smell of food wafting out from inside. It was definitely inhabited. Black rushed over and started scratching at the iron gate of the home. There was movement inside. He heard screams of women and children, and the soothing sounds of men, and even the sounds of several people approaching with weapons. Nice. Lots of food. He was pleased. The iron door was quickly scratched open, and he lunged in. The clubs did nothing to hinder him. He clawed his way through a man's abdominal cavity. The fishy smell of blood and flesh spurred him on, and he became even more frantic. The men inside screamed even harder. Some were running. But Black didn't care. He only cared about the warm, soft body in front of him. Soon, he got what he wanted and grabbed towards the next active prey. Professor Leon desperately ran forward. He had come to be a guest at his friend's place. But he didn't expect to be left here. He saw how crazy those monsters outside were. It was good that his friend had a lot of security guards here, and the houses were safe. So maybe if they just waited a little bit, and waited for the army to kill those monsters, they would be able to go home. But instead of waiting for the army, he waited for the monsters to pounce on his friend's house. One by one, his friend's security guards were torn to pieces. And when Professor Leung rescued his daughter, who had been mischievously locked back in the cloakroom by the other's son, the other had already left in his car with his wife and son, so he could only cover his child's mouth and hide in the house, praying that the monster hadn't found them. But his prayers were useless. The monster seemed to know where they were hiding, and rushed straight towards them. And then he realized that his arm had been cut with a big slit at some point. He could only run frantically, hoping that he could lure the monster away, and by his daughter a ray of hope. The monster behind him was getting closer and closer. Despite his desperate running, there was no way he could pull away from it. He couldn't help but want to scream out, "Who's going to save me? I don't want to die." Post-apocalyptic safe house. Utilities available. Comfortable beds. Ingredients provided. Internet working. Room rates are paid daily while supplies last. Contact me with your strong intention if you need me. I need. Along with Professor Leon, who issued a need. There were also many people on this street who were being chased by Black's group of zombies. Is this real? Just a moment after Professor Leon issued his demand, he was transported to this strange place. Is a large open room. The entrance to the entrance hall there is a row of shoe cabinets. Shoe cabinets behind the wall is 10 mattresses. Each mattress spaced between the distance of 1 meter. Neatly laying a soft and clean white bedding. Opposite the mattress is a row of 10 tables. The table is also placed on the 10 big head computer. This kind of computer. His office just last month to apply down to more than 10,000 A. Quite expensive. To go inside is the kitchen and bathroom. The kitchen is open. The bathroom is also marked male and female. Obviously just now, he was still being chased by that monster. How a blink of an eye he was transported to this location. Dad. Daughter hugged his big legs and cried furiously. He looked down and realized that his daughter had also been sent here. He did not have time to comfort his daughter. Another person appeared beside him. He was so scared that he sat down on the ground. But that person was the same as him. The panic on his face had not receded, but turned into a dumbfounded look. Then, 1, 2, 3, 4, until there were enough 15 people standing in the room. Professor Leon counted 10 adults, 5 children. Children are with his daughter about the same size. Can be brought by adults to sleep on the mattress of a piece of people. Where is this? The crowd couldn't help but ask the question. Welcome to Mumu's safe house. This safe house guarantees the absolute safety of tenants. To avoid tenants being natural disasters and zombie infestation. Is now opening a big reward. The daily rent of 20. Children are free of charge. Daily settlement at noon. Pay first and then live. Thank you for your patronage. With that said, from the direction of the kitchen appeared out of thin air a boy wearing a black jumper, black jeans, black board shorts, sunglasses, hat pulled up, and a pair of black gloves on his hands as well. In his hands, he was holding an aluminum box with the words, "Please put the rent here" written on it. Then he just looked at the faceless crowd, seemingly waiting patiently for them to pay. Moo moo. Can he really do it? Bai Fengling was a little worried. Originally, she had planned to personally explain for these people and collect the money herself. But Su Mumu insisted on letting Joey Ran go. Can it work or not? He has to go. In the end, Joey Ran was the first ultra-rare employee that she had signed and had absolute goodwill towards her. When she leaves this world, it might just be her and Joey Ran who are dependent on each other. She has to cultivate Joey Ran properly. Now it was up to her to see if she could unlock the second piece of land and house after signing the first tenant. What the F***ck? Labor is busy running for her life. You guys even came to cheat the laborer. Someone cursed as he opened the door from the inside and walked out. And the moment his foot stepped out of the room, the entire person disappeared. The man following behind him was frozen on the spot in shock. Where did he go? No one answered him, because the door was empty. The fog lingered, and there was no one. This was purposely set by Su Mumu. She didn't want to let the tenant know their identity when she wasn't strong enough. The system was instead very considerate and played the video footage for him. The man who had just cursed once again returned to the place where he had just been hunted down. And behind him, the zombies who had already lost their target saw food falling from the sky and pounced on it with high spirits. And the man let out a howl of despair. I rent. Help. However, he failed to teleport back again. Those who were already infected could not come here. Touch. The man walking second was so scared that he immediately closed the door. Everyone scrambled to give money to Joey Ran, who was originally a little less than happy. He was happy, and only after everyone had put the full amount, or even more than the rent, into the box in his hand, did he then turn around and leave. After disappearing from the room, Joey Ran teleported to Su Mumu's face. He slammed the box into Su Mumu's arms, and then half squatted down and brought his head over, just holding a very uncomfortable and weird posture and waiting. Is this begging to be touched? Su Mumu tentatively put his hand on the top of Joey Ran's head position. The palm of his hand immediately came to a strong being top rubbing touch. This guy. After turning into a corpse house like a dog? Joey Ran was touched after the head. It was happy to shrink to the gate to sit down, and then looked in the direction of Su Mumu. A pair of eye having the love of the job. Ask for qua look. Still really great it. Su Mumu pulled the corner of her mouth and forced herself to squeeze out a sentence. Well, at this time, the system voice reminded. Side quest completed. Recruit a tenant. Reward. House construction autonomy. Side quest update. Recruit 100 tenants. Reward. Main quest progress plus 1%. Huh? You can complete the main quest by recruiting tenants? Didn't it say that the main system that dragged her into this game world was even more powerful? The landlord system had no way to fight against it. Even the missions had to be influenced by its control? Su Mumu was just wondering, when the mechanical beep of the main system sounded somewhat distorted. Main task 1. Stop the virus spreading. Lost. Task progress, 0%. Main task 2. Resisting the zombie tide completed. Reward, land 30 by 30. Is this the main system being jammed by something? And Why did its reward turn into land? Tada, I've upgraded and become more powerful. Pinch, Miss Landlady, cheer up more and recruit more tenants. I'll become even more powerful. Oh. So you turned over the surf and sang? In the future. Is that main system can't even beat you? Su Mumu was pleasantly surprised. That's not true. People this time is drilling a hole. To be able to small change the program over there. Implanted a small bug to it. Landlady to work hard. The ability of the Unity can be maintained for a little longer law. Oh. It's great too. A 30 by 30 land. Enough for her. In the next few days, Su Mumu used all her building material supplies and built out 9 more rooms. Right next to the previous one. Then she added an extra layer on one of them as her and Bai Fingling's rooms for them. It wasn't that she didn't want to build a few more rooms. It was mainly because there weren't enough materials. The moment the house was built, there were dozens of extra tenants in the room. These were all people who had received rental information and were willing to move in. As soon as they came in, Joey Rain consciously got up and went to work to collect money. A proper guardian of wealth. Soon, Su Mumu's hand got more than 800. She did not hesitate to let the system for the city to release the rental information. Then, she packed up her things, ready to go out to collect building materials. There is no way to build those 9 houses. Has spent all her building materials. Must go out to scavenge enough materials to be able to upgrade the remaining houses. If she wanted to collect a large amount of materials, she could only go by herself. However, Bai Fengling stopped in front of Su Mumu. Mumu, I'll go with you. Su Mumu's series of maneuvers. Bai Fengling and the rest of them had already seen numbness. At first, when they saw what kitchen, table, and so on appeared out of thin air in the room, they were still surprised that their jaws could not close. Later on, when they saw those people appear out of thin air, they were already very calm. Just arranged for Bai Fengling and Aunt Zhang to cook. Uncle Min and Zhang are responsible for patrolling and cleaning up the zombie corpses outside. Joey Ran collects the money. Su Mumu disappeared. Knowing that a daughter is like a mother, Bai Fengling felt that she might have gone out on her own to do something dangerous. Mom, I am, in fact, not your daughter. She didn't have to fight so hard for her. I know. Bai Fengling, however, smiled unsurprisingly. Then she spoke again. Your father. Isn't his name Su Yuchen? How do you? Su Mumu was shocked. Bai Fengling actually knew long ago that she was not the real Su Mumu. And how did she know the name of her original world's dad? What secrets did this mum have on her? You have a plum blossom birthmark on your ankle. Su Yuchen's body also has it. When I gave birth to you back then, I clearly saw that you also had it on your ankle. But then Su Yuchen disappeared. And when I hugged you and cried, I found that you didn't have this birthmark on your ankle anymore. I did an identification. You are my child. You also look like me and Su Yuchen. But only that plum blossom birthmark disappeared. A few months ago, I saw that plum blossom birthmark on your feet again. Your nature is very similar to Mumu, but very different. You are a bit more like Su Yuchen. What the hell is going on here? Su Mumu looked confused. I don't know either. Perhaps if I find your father, it will be clear. Bai Fengling smiled bitterly and shook her head. She was also confused. This in front of her was her daughter. Yet not. The one she raised with her own hands was also her daughter. But also not. All of this she did not know why. Nor was she told why. The only thing she knew was that she had to protect Su Mumu. Whether she was her daughter or not. She did not want her to be harmed. This was as a mother's nature. Su Mumu's mood was complicated. But she didn't continue to ask. If what Bai Fengling said was true, then she had really suffered all these years. But she was also really very strong. After going through all these many things, yet she still maintained her nature, and was so gentle and kind to hide all this, and had been treating her as her own daughter, and had taken care of her for so long. Now, this was one more reason why she must go back alive. The mother and daughter duo, heavily armed and holding weapons in their hands, came out from the back door of the abandoned building, which was a blocked alley. And behind the alley was a furniture and building materials market. The biggest reason why Su Mumu chose this abandoned building was because of this furniture and building materials market. Food and drink are not the most important supplies for her. House building materials are. With this furniture and building materials market, she had little problem building houses and doing tasks in the early stages. The mother and daughter lightly flipped over the wall of the alley and landed on their feet. The zombies here weren't like Black's group. Zombies with intelligence. They infected the onset of the disease very quickly. And likewise, their combat power was very weak. But the scene in front of them still made Su moo and by falling freeze on the spot. The whole market. Zombies crowded zombies. All the zombies are towards the upper side of the dead outstretched arms, struggling to grasp something. The two people's line of sight along the direction of the arms of the zombies towards the upper side of the look, only to see the roof of the market. There is something towards the bottom of a little bit of blood dripping. Sunday in the building materials market there is a fair. So from Wednesday, the market staff have to work overtime. Chung is one of them. She is responsible for the booth setup. As long as the Friday before the end of the day to all the booths are done, she can rest one day on Saturday. Recently is the peak season of home decoration. Especially some time ago, because of the fog and humidity. Many people home appliances and furniture have problems. Their business is very good. This month's commission will not be less. But days of overtime, or let her spirit is a little bad. Her boyfriend also complained that she only knew how to make money every day, and had no time to spend with him. She hopes to have a good day off this Saturday. Do nothing. Just nestled in the sofa at home. And her boyfriend and a piece of good food. Watch a play. Thinking of that warm picture. Xiao Chung is full of energy. Originally need 3 hours to get things done. An hour and a half she finished. Packing up is about to leave work. Heard colleague's derisive voice from the walkie-talkie. Chung, your boyfriend is coming to pick you up. I know. Xiao Chung smiled sweetly. The fatigue from the past few days seemed to have disappeared. She rubbed her sore neck and went into the changing room to change clothes. The mobile phone also rang at this time. Honey, I'm outside. I brought your favorite fried chicken. Why did you buy fried chicken? What a waste. What do you want to eat? Go back, and I'll make it for you. I'm off work. I'll go out after I change my clothes. Xiao Chung was sweet in her heart. But she couldn't help but read her boyfriend twice on her lips. They were saving up to buy a house. And over the past few years, she had spent every cent on the knife edge. You're off work? I thought you had to work overtime. Today I have an appointment with Gongzi and the others to watch the football. Bring you the fried chicken is about to go over. The boyfriend was obviously a bit surprised. When he heard Cheng's words, he quickly opened his mouth. Then, as if he was afraid that Chung wouldn't agree, he opened his mouth in a series of words. This way. I'll put the fried chicken for you to the door. A moment you take a taxi back. Don't be afraid to spend money. Next month I'll pay the salary. By then, we will be able to be more generous. Then, Xiao Chung wanted to say that if it was with Gongzi and the others, she could also go. After all, we are all university classmates. There is nothing that can't be done. And she is still getting along quite well with Gongzi's girlfriend. That side had already hung up the phone. Xiao Chung was a bit lost. On a Friday night, there was nothing wrong with her boyfriend, who had just found a job, wanting to celebrate with his brothers. But she was also eager to get involved. After thinking about it, she called Gongzi's girlfriend. Huh? I'm out traveling with Gongzi. 2 days and 2 nights. Just arrived. What was said over there again? Xiao Chung could no longer hear. She hurriedly perfunctory a few sentences, hung up the phone, put on her clothes and called her boyfriend. However, the other side had already switched off the phone. The whole night, Xiao Chung did not sleep well at home. A rare day off. But she climbed up at 5 in the morning. She waited and waited and waited for no one. Her boyfriend often go to the place she had already looked for last night. A bad feeling rose in her heart. But she forced down the discomfort. Until after 10 o'clock. The sound of someone laughing and joking at the door. Cheng's face grew white. The door lock turned. The door opened. And the sound of people talking outside came. Don't worry. She is sure to go to work at this moment. Open room, how expensive, ah. Their own bed is only comfortable. Xiao Chung. You did not go to work? It was the boyfriend's dismayed look. His side is a soft and innocent girl. Almost at the same time of seeing her, the girl fell into tears. Yeah. Sorry. And then flew away. Shizuku. The boyfriend chased after her, leaving Ching and the open door with a cold heart. She didn't want to continue to stay here and simply packed up and went to work overtime. But she harvested the leader's affirmation, which gave her a little comfort in her heart. Chung-ee, come out. Let's talk. When her boyfriend called, Chung thought he would at least apologize. However, the way he behaved next made Chung feel like she had never known him before. At first, he just blamed her for why she didn't go to work and didn't tell him. Then he started counting her coldness, busyness. Then he started criticizing her for not dressing up and living like a 40-year-old in her 20s. Then he attacked her family. Everything about her. That's enough. You can leave if you want to share. I hope you'll finish moving your stuff before I get off work. Ching couldn't listen any longer. Men don't have a conscience after a change of heart. I don't have any money. If you want to move, you move. When she said this, her boyfriend finally felt so much guilt. But he just didn't dare to look at her. I'll pay you back the rent when I get paid. Xiao Chung naturally refused. The boyfriend then began to pull with her. Even if she turned around and wanted to go into the company. No longer pay attention to this disgusting man. The boyfriend did not intend to let her go. The two of them pulled all the way. The change happened at this time. The original busy colleagues. There are a few become very wrong. Suddenly fell to the ground, began to convulse. Appeared the kind of symptoms described in the news. Not a moment, they began to attack the former colleagues. Xiao Chung wanted to escape. But by the boyfriend pushed a hand. Want to let her block those monsters. So as to buy some time for his own life. Luckily, Chung had always been a forceful worker. And even after being pushed, she didn't fall down. But instead ran away from the other side. When she escaped from the venue, she even saw the girl called Wen at the back door. Happily eating a baked sweet potato against the small electric donkey she bought for her boyfriend. As her boyfriend rushed out, he shouted for Wen to get on the car. And even chose to use his own body to block a zombie that lunged at Wen. Instead, Wen ran off in her little donkey, while her boyfriend desperately fought back, with no intention of helping him at all. Xiao Chung sneered. A perfect match indeed. Only, no matter it was her or Wen, neither of them were able to escape. I don't know who locked the gate of the market. It seems to be afraid that the zombies inside would rush out, with no choice but to go back again. Chung, with her familiarity with the terrain, she hid in the manager's office. Her boyfriend, however, brought Wen over at this time. Not only did he not blame Wen for leaving him behind, but he was also very distressed by Wen, who was so scared that she was crying all the time. Until Wen's cries attracted those zombies. She said that Ching was familiar with this place, and she was sure that she could find another safe room again. And then she was once again yanked out by her boyfriend, who smashed through the window and slashed her arm to attract the zombies, while they hid in the manager's office themselves. The resentment in Chung Yi's heart was sky high. And then, there was this scene that Su Mumu and Bai Fengling saw. Her boyfriend had long been scratched by that zombie. And when he mutated, Chung Yi did escape on her own with her familiarity with the place, and even saved Wen from the small door next to the manager's office. But she saved Wen only for her to be dropped on the roof of the market, slashing her ankle and letting her blood attract the zombies down below drop by drop, including her trashy boyfriend. Oh, don't you guys love having me as your shield? Now you're going to get a good taste of that. Since he likes you so much, you're going to have a good time here. Don't ever let him get away from you. Oh. With Wen here as a living target, Chung Yi naturally left the place smoothly, only leaving Wen to be dropped on the roof, unable to die, unable to escape, and having to experience the fear of being surrounded by a group of zombies at all times. Everything that happened here was even written down by Chung Yi and displayed on the market's electronic billboard with scrolling text. Help, help! Wen had been hanging here for a long time. She thought she was going to die here, but God didn't want her to die. She waited for help. Go! Su Mumu, however, had no intention of saving her at all. This kind of person. She really had no sympathy at all. Stealing someone else's boyfriend and wanting someone else to die for her. Chung Yi's behavior. There was no excuse. You guys see death and save? Wen was furious. We are all human beings. Even if she snatched Chung Yi's boyfriend. It's not like she snatched these two's boyfriends. What's it got to do with them? Why don't they save her? Su Mumu and Bai Fengling, however, looked as if they didn't hear her voice, and went straight round the side. Wen was half dead with anger. She desperately flung her ankle, wanting to throw the half-dried blood there onto those two people who saw her dead. She can't live, and they can't just leave in one piece. Unfortunately, the two flashed too quickly. She didn't get her way, because of the exhibition fair to be held the next day. Quite a few things had already been moved to the courtyard, Sumumu only needed to put them into the system. Boss, can we really just move these things back? Of course. They've all turned into that kind of monster. It's useless to keep these things. Let's move them back. So we can at least use them ourselves. A group of sneaky people were taking stock of what to move away in the courtyard. They seemed to be the people from that large shopping mall across the street. Sumumu and Bai Fengling decided to bypass them and go to another district to find what they needed. There were too many things here. There was no need to clash with the other people who came to scavenge for supplies. Along the way, Sumumu collected not only the furniture and appliances, but those outer packaging as well as the wood used to make the frames, were also things she could use. Collected a large pile of things. Sumumu feel almost. See, the sky is still early. They did not intend to just go back. Want to take advantage of the current chaos has just risen. Go to the supermarket to stock up on some more supplies. There is no way. Before they mother and daughter hands of money are spent clean. Now want what supplies? Can only think of their own to move. Too poor. Cannot afford to buy. The two are planning to flip out from the corner. A man's scream in the market scared them. The wall-climbed half of Sumumu almost fell down. I don't know what happened inside. Not to mention what the man wanted to do. The group of zombies that had been quietly rushing towards Wen. Now they all came out from the inside, chasing after the screaming man, with no intention of stopping at all. The man tried to run out, but his legs were obviously not that sharp, and he fell to the ground within a few steps distance. The zombies finally rushed out, and all of them pounced on the man's body, and the bloody picture was just staged again in front of everyone. Sumumu sat on the wall and drew her bow and arrow, fighting for a ray of hope for those few who didn't know whether to continue moving things, or just run, or kneel down and beg for mercy. Chapter 22. Why? Why? From Wen's angle, she was just able to see Sumumu and the girl sitting on the wall shooting at the zombies down below. These zombies would have been lured over because she had deliberately pretended to be soft when the man found her, to lure the person over. And then after the other person had put her down, she pounced on the other person, letting the other person get stained with her blood after that. And then she slashed the other person's thigh. She was trying to get this man to take her place. She was trying to get this man to replace her as bait for these walkers. She had been hanging here for too long, and didn't have the strength to escape. Unless someone lured these monsters away, she could have a chance of survival. Everything was going the way she thought it would. And it was best if these zombies bit all the people outside to death, so that her hatred could be vented. She just hated these people. They were naturally stronger than a weak woman like her. But they didn't realize her situation here. And those who found out about her condition didn't have the intention to save her. They should all die. She was sitting on the drawbridge on the roof, quietly watching the people below die one by one. But those two women, how dare they ruin her plan? No one can get out of her control. Those men who were seduced by her crying. Those girls who were robbed of their men by her. Even the man who was still lusting after the zombie. Even the man who is still lusting after the zombie. But now, those two damnable women who turned a blind eye to her and saw her dead, even dared to sabotage her plan. Mumu, look to the left. I'll look to the right. Those guys have already started to save themselves. Bai Fengling and Sumumu, however, didn't pay any attention to Wen. They just kept repeating the action of releasing the arrows. Those few men were initially scared and didn't know how they should react. But now they all started to react as well, resisting with the weapons they had at hand. The zombies didn't move very fast, and it was still easy for a fit man to fight against them. With Sumumu and Bai Fengling, the two long-range turrets, buying them a lot of time and reaction opportunities. Soon, the group of men were evenly matched with the zombies. And seeing that the number of zombies was decreasing drastically, Wen became anxious. Stop! You bunch of foul beasts! Shizuku suddenly stormed out, and with strength coming from nowhere, she actually dragged her pair of legs, which were already severely injured, down from the roof. However, at the same time she left the safety. The corpses that were still hissing at Sumumu's side of them suddenly turned their heads and looked at her with burning eyes. You guys. Wen froze. She realized at this time that she was afraid. The zombies had just gone and killed the lustful man as she wished, giving her the illusion that the group of zombies were just pawns driven for her. But now she remembered that this group of zombies was simply a group of walking corpses that attacked indiscriminately. Save, the zombies were not a reasonable group, and they didn't care who was attacking behind them. They just went towards the nearest bloody food, originally thinking that the group of people carrying the stuff would be her bait. But now she had become a tool for the group to escape. Move! The men flew out of the gate, and then locked the market gate. They were no longer greedy. Even if moving these furniture and appliances could make the competitors suffer a great deal, they would not covet them anymore. Nothing was as important as a small life. What about the two saviors? Returning to their senses, a few people wanted to thank Sumumu, the two of them. But they found that there was no one else on the wall. The two of them had already left as early as the time they escaped from the market. Mumu, you did a good job today. For Sumumu's performance today, Bai Fengling was very appreciative. Her daughter had grown up, doing things in her mind. What people should be saved, what people should not be heeded. She had her own calculations. If she were to leave in the future, she would be relieved. Mom, in a while let's take more food. Being praised so much by her mother, Sumumu was still a little embarrassed and changed the topic. In fact, she had just seen so many zombies close at hand. She was still a little nervous, but things had already happened in front of her. She could only take a deep breath, calm down, and count the most favorable practices for the immediate future to do. Right now, there were more and more tenants at the safe house. And although her rental income was also increasing, the food supply consumed was also increasing. 10 safe houses built. She had carved out a common area in the center of the houses, placing tables and chairs and sofas as well as a vending machine with convenience food and water and functional drinks. Now, although there was a kitchen in the safe house, the tenants didn't have ingredients on hand that could be made into cooked food, and they preferred the instant noodles from the vending machine. Those were the supplies she had hoarded earlier, and after supplying them to the tenants, they were converted into mall gold coins. These supplies were sold at the current prices, and while providing the tenants with their daily needs, she also made a large sum of money. In the supermarket, apart from taking convenience foods, she also collected a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables and meat stored in the supermarket's freezers. These things were taken back and could also be supplied to those tenants for purchase. When she left, she put down 2 gold bars at the supermarket's cashier. These were also the gold coins that she had taken out from the system mall and materialized. It couldn't be helped that the types of supplies open in the mall were too small right now, and she had to stock up on supplies herself in reality before she could take them back and supply them to those tenants. And both she and Bai Fengling in this world were too poor to have enough money to buy a sufficient amount of supplies. And only at this time, when the order wasn't so rigid, was it possible for her to take out the gold coins and gold bars from the system mall to use. As soon as she thought that she could earn more gold coins again by taking back these hoarded supplies, she felt relieved. No matter what time of the day it is, one must have money and food in their hands in order not to panic. After that, for 3 days in a row, Sumumu followed this route alone, did all kinds of disguises to go to the supermarket to scavenge for supplies. Sometimes she would also meet other people who came over to scavenge for supplies. They all had a tacit understanding not to touch each other, and took what they needed and left. For this reason, Sumumu also carried a large backpack, pretending to carry things in a backpack. Side quest completed, recruit 100 tenants, successfully gained rewards, reached achievement, 100 tenants. This world's rental exchange forum opens. Side quest updated, recruit 1,000 subtenants. Reward, main quest progress plus 30%. Rental exchange forum? Sumumu was puzzled. She didn't have such a thing when she played the game. It's a place where everyone can communicate. It can promote the success rate of renting to. The landlord system patiently explained. Although it said that it was now able to post rental information, people were actually still skeptical about this information that appeared out of thin air. And some even thought that this thing was someone's prank. But with the forum, it was different. Tenants who had already lived in the house could exchange their experiences on it, and those who hadn't lived in the house could use their experiences as a reference. At the same time, all the computers in the safe house appeared on such a forum icon. Those who were bored and could only surf the internet in the house immediately clicked on this new thing. Sumumu, as the landlord, didn't need to switch on the computer. She only needed to issue a command in her mind to enter the forum interface. The first post was posted by the system, explaining what this forum was and what the rules were. Soon after, a tenant posted the first post. Try to be able to post. Clicking in, the 1L content was the same as the title. Nothing nutritious. But the follow-up post below was much more interesting. 2L, great. Finally there is a place to communicate. Hiding in this house every day. Although safe, but really boring. I want to go home. 3L, then you go back. I have friends who want to come over. I heard that the beds here are full now. And those who want to move in are queuing up. 4L, don't. This is not only safe. There is food and drink. Adults with children only count a bed fee. 20 per day. There is water and electricity. You can take a shower. You can also access the internet. It's too good. My family does not have a computer. Go out and access the internet for a day are more than 20 yuan. 5L is 10 people per room. Privacy is not guaranteed. 6L, but forget it. If you want privacy, go back to your own home. People are not forcing you to stay. Just to make room for others. 7L, I'm just making a suggestion. What are you so excited about upstairs? Is it possible that your family is also queuing up to stay? 8L, you guys. Those zombies outside are not some kind of aliens intentionally created. So that we do not live in their own homes. Come here to rent a room. Right? 9L, what do aliens earn from this charge and all that effort? Anyway, my relatives can regret that they did not believe the rental information said. And now their families are hiding at home in fear. Outside the zombie hordes. Food and drink are almost gone. But also always stopping the water and electricity. And I do not know when the army rescue to. 10L, are there really aliens in the world? 11L, I don't know all. There may be. I've seen a film before. The floor from this layer began to crooked. The next head of the discussion of hundreds of layers, they have seen a variety of books about aliens film. And even people in the end there are no aliens this thing and argued up. Exit this post. Sumumu and flip down. Almost all of the tenants here to send some water paste. Occasionally there are suggestions. Reasonable. Sumumu will note down. Intends to slowly improve later. A good half day. She finally saw a question post. May I ask if the Mumu safe house is real? Is it really safe? Clicking in. Tenants were very enthusiastic to answer the owner's questions from all angles. And some even took photos and uploaded them. Soon there were more questions from the unoccupied residents. System. Shall we consider opening a reservation channel? Looking at the increasing heat of the post, Sumumu couldn't help but propose. This was a new style of play. She felt that the rules were dead and people were alive. Maybe she could discuss this with the system. What is the reservation channel? Forget it. I'll do it myself. After thinking about it, Sumumu entered the forum and released her first post. Because it was released by the landlord himself. The color of the post was very conspicuous, and it was topped as soon as it was released. Safe house reservation channel. But in 2 minutes time, the post became hot. Safe house reservation channel. The safe house is now implementing a reservation system. There is the intention to stay in the customer can be basic information and demand published in this post. The landlord will be based on the situation of priority screening of the urgent situation of the tenants. Note, must be the real situation. Such as misrepresentation. The black treatment. The post has just been released out. Sumumu but is refreshed. And saw the post with a lot of messy content. 1L. Reservation system? What is the situation? 2L. Priority screening conditions are what? 3L. My relatives let me ask if I can bid to move in. Their family has money. 4L. Can you make a reservation on behalf of someone? After thinking about it, Sumumu deleted these irrelevant replies. And re-edited the post. Saying that the post can only reply to the appointment-related content. Other irrelevant content will be deleted. The post only quieted down. But soon appeared a variety of reservation information. Sumumu did not go to check these reservation information. Because she now has no vacant room. Those who live in no one is willing to go out. Once there are a dozen people live in. Because of a variety of reasons to leave. The forum is open. They will be in the head of the crazy posting to ask cannot revoke the application for refund. They are wrong. They want to come back. In this way, no one is willing to leave again. Sumumu's power is limited. 1,000 beds. That is, 100 rooms. With her current speed, want to collect enough building materials in a short period of time is very difficult. Especially now the military's entire force are in the center of the city, those zombie activities in the center of the area. Rescue those most urgent need to rescue the residents. They are not so serious in the middle of nowhere is not so fast to come. Thus the surrounding area was still dangerous. And she wasn't going to run too far by herself. So she made another post. Safe House Supplies Acquisition List. Due to the shortage of supplies in the safe house, we are now acquiring a batch of supplies for everyone. Payment methods: cash, gold bars, supplies. Below is a list of the supplies Su Mumu needed right now. Most of them are things that she can exchange and split into building materials. Ordinary furniture and home appliances, clothes and shoes. These things are not the most important necessities of the people. On the contrary, they can also use these things to exchange with Su Mumu for the most needed water and medicine. She is not short of water for the time being. For others, this is what they need most. She opened this exchange post, but also in order to disguise to those who can't live in the safe house residence to provide some help. Her ability is limited. What she can do is limited to this. This thread had more attention than the last one, and no one was watering it down. There were serious replies to the swap from the first level. 1L, coffee table.jpg, dining table.jpg, shoe cabinet.jpg. Owner, I'd like to trade these for some food and water. And pediatric fever reducer. How do I contact you? Where is the trading place? 2L, I have a set of large wardrobe in my warehouse and would like to trade some food for them. 3L, I'm trading my car for clean water. How do I trade? 35L, crap. Is that so amazing? Not long after my demand was released, the coffee table, dining table and shoe cabinet in my house all disappeared, replaced by the food and drink and fever remedies placed in the original location of those things. What kind of alien technology is this? Apparently this is the owner of the floor on the ground floor who posted the photo and wanted to trade it in. 36L, me too. In the blink of an eye my car was gone, and then there was a lot more drinkable water. F***CK. It's been a while since I've had water that tasted this good. 37L, then I'm going to change. In a few hours of work, Su Mumu had exchanged and purchased a large pile of building material supplies. And at the same time, the food and water, as well as the various medicines and daily necessities that she had gone out to get at the supermarket in the past few days, were also consumed very quickly. But as she used these building materials to build more houses, more and more purchasable materials appeared in the mall. Although instant food items were predominant, they were completely sufficient for the current daily supply. When her 100 houses were completed and 1,000 tenants moved in, Joey ran frantically, flashed in and out of each room, quickly collecting today's rent. From a daily income of 2,000, it instantly turned into a daily income of 20,000. The feeling of being rich is not too good. At the same time, some of the tenants who had previously moved in began to express their dissatisfaction. We are the earliest batch to move in, and when we moved in, we didn't have time to bring anything at home. And now after the safe house opens for exchange, it feels like a good loss. Fubuki Mu replied in a good mood. As long as the assets are in your name, the safe house can provide you with trade and services. This was the benefit of the system. All the property under the residents' names did not need to be carried by them. As long as it was an asset that was actually registered under their names, it could be accessed directly, including the money in their bank accounts. Of course, the premise was that the residents themselves had agreed to it. In an instant, a whole lot more people switched. Aside from those who had quite a few assets in their names, there were also many people who were very poor and had no assets at all to trade in. They wanted to stay here for a long period of time, and it was already a struggle just to pay the rent. And if they wanted to be fed and clothed, they had to go out and think of their own ways to find supplies. Thus, a category of posts appeared in the exchange forum. Team up to go out and look for supplies. I am very poor. After paying the rent is not much assets. There are still wives and children to support, but in a strong body. Now looking for 4 teammates in the same situation to go out and search for supplies. Interested parties, please leave your basic situation. We can add the forum friends to chat privately. Team up to fight zombies. I have money, but the zombies killed my family. Now looking for 10 strong with me to go out to take revenge. The wage is good. I'm looking for 10 strong men to go out and take revenge with me. Survival squad. I'm looking for like-minded teammates to clean up the zombies and stock up on supplies. If you're interested, please add your friends to the forums for a private chat. It is true that the power of many people is great, and thinking can be spread out. What Su Mumu did not think of before, after having the forum, were all developed by these residents. For this reason, Su Mumu also purposely let the system open up the paid fixed point teleportation function. She looked for one of the more reliable-looking 6-person squads and chose to join. Since the cash flow of the safe house had now formed, she should complete the main quest of this world as soon as possible. Recruiting tenants was just one of the ways. The main quest was to stop the spread of the virus. So cleaning up the zombies was also a way to complete the quest. Especially Black's group of player zombies that had retained their minds as humans with intelligence. I'm afraid that they were not something that these ordinary residents could deal with. She always felt that in order to complete the main quest, she would have to clean up those player zombies with her own hands. Although the landlord system drilled bugs, she couldn't keep relying on the landlord system to mess with bugs and hang around. Could she? In case she annoyed the main system, she would be finished if she directly gave them a bug fix. This 10-person squad has a total of 3 men and 3 women. In the 3 males there is a security guard, a gym coach, and a sparring coach. All of them look very strong. Of course, this is just a look. The specific ability of how to do it, or have to go out after them to see it. In addition to Sumumu, the 3 females are sisters. The older sister is a police officer, and the younger sister is a nurse. This squad combination was considered one of the stronger ones at the moment. Sumumu was also selected in because of her archery skills. After discussing the time of the next day's gathering, Sumumu then counted the money and supplies while entering the dreamland. Soon to the gathering time, the teammates introduced each other. The tallest blue-clothed youth was the gym coach, named Yang Yi, always showing off his muscles. The big brother of the security guard was in his 40s, a veteran, named Xiao Weigua, with a serious expression. And the sparring coach looked the most kindred spirit, smiling all the time, named An He. The 2 sisters were twins, one named Meow Meow, and the other Meow Meow. After everyone got to know each other, the Post publisher Xiao Weigua started to explain today's plan to the crowd. Their target was the supermarket that Sumumu had been to. He had already inquired about it. Apart from them, there were several other squads that were planning to go there. After all, it was the first day trying to go out. More people were safer. The crowd did not have any objections. No matter how important the supplies are, safety is the first priority. When they were about to set off, there were several other squads standing in the neighboring streets. Xiao Weigua didn't really want to have to go out with so many people, so he kept waiting. Seeing that the time had passed by an hour, Sumumu had to open her mouth. I know a small path. She understood Xiao Weigua's thoughts. Although everyone's destination was the same, but with too many people, there was a lot of commotion. And if they were outside, they would easily attract the attention of the zombies. She simply took them through the furniture market side. And anyway, quite a few of the zombies over there were cleared out yesterday. Today, they went over there, just in time to clean up a wave. Someone came here. The group had just tumbled over the fence where Sumumu had gone in yesterday. When Xiao Weigua opened his mouth alertly, I came in yesterday. Sumumu didn't deny it. All those bows and arrows she used were still stuck in the corpses of those zombies, so there was no way to hide it. You? Only then did Xiao Weigua seriously look Sumumu up and down. This girl was skinny and small. Just now she also introduced herself as a high school student, although she said that she was holding a bow and arrow in her hand. And she also said that her skills were very good. But no one really took her to heart, and only thought to say that since she was a high school student, she should bring it with her. Anyway, with so many adults, bringing along a high school student with a bit of skill, safety shouldn't be a problem. But no one expected her to shoot arrows at walkers. Shooting arrows at a motionless target on the training ground and in a competition, and shooting arrows at a horrible and disgusting zombie that keeps moving, are 2 different things. All of them have seen the horror of zombies. And Yang Yi's family members have also directly turned into zombies. The horror of zombies is something they all know in their hearts. No one would blame a high school girl for backing off when she sees a zombie. As a result, she was actually the only one in their group who had fought with zombies, and even killed so many of them. All of them had doubts in their hearts. This little girl looks pretty and clean. How can she speak so loudly? What answered them was an arrow shot out by Sumumu that directly penetrated the brain of a distant zombie. It was as if she pulled it casually, and that arrow flew casually, but it was just so straight, taking out a zombie. Then the beautiful, clean young girl turned back and nodded absently at them. In the month after the opening of the rental exchange forum, there were constantly small teams in the rental forum that went out to search for supplies and kill zombies for various reasons. although more supplies were brought back. And the zombies outside were getting fewer and fewer. The number of people worn out by each team was also getting higher and higher. Only Zhao Wei's team, which started with 6 members, is still 6 members. Original. Not changed. The forum has appeared a lot of posts with him to discuss experience, requesting Captain Zhao to pass on his experience. Captain Zhao still needs people? Does Captain Zhao need a friendship team? Our entire team is at your service. Zhao Wei looked at those posts. His old face is red. He is really embarrassed to say. He is also the one who was taken flying to lie down and win. Every time you go out. I don't know if it's too much luck. The zombies they encountered in this team are not much. Even if they occasionally encountered. Far away. Was Su Mumu's arrows to kill. At that time, he finally experienced what is called long-distance output. Before he moved into the safe house, he faced the zombies. At that time, he summed up a set of experience. Close to the danger. But the attack is very effective. As long as you are bold and these zombies are slow, you will have no problem dealing with them. He also had a wooden silo in his hand. But he never used it. Firstly, the wooden warehouse is sound. Open the wooden warehouse. Easy to attract more zombies. Secondly, the wooden warehouse need to have accuracy. Aiming needs time. Deal with 1 or 2 is okay. If more, it really is not much use. It is not as good as he held the hammer close range attack to faster and more stable. But these 2 laws were completely inapplicable in Su Mumu's case. Her bow and arrow had no sound. And she didn't need to aim. One at a time. So fast that they couldn't even see the shadows of her movements clearly. In the end, there could only be 5 people watching from the side piece by piece, applauding and cheering for someone in their hearts. There was no way. They also wanted to take action. And they didn't want to be the cheeky ones who took advantage of a high school girl. But they simply didn't have the chance to take action. Whenever they saw a zombie, even if it was a group of them, they thought that they finally had a chance that they could take action. But as a result, just after they took out their tools, the group had already been wiped out on the other side. What can they do? They're desperate too. The only thing they can do is to play miscellaneous. Clean up the battlefield. Pick up those arrows that can still continue to be used again. And run errands for the big brother. After the first time out back, they communicated with Su Mumu. When a burden is not terrible. When a burden without self-consciousness is the most terrible. All the way. Are Su Mumu and the packing zombies. They are with the usual. Go to the supermarket to move supplies. The only difference is that they do not have a means of transport. Purely manual labor only. The only difference is that they don't have transport. Purely manual labor. But Zhao Wei with several people are different. They feel embarrassed. This kind of picking up people's cheap things, they do not want to do. Su Mumu, however, said that it was very pleasant to work with him. At least the road didn't have so many rotting and smelly corpses. And they got along harmoniously. In the end, they tearfully hugged Su Mumu's big legs and happily lived a life of shopping and hoarding every day. After thinking about it, Zhao Wei clicked on those posts and wrote down his experience. There is no other. Only hugging legs. This reply in the forum set off another wave of discussion fever. Su Mumu didn't pay attention to this. She just looked at the mission progress and frowned. This period of time, in addition to their side of the tenants because of the need to stock up on supplies to spontaneously go out to clean up the zombies. Those who could not move in the residence also because of the exchange of information on this forum. The zombies have a basic knowledge. Many originally only dared to hide in the home, not to go out of the residence, also began to go out to fight against the zombies. Fear of the unknown will slowly dissipate when you actually face it. Especially when the official discovered such a forum. The first time to get in touch with Su Mumu. After obtaining the authorization of Su Mumu. Some of the experience in the forum on the television, newspapers, radio and other publicity channels that are still able to run now, including to this forum. It is also a piece of publicity. Under such a momentum, the number of zombies is getting less and less. And the survival space is also getting smaller and smaller. Su Mumu's quest progress also reached 99% again. She knew that the moment of the hunt had arrived. Crap. Damn it. Are those people outside crazy? Seeing a zombie and chasing after it with deadly fervor. I'm hacking tired, and they're still not. Black's minions had also plummeted during this time. There were those who didn't follow him halfway. And those who followed and died. His thoughts had changed from dominating the entire world in the beginning to wanting to be fed. to now it had changed to just staying alive. No matter where he was. No matter how he lived. As long as he lived. However, now he only had 2 little brothers left beside him. Or the kind that were starved and only had skin and bones left. He himself was not doing well. Nowadays, as long as they were injured, their wounds were healing very fast. But by means of that, they would decay even more. Gradually, he found that his own bones were beginning to rot. And he couldn't even compare to those most ordinary zombies. This phenomenon seemed to have started when he failed to complete that bug removal issued by the system. He tried contacting the system. But no matter what, he failed to receive any more mission instructions. He wondered if he had been abandoned by that system. But there was nothing he could do to make any changes. Too many people were after him. He had read on the gossip on that new forum that had recently come out that there were people who had traveled over just like them. They wouldn't become as inhuman as they were. They would become stronger. And they had been hunting down zombies. Especially those of them who had traveled over. It turned out that they weren't the chosen people, but the chosen prey. They were chosen to give those people practice. How ridiculous. He wasn't willing to do it. But the king has become the loser. History is always written by the winner. He had the opportunity. But unfortunately, he didn't seize it. And now, he is like a street rat generally languishing, also can't be blamed on others. Do you guys want to leave too? He couldn't hear his men complaining. He also wanted to complain. But he was the one who was the boss. If even he started complaining, their group would really be hopeless. Boss, you said? The sound of breaking air came. The little brother's voice came to an abrupt end. The last image Black could see was one little brother falling to the ground. The other frantically fleeing. But unfortunately, he hadn't even run a few steps before he was also stabbed in the ground by a silver-colored arrow. The arrows of the new acceleration from the mall are really good. Su Mumu complimented in her heart. As her tenants grew more and more, and the money in her hand grew more and more. The various commodities opened in the mall also became more numerous. It was the weapons that didn't have much growth. That is, the bullets and bows and arrows had one more kind of increase in speed. Compared to the ordinary bows and bullets. They flew faster after shooting them out. And it was easier to hit the target. Because today's target was Hayes' several people. Su Mumu purposely changed this kind of bow and arrow. And also bought herself 100 rounds of accelerated bullets for backup. Nowadays, she was also considered a 100-round marksman. But the other party was also a player. So she had to be a little more careful. Who the hell are you? I have no grudge against you. Brother Black didn't know Su Mumu. To put it mildly, he had never seen Su Mumu from start to finish. He didn't understand why this clean-looking girl, who at a glance was the type of person who lived a pretty good life, why would she run here, chasing after them? I am a player. Su Mumu softly opened her mouth. Once these few words came out, Hay didn't have much of a feeling yet. During this time, he had been hunted down by those fellow countrymen from the same world who had also traveled over but were much luckier than him. Hearing Su Mumu say this, it became clear to him. These people, they should have received a mission just like them. But the mission they received was definitely different from him. They didn't know that in the darkness in the distance, a tall figure was hidden in the darkness. And after hearing Su Mumu say these words, he paused his body, obviously surprised. What are your last words? If the mission was completed and Su Mumu could go back, she would be willing to help him bring a message to his loved ones. No! In his place, he would be more brutal and direct than these people. Anyway, he had long been alone and unattached. Squeezing her hand, Su Mumu paused for a few seconds. She knew very well what kind of person Hay was. And in a different place, Hay most likely wouldn't even give her the chance to say her last words. But the same person, she still for each other's frankness born a trace of respect. She will properly help him deal with the aftermath. Then, the sharp arrow broke through the air, and Black fell to the ground. She understood that at this moment, she had truly stepped into the cruel world of doom. At this moment, all the evolvers received a notification. Congratulations to the evolvers of this world for completing the Novice World mission in a perfect way by eliminating all the infected. And buying a month of safe defense time for your native worlds. At the same time, congratulations to all of you who have received your Doomsday World admission tickets and have officially become registered players of the game. Please enjoy the next 7 days of holiday. After 7 days, the next round of teleportation will be opened. Finally, Su Mumu let out a sigh of relief. What she was most afraid of was the same as last time. When the progress reached 99%, it stagnated or even cleared to zero. In the end, there was still a Joey-ran on her side. Although in the safe house, Joey-ran did not continue to corrode signs. But all the players in the world to enter this world are in that blank world after registration. She was afraid that the main system will not let go of Joey-ran. The good thing is that the landlord system is very powerful this time. Actually can protect Joey-ran this big bug. Actually, Joey-ran is already a bug when he entered the game. What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Landlord. This question is beyond the cognitive range. If you can't say it, don't say it. Saying half the words is whetting my appetite? Sumumu didn't look into it. Anyway, as long as the result was good, she didn't care what the reason was. Before going back, she said goodbye to Bai Fengling, and the other party gave her a handwritten letter to take back to Su Yuqing. Although many things were not explicitly stated, they all knew in their hearts that Bai Fengling several people could not go with her. When she signed the employee contract with Bai Fengling's several people, she had also thought of using this method to create an opportunity for them to choose. But in the column of the contract date, she was unable to fill it in, and it could only be generated by the system. The contract was suspended when she left this world. Miss Landlord can choose to gift the houses in this world to the characters in this world. In this way, the rental forum in this world will be retained. Only the administrator will become the heir, and Miss Landlord will lose a large amount of wealth. Sumumu didn't hesitate and directly gifted the house to Bai Fengling. The houses that were built in this world she could choose to take away and would be exchanged for supplies at a 70% discount or follow her into the next world. But she had already hoarded a large amount of supplies in this world. Just by saying that the rent she had collected in this world as well as the gold coins she had received from selling the supplies had reached millions. And there was no shortage of that at all. Using these houses in exchange for Bai Fengling's future security and a channel through which she could contact her, Sumumu felt it was worth it. With a flash of white light in front of her eyes, Sumumu opened her eyes in her small flat. Before Ming left, she and Joey-ran had a car accident in the ambulance. Sitting on the bed, Sumumu froze for a while. The electronic calendar on the bedside showed the time was 12 noon on the day she left. She even felt that it was all a dream she had last night. She tried to call out to the system, but there wasn't much of a mechanical sound. The budding voice responded. It was a dream, right? Sumumu was a little lost and felt grateful at the same time. Even if she had space and was sitting in hundreds of houses, she didn't want to live in that kind of horrible world. Especially when that mechanical main system said that that kind of world was just a newbie world. A trial ground for her to get an entrance ticket. But that kind of real dream can just be used as a material for writing. How about she write a post-apocalyptic theme for her next book? Although it's a cold subject. But for the love of power or something. Bunny boy. Open the door. Just when she was YY. The doorbell was rung. Sumumu went over to open the door. It was actually the logistics company. Hello, Miss Su. This is the 3 million supplies you ordered from Miss Zhao Fuqiong. May I ask if it's convenient for you to sign for it now? Zhao Fuqiong actually really spent 3 million to buy Chunfei Xian from her. In fact, she and Chunfei Xian hadn't been together. Chunfei Xian had pursued her, but she had ignored the other party after she refused. The other party is just a poor student sponsored by her father. But the other party with no reward is intended to be in return for this argument to be with her. She is unable to accept the incompetence. Come on. What year is still in the body to promise? And not she is not greedy each other. Is the other party greedy her? To really in the body to promise. Eat the loss is her okay? But she is too home. Every time to open a new book. Are nestled in the house for several months do not go out. So that once again go out. Chen Feixin surprisingly has become her fiancé. But also put her in the dad that do investment money to buy a house. She hadn't even looked for her dad to settle the score yet. When Zhao Fuqiong came to her door. 3 million in supplies. Her small flat was instantly filled. Which there is no lack of some ginseng bird's nest and other high-grade supplements. But also the value of these things is high. Otherwise 3 million things. Her small flat and then more than a few cannot be put on this, but also block the door to the door. Agu. Little girl by things cannot restrain a little. The lift entrance are blocked. Our family how to walk. Complaints came from the neighbors across the street. Hey. If only I could collect all these things into the space in my dreams, and exchange them for money. Sumumu sighed. Then, in the next moment, everything disappeared. A balanced light screen appeared in front of her eyes. 516-3200. Crap. It's not a dream? Chen Feixi never dreamed that she would one day become an executor. Su Mumu is really too ruthless. In their own and Zhao Fuqiong too relationship was known to her. She sued himself. And the evidence is complete. That set of Su Yuqing money to buy the house. Even directly by the court to withhold. When he put the down payment of 3 million to return to the Su family. When this house can be unsealed. Normally, he owes money to the Su family. But not so much to the house to the seizure does not allow him to live. It's not because Su Mumu hated him for abandoning her. So she found someone to force him to pay back the money. Return money on return money. He now has Zhao Fuqiong to get a hand. Her stomach already has their own children. Still afraid of the Zhao family, that the two old foxes do not compromise. It's just 3 million. The Su family take the money and get out of here. Today, he and Zhao Fuqiong to meet the parents. Is too early to the marriage settled. Raw rice has been cooked into a cooked rice. Zhao family did not agree to not. And so he became the Zhao family's son-in-law. A few million are not all small money. Goodbye, uncle and auntie. But he actually saw Su Mumu in front of the Zhao family's home? Su Mumu, what are you doing here? Zhao Fuqiong's face also went white. Come to pay back the money. The money that doesn't belong to me. I don't want it. The money that belongs to me. I've already got it back through the law. Chen Feixi. The house. I've already filed a foreclosure application. You don't have any assets under your name to pay off the debt. Sell the house. It's good for everyone. After saying that, Su Mumu raised her feet to leave. And stopped her feet when she walked to Zhao Fuqiong's side. Zhao Fuqiong. I see you are also a fool. Kindly advise you. Chen Feixi is not a good person. I am not a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship with him. He is only my father-funded poor students. The so-called repayment of our family is in the case of without my consent. Everywhere proclaimed that I am his girlfriend. And from the hands of my father cheated away 3 million to buy a house. This matter. The court has already pronounced a judgment. What I said you do not believe. What he said is not believable. The law you cannot not believe. The words are over. After saying that, she raised her feet to leave. Chen Feixi did not dare to stop her. He knows that what Su Mumu said is the truth. Once upon a time he dared to engage in those small actions, but also because he knew that Su Mumu had the habit of shutting down. And wanted to take advantage of this time to get the house. And by the way, then Zhao Fuqiong cheated into his hands. It's just that he didn't expect Su Mumu to be so ruthless. Hasn't she always disliked attracting attention? Why did she suddenly become so high profile this time? Other people do not know. But he has been from Su Yuqing's side to inquire clearly. Su Mumu just graduated from the university mixed into the country's most cattle gold medal screenwriter. A lot of industry bulls want to find her cooperation. If it wasn't for the fact that she keeps a low profile. No matter what the occasion is. She is anonymous when she can be. And even has other waistcoats to submit articles. Never likes to accept interviews. And always stays at home and writes. She should have already been a household name. Zhao Fuqiong was not so bad that he only knew she was a talented woman, but didn't realize that she was a real money-sucking beast. He had decided to pursue her in the first place because she was just too good-looking. And it was very dignified to have such a woman as his girlfriend. Secondly, it was also because of Su Mumu's earning power. She was still 2 years younger than himself. Yet she could already earn several millions a year. This is still only what Su Yuqing knows. Maybe the amount Su Yuqing doesn't know is even more. Especially since she likes to play the low-key mysterious set. As long as he can trick her into his hands, everything she has can have a chance to be his. He thought that this woman so like low profile. Even if it is the east window, there is still room to turn around. 3 million for her is not a big number. As a result, he didn't expect that she would be so calculating to this point. Really, the richer the person, the more stingy. Now she even came to destroy her and Zhao Fuqiong's good deed. Can it be that she likes herself to the point where she can't help herself? It's just because she wanted to play the lustful trick. So she's been deliberately hanging on to him all along. And now that she's with Zhao Fuqiong, she has no more thoughts. So she wants to get back at him? But no matter what, he can't be with Su Mumu. This woman is too difficult to deal with. Not willing to dedicate a single cent to him. Or the well-behaved and understanding and good at cheating Zhao Fuqiong is more suitable for him. Uncle and aunt. You guys listen to me. Chen Feixi in the back of a strong flutter. Su Mumu but has been lazy to care about them those broken things. She is now going to see how Joey ran. Since everything that happened is true. Then she has used the safe house to hide him down. She completed the task was sent back. Then he? As an infected person. Does he count as a mission failure or success? Or neither? Coincidence. She was originally over to find Joey Ren. The results of his and Zhao Fuqiong family live in a community. She went into the community just met Zhao Fuqiong's parents. Which first dealt with Zhao Fuqiong's side of the matter. To 3 million, but in order to persuade Zhao Fuqiong. Where I know that the girl's so stupid. Behind the back of the parents of the family has just entered the goods to her. Although for this girl to know 3 when 3 love brain is very disapproval. But after all, we are women. Can pull on a pull. Pull not that she is also considered to have done her best. Standing in front of Joey Ran's house. She was ready to ring the doorbell. But saw Joey Ran wearing pajamas. Carrying a bag of rubbish. There is a handful of hair on the top of the head. This is, just up or nap ah. Su Mumu? Joey Ran's original expression of some dullness. In the moment of seeing Su Mumu awake, he carried the rubbish and went back into the house. But 5 minutes of time. The magazine that handsome mature stable and calm overbearing Joe Total appeared. Su Mumu. Is the idle baggage so heavy? That what? I passed by. Since Joey Ran is fine. And it looks as if he is also out of the control of that system. It is better for her not to disturb his life. The fact that she still had the system in her hand meant that she hadn't detached herself from the natural disaster world that was similar to a survival game. And in this condition, she didn't know that she would die one day. So why bother to cross paths with other people? Come all the way. Come in and sit down. Joey Ran. However, invited with a cool voice. Completely different from when she was in the other world. It was the super school bully she remembered. Who could be seen from afar but not touched. No. I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. Su Mumu just wanted to turn around and run away. You're afraid of me? Joey Ran raised his eyebrows. Forcibly resisting his urge to go and grab her. She had taken the initiative to come to find herself. Why did she want to run away when she was on the verge? How can it be? I am really something. Let's talk next time. Su Mumu wouldn't be provoked by his provocation. Then add a contact. Joey Ran's mobile phone, however, has already opened in the plus interface. As if it has long been prepared. How did she not know that Joey Ran was so persistent before? Su Yuchen came to pick her up when she still feels some not too real. Joey Ran not only added her WX friends. What? Phone. Taobao. Blog. Soundwave. All her mobile phone. Can chat cannot chat. Anyway. Can produce contact all contact information was added by him. Completely ignoring her protests. His reasoning was sound. Given your previous history of starting a fight against me, it's necessary for me to keep a few more avenues through which I can hold you accountable. When did I ever flirt? Flirting and not taking responsibility is not abandonment. What could she say? She could only run away in a mess. This man. Why is he so vindictive? Obviously he is so good. There is no shortage of people interested in him. Why should he take her? A drunk who talks nonsense. To heart? Moo moo. The Chen Fei Xian thing. Dad knows it's wrong. That's not want to give you a surprise? I know you have always wanted to be a chartered wife to come. But we just came to the city not 2 years. The qualification to purchase a home is not enough. The price of housing has risen so much. Su Yuchen looked at his daughter's face and tried to find a way to explain. Dad? What's my mum's name? Su Mumu. However, did not want to hear Su Yuchen say this. To be honest, she felt that her current dad was not worthy of Bai Fengling. And even more so, he was completely out of touch with the valiant and unrivaled Su Yuchen that Bai Fengling spoke of. Although he didn't have a middle-aged bald head, nor did he have a beer belly, and was quite well maintained. But he has been very nagging, but also always rotten good intentions. Everywhere to fund some students who do not understand each other's character. On the Chen Feixin like that. He has several hands. Only Chen Feixin is the most thick-skinned one. What blood relations or not. He also knows that he and Chen Feixin, two people, are not at all the kind of relationship. Surprisingly can do casually give people 3 million to let people buy a house thing. Su Yuchen was silent for a long time. Then stopped the car. Why did you suddenly ask about this? The serious expression was something Su Mumu had never seen on his face before. The father in her impression had always been a smiling good old man. No matter what she wanted to do, or what trouble she got into. He would always cover for her. And to her, his daughter, he was always ingratiating, as if he had done something wrong to her, desperately trying to make up for it. Do you know by phone Ling? Su Mumu stared at Su Yuqing's expression dead on, finally capturing that when she said the 3 words by phone Ling. His expression became wonderful, but it was only a matter of a second. So fast that Su Mumu almost thought that she had misread it. Don't recognize. Here is a letter that by phone Ling asked me to give to Su Yuqing. There is only one Su Yuqing that I know. Take it and take a look. I still have things to do. The card lent me. After saying that, Su Mumu left this dad, who was still lying to her, until now on the side of the road. She needed to stock up on as many supplies as possible in the next 5 days. She still had 16 million in her hand, all that she got from writing books over the years, and had originally planned to save it up to buy a dream house of her own in place at once. Or just buy a piece of land and build her own building. Now she had to take it out to give her landlord game kryptonite. I didn't expect her, a person who had never spent money on playing games, to spend such a large sum of money for the first time. The home warehouse was readily available. Su Yuqing was an herb merchant and her family always needed to stock up on herbs. She went straight to the city's largest farmer's market, ordered a large batch of finished vegetables and fruits, and bought a large pile of seeds and pesticides, left a good address for people to deliver to the door, and then went directly to the side of the wholesale clothing market, looking for a small boss. The spring, summer, autumn and winter of various men and women's clothing in accordance with the wholesale price of 100 sets each. Finally, she drove to a farm more than 100 kilometers away. Last year, she had been invited to go there for a few days when a certain drama group was filming. Miss Su, are you saying you want to acquire a batch of grain? The owner of the farm is very familiar with Su Mumu. At that time, his son liked a certain star of the film crew, but he didn't dare to ask for an autograph. When the star left, he was very remorseful. And then Su Mumu gave him the autograph photo of her own hand, which made him happy for a long time. The boss of the farm is therefore very grateful to Su Mumu. Stay Su Mumu dinner time. Talk to her a lot, which he owns a lot of fields in the neighborhood, no matter whether it is eaten in the farm of rice, flour, meat, or his own output. Boss home fields are 3 seasons a year harvest. This moment is just a batch of food into the warehouse. Home use is not used up. Every year to sell some out. Sold to who is not sold. But Su Mumu he wanted to lower the price. Yes, I want a large amount. In addition to food. But also some oil and flour. The best some fruits and vegetables can have some. I want long term. With the same price on the market. Boss, if you sneak me fracture, I will not dare to find you next time. Su Mumu can see the boss's idea at a glance. Said half-jokingly. Long term? Miss Su is going to do business in this area? The farm owner's eyes lit up. His output of this farm is not really high, because he didn't use all kinds of fertilizer chemicals on the market to promote ripening. All of them are purely natural. But also because of this, his output is not high. Artificial too expensive. The price is not low. Take to sell. Almost all losses. Can only consume some of their own farms. Usually sold out. Almost not earn much money. And every year the buyers have to change a batch. It is very troublesome. Before he had complained to Su Mumu about this point. Nowadays businessmen all don't know the goods. Don't know to sink their hearts to do something good. All only think of earning quick money. Yes, I'm going to open a high-end superstore, mainly promoting pure natural food. She was going to plan it out in the landlord system. What was just renting an apartment? She was going to plan out a neighborhood. Later on, she would have to build a B&B, make a resort, a high-end hotel. With a neighborhood, then naturally there would have to be a supermarket and a breakfast shop, all of which would require a large amount of food. That would be great. Miss Su, let's talk specifically. The farm owner came to be interested. He did not lack money, but lacked an opportunity to fulfill his career aspirations. When he first met Su Mumu, he felt that this girl's talk and temperament were not bad at such a young age. Definitely someone with great achievements. And now he felt that he had not been wrong. The two had been chatting until dark. The boss stayed. Su Mumu ate dinner. The two at the dinner table to finalize the contract. Signed the contract. Su Mumu paid a deposit. Agreed to start delivery tomorrow. Within 3 days to send all the goods. The end of the payment. Su Mumu only then left. back on the road but encountered a chain of car accidents. It is the car transporting wood just hit the mountain. People are fine. But the car transported wood all fell down, blocking the road. What? You said you don't want it? But our agreed delivery time is the day after tomorrow. I now just want you to grace half a day. The driver, while waiting for the traffic police to come over to deal with the situation, was talking to someone on the phone with an eager face. Apparently that side was the employer who received the goods. The timber was dropped on the ground, but only the outer skin is damaged. It's absolutely fine if you want to bring it in for use. Hello? Hello. That side hung up the phone. The driver is very painful, holding his head squatting on the ground. Sumumu see. The driver's head is bleeding. But he simply can't care about this. Hey. This driver is also unlucky. The family is in urgent need of a sum of money. He was not easy to find someone to contact this batch of goods, waiting to collect the payment to save the emergency. The result is a car accident. Timber. In fact, there is nothing to fall bad or not. The other side is not used to do what the high-grade furniture. The result is that it does not want. That's not good to say. People's employer requirements are on time and quality to send. He had a car accident. Certainly late. Something if there is damage again. People do not want to be normal. Besides, other people do not want to deposit. Who knows what's going on? Sumumu get off the car. Next to two of the same car accident blocked the way of the car owner is under the head while smoking while gossiping. Obviously this car accident happened a while ago. That driver has also made several phone calls. Seeing this, Sumumu looked over. The timber is good timber. Just does have several fell on the ground. Seems to be falling cracked. The driver could no longer help but cry out in the cold wind. Master, are you selling this wood? Sumumu originally had the intention to hoard a batch of furniture to be exchanged for building material supplies. But now that she saw these timbers, it suddenly occurred to her that it would be much cheaper to buy the timber directly. And the amount could be much larger as well. Sell. Sell. The uncle wiped his face, lifted his face to see clearly that the person in front of him was a young girl, and was instantly a bit deflated. Girl, this wood of mine has fallen apart. And the price is not cheap. He thought that Sumumu was just being kind and wanted to help him. That's why he came over and wanted to pay for the wood. It doesn't matter. I was originally going to buy wood. And I'm not using it to beat furniture. There are other uses. In that case, those broken ones are for you. And the good ones, you just give me a cost price. This batch of wood drag back. And then refine buyers. Don't know how long it will take. He was originally borrowed loan sharks into the goods. More than one day, that interest is not a small amount. Good. You give me a collection method. A moment to send things to this address on it. Sumumu is very dry. No nonsense at all. The address is nearby. It doesn't take 3 days. He can deliver the stuff today. Then, the uncle tried to ask. Girl, I still have 5 carloads of wood in the back. Do you still want it? Yes. If you have more, I'll take them all. Sumumu smiled. The money in her hand to buy a house may not sell much, but to buy these supplies is more than enough. Maybe these 7 days want to spend all are still a little reluctant. Yes. Yes. Uncle then let go of his heart. This is really met a buyer. Otherwise ordinary people, even if they are kind, won't buy so much wood at once. In addition to wood, if you know where to sell sand, cement, red bricks and steel, you can also help me contact. I am doing this business. The passers-by who were still watching the scene and thought that this uncle had met a little girl who had too much money and no place to spend it, heard these words and realized that people's luck is really indescribable. The moment before, this uncle was still the most miserable person in the world. And this moment, such a big business fell out of the sky. I'm afraid he needs enough money for this trip. And he can still make a lot. Well. I have acquaintances. Don't worry. I will definitely help you get a good price. Uncle's tears came out again. This is excited. Just that moment. He even wanted to die. The girl in front of him now, in his eyes, is the fairy daughter descended to save him. This poor man came. Do not need Sumumu say more. Uncle will again play the phone again. This is to help to contact the sandstone cement red brick those who went. Even the way to collect money have not bothered to give Sumumu. Anyway, we have to wait for the traffic to clear. Sumumu also did not urge him. Wait for him to make a few phone calls. Sumumu only opened his mouth. Master, You give me the collection method. I will give you the fixed money. This is my contact information and delivery address. If you have anything to do, give me a call. AI. Look at me. I forgot in the excitement. Uncle is very embarrassed. Hastily took Su Mumu handed over the note. And opened his own certain treasure collection code. Received the deposit given by Su Mumu. The heart even is completely solid. Sent away Su Mumu. He rushed to contact a few of their own know how to sell cement sand and steel old buddy. Obviously want to help Su Mumu more compare the price. With this, Su Mumu could think of more important things to purchase for the time being, and that was pretty much it. The rest. Her free time in the warehouse side guarding the receipt of goods. In the mobile phone to place an order to buy is enough. The local wholesale market has an order software. The same day order the next day delivery. But each item is to be delivered from 20 pieces. Large quantities and discounts. Just Su Mumu's mind. She even bought several hundred sets of pots and pans. A variety of Chinese and Western style seasonings and sauces, also bought a large number of children. Snacks and so on. She only bought their own love to eat. This kind of thing does not belong to the necessities of life. Storage of some as life can be used as a spice. By the fourth day, the building materials she purchased arrived one after another. So she collected them into the system warehouse. After returning to her original world, the landlord system and the main system seemed to be unable to make a sound. But she could still operate on the mobile phone software. From the day she came back, she noticed that the interface on the mobile phone software turned into the kind of interface she had in the world she traveled through. But because she had left her house to buy phone ling, her 1,000 square feet of land was bare and nothing. Together with the 3,000 square meters of land she had spent another 6 million on after she came back. It was a whole 4,000 square meters. And at this moment, the little man in the game was standing there, looking very empty. The mall and exchange system as well as the rental forum could be open normally. And in the warehouse, there was still a roll of toilet paper left from the goods she had hoarded in the traveling world. This was something she had purposely left behind. Before she left, not only did she give her house to buy phone ling, but she also left all the goods she had hoarded for her. She remembered her saying that there had been a natural disaster in that world before, and she wasn't sure if she could go back to that world again. So she left everything she could. And this roll of toilet paper was for her to do an experiment to see if she could bring back the things from the traveling world. She was satisfied with the results of the experiment. And when she entered the traveling world in the future, she could also hoard more things when she had the chance. She started to build the ideal neighborhood in her mind according to the custom-made architectural drawings she just had in her hand. The drawings were designed by the owner of a newly opened architectural studio called Ni Lu Studio nearby. This kind of design drawings with no way to conduct field surveys are generally not something studios are willing to take on. The boss looks like a just graduated from the university entrepreneurs. Once she heard the price of 30,000 a map. Nothing does not care low click his drawing. But also said that in the future you want to design what can look for her, to ensure that the service is in place. Su Mumu is very satisfied. Her heart has a plan to slowly implement. Housing design drawings in the future need quite a lot. So add the boss's best friend. Intends to have nothing to do more contact. Her planning is 4 high-rise residential buildings. 3 units per building. Each unit is a 2-staircase 4 households. Each indoor area of 60 square feet. She built her own house, naturally there is no public stalls. The 60 square feet of the house. The planning of a 2-room room also looks very spacious atmosphere, compared to those 90 square feet of public stalls. But there are more than 25% of the small 3-room, but also comfortable. Each building has 30 floors. 2 side by side. Before and after a total of 2 rows. The middle of the design of a large commercial body. A total of 4 floors. The ground floor is a supermarket. The first floor is a canteen. The 3rd floor pharmacy. The 4th floor is set up as a shooting range. Next to 4 basketball courts. 2 badminton courts. Around the court is a plastic track. The gap between the court and the track is put on the children's slide and fitness equipment. The biggest feature is that there are 3 levels of underground space below the whole community. The first level is the underground car park. The 2nd and 3rd levels are empty. All placed on the bunk beds. Underground space, all use waterproof and fireproof impact insulation temperature ultra-thick gate. The construction of a perfect air purification system. After all, she did not know what kind of natural disasters will be in the next world. There is underground space is also considered an additional layer of protection, and can also grip the system wool. More than 3 times the underground space too. Unfortunately, the money in her hand has been spent cleanly. In the future there is money and materials. She will have to expand the underground space and upgrade the various facilities inside. This is still Chen-Fei Xi inside took 3,500,000 back to complete the results. Because her side to find a powerful lawyer who knows. Chen-Fei Xi not only did not take advantage of, but also gave more than 500,000 compensation. Otherwise, he would have to go to jail for fraud. If she didn't have this more than 3 million, the underground, she would only be able to build 2 floors. Waiting for her mobile phone on the plot plan was completed. It was already the 7th day of the night, more than 10 o'clock. Back 7 days of time has been full and busy. So that she forgot to crazy plus her various contact information of Zhou Yiren. And took the letter after the disappearance of the father Su Yuqing. These 2 people who did not contact her, she did not force. The former she is anxious not to contact. Look at his appearance. Should have forgotten to cross the day of the cafe thing. After all, she came back to the time is adjusted 2 hours ahead of the time. That time, the cafe thing did not happen. For Zhou Yiren, that was better. The latter? Wait for her to come back next time, and then go to him well. Just this time to let him think about it himself. Time reached 0. Su Mumu's eyes were white. And it was that white world again last time. Evolutionary 66. Welcome back to the game world. Settlement of the last world's game completion level is underway. Evaluating the mission level of the last world. Matching worlds that suit the player's ability. Settlement complete. Your completion in the last world has reached perfection. You can perfectly inherit the skills and carry items dropped in the last world. You have obtained the skill Liquefying Mist. You have obtained the carry item Zhou Yiren. Matching you to a D-level world. Being transmitted. At the same time, 2 icons appeared in front of Su Mumu's eyes. One was a piece of fog with a liquefying fog skill picture. And one was Zhou Yiren's avatar icon. Liquefied Mist she knows. Is Zhou Yiren do not know where to learn things. Did not think it was the world drop skills? But carrying items Zhou Yiren, what the hell? When did he become an item? And also carried by himself? She hurriedly clicked on the avatar icon belonging to Zhou Yiren before teleporting. Zhou Yiren, zombie creature survived by player 66. Level unknown. Ability unknown. Evolvable. Su Mumu's mood was a little complicated. If it wasn't for Zhou Yiren, she would probably be an infected person instead of an evolved person. So in the last world, she tried her best to save Zhou Yiren from the siege of Brother Black as well as the military. And signing an employee contract with him was also in the hope of being able to borrow the spatial stasis ability of the landlord system to keep him and stop him from continuing to decay. If not, at least can give him a place to stay. She did not want Zhou Yiren to die because of the mission failure. Moreover, she did not want him to become that kind of corrupted monster alive. She just didn't expect that the landlord system stopped him from decaying and took away his IQ. And he later acted like a poor puppy that relied on her. Afterwards, she desperately do the task. Also is hoping to find a way to let Zhou Yiren back to the original world. And then live his original life. That is also considered to be her for their own life-saving benefactor to do a little something. Back to his original world. See Zhou Yiren live well. Like nothing has happened. She was relieved. And do not want to pull him into this world again. As a result, he just became an object that he carried? He's not a human being anymore? With such doubts, Su Mumu was transported into the new world. And as soon as she entered the new world, she received warm greetings from the landlord system and the main system. Plants? Landlady, you are too much. Surprisingly, you secretly dug up the ground when the system wasn't able to function. How can this be? How can you let the United Cell land, not? How can you let the United plan, not? I don't know. Unity want to run away from home. The Unity expresses its protest. Main Mission 1. Stop global sanding. Main Mission 2. Stop the spread of the virus. Side Quest 1. The latter was not heard because the landlord system was too excited to scream. After waiting for a while, the landlord system finally calmed down. Oh, hiccup, oh. Miss Landlord bad. People are, hiccup, crying for so long. You don't even come to comfort people. Oh. Dry all dry. You want to open up a little. Su Mumu is like a big scum who doesn't recognize the account after the fact, and is also particularly indifferent and heartless to play rogue. Whoops. The system cried out once again. Kryptonite so much gold. this point of privilege or not. Or I will not do the task. Let's hang together. How can that be? I'm not going to be pressed by that main system. No. We have to bravely take on the responsibility of saving the world. Quests still need to be done. Of course, the kryptonite big man can have privileges. And Miss Landlady digging is also to better complete the mission well. Such a genius idea of expanding space is only something Miss Landlady can come up with. Miss Landlady is great. This method was thought up by Sue and Ien. Who is Sue and Ien? How dare you ruin Unity's perfect ass-kissing ploy? It's fine. It's not important. You tell me what's going on with Joey Ran first. Miss Landlord used employee contract to protect Joey Ran. He has an landlord system binding. And because Miss Landlord in the last world did not lift the employee contract, he is now, as an employee, to follow Miss Landlord a piece of traveling through the world. In order to arrange a reasonable identity for him, the unification but paid a great price to let him also become a traveling through the game of the bugs. In order to be retained. Also? Ahem. Although Unity is the golden finger of the landlady. But because Unity is a high-level intelligent Unity. So, for that system, Unity is a very powerful enemy. How come she didn't believe this at all? At the same time, Joey Ran, who was dealing with official business in the office, was teleported into an unfamiliar neighborhood. Since he met Su Mumu that day, he spent a long time to determine whether those things that happened in his memory were true or false. If they were true, he would not provoke Su Mumu in the real world unless he could get himself back to normal. But that didn't stop him from learning about Su Mumu's life as well as her dynamics through those social software. He knew that this was perverted. But he had really lost track of her for too long. So long that he was on the verge of breaking down if he couldn't hold on. Since the beginning of the junior high school encounter, she gave him the conviction to live again. He has been trying to become her ideal mate. It is not easy. He finally waited for that day. Waited for her to affirm him personally. Took the initiative to confess to him. He thought he could seize the happiness. In the end, she just gave him a dream. And then disappeared. He deluded himself and told himself that he just wanted to know how she was doing. And would definitely hold back from disturbing her life. He waited. Waited for a chance of certainty. Certainty that he himself was still normal. Certainty that it was all a dream. Not real. At least the bite mark on his arm, that still existed even in the dream world, had faded a lot. Hadn't it? At that time, he would officially pursue Su Mumu. He didn't want to keep missing out. Yet now, he was in a strange place. Listening to a strange mechanical tone. As a neighborhood administrator, please be responsible for the sales and leasing of the neighborhood, as well as the daily maintenance work. He is now standing in a similar community property management office like the house. Floor mirror. He and the dream of the corrupted zombie exactly the same. The difference is that the top of his head, the word player, has changed. Joey Ran. It's green. It was the same color as the word player that he had seen on top of Su Mumu's head, regardless of whether they were evolved or infected. The word player that Joey Ran saw on their heads was different from Su Mumu's. The evolved ones were white, while the infected ones were white. The evolved are white. The infected are gray. And after they become zombies, they become black. Only Su Mumu is green. Now the top of his head had also turned green. From gray to black to green. Did it mean that his identity could change? He could become normal again? He couldn't help but reach out his hand to touch that green name on top of his head. This was his hope. When he touched the three big words Joey Ran, a suffix popped up behind it with a ding. And only then did he see it all. Joey Ran SSS grade super rare employee. It looks impressive? Employee? Was it because Su Mumu signed that contract with him? So, I have to go recruit 100,000 residents this time? Isn't this task a bit too difficult? I didn't think of accommodating that many people when I first designed this neighborhood. Su Mumu was bargaining with the system when she stepped into the property service center, because she had already built her house in advance this time around. When she entered the game, the system had already very thoughtfully chosen an address for her, and after asking for her consent, she directly materialized the entire district in a reasonable manner at the price of the last 1,780,000 gold coins left in her mall. Then she saw Joey Ran standing straight in the middle of the room. The other party immediately switched into enthusiastic big dog mode within a second of locking eyes with her, and ran over to rub his head against the palm of her hand. Chapter 28. He locked eyes with me. Right? Su Mumu very keenly captured Joey Ran's line of sight just now. Landlady may be an illusion? In order to let Joey does not continue to decay. Suppression of zombie bloodthirsty nature. This system seals his memory and intelligence and the ability to be a zombie. He in addition to the landlady have feelings. On other people do not have any feelings. He cannot have human emotions. Even if it is the right site. The landlady can be interpreted as an animal's nature. The system denied Su Mumu's kind of strange feelings. Oh! Su Mumu was a little disappointed. Although she said that she felt that Joey was more stress-free to get along with in his current appearance. After all, he will be as her belongings exist in her system. But also to follow her a piece of traveling through the world. The future get along with more days. Look at his current appearance. In the game world he knows nothing. Knows nothing. Will only follow her orders. In the real world, he does not seem to have memories of the game world. In the way she can find him back into a normal person or player. This is actually quite good. Otherwise, Joey may be very painful. She did not forget that he actually wanted to die with the Black Brother. For his kind of proud person, it is very difficult to accept the fact that they have become that kind of monster. Right? Moreover, he is now this way. Su Mumu looked down at his obediently squatting at her side. Study her clothes on the decorations of Joey With a curious baby, he shouldn't want to remember. So it's best if he doesn't remember anything in the real world. According to the mission, the natural disaster of this world is sanding. And there will be a group of infected people put in as well? After Su Mumu entered this world, she used her own original body and identity. Obviously, after getting the qualification to officially enter the game, that game system would arrange a reasonable identity for them in the traveling world, rationalizing their existence. The mission is a total of 2. 1 to stop the sand. 1 or the same to stop the spread of the virus. Only from the mission we'll be able to see what kind of disaster will appear in this world. In the last world, because it was a newbie world, she wasn't required to stop the spread of the fog. Although in a way, if she was able to control the fog and the spreading growth of those plants early, she should somehow be able to stop the spread of the virus as well. Although she didn't know if the infected would still be infected with necrophilia in the end. At least the virus in them wouldn't spread to ordinary people. If they, the evolvers, could stop it in time. I'm sorry, Miss Landlord. This question is beyond the scope of people's knowledge. That bad system that spreads viruses everywhere thing it's so naive and cute Unity, how would it know? Su Mumu also knew that discussing this kind of thing with the landlord system wouldn't make much sense. And even if it did know, it probably wouldn't tell itself anything. It would be better to do the things that can be done at hand first. Firstly, she had to sell some of the house. That's right. This time she wouldn't rent it. She would just sell it. Since the house was inheritable, the effect would be the same if she sold the house and rented it out in this world. The big deal was that after she left this world, she would just leave these houses behind. With the excellent location here, the houses should be able to fetch a good price. She looked at compared to the last world. The skin color of Joey ran normal a lot, although still pale gray look. But a little cover up no one can see what. At least not like the last world. Wrapped up tightly like dumplings. At least here as a security guard is absolutely no problem. This time, Su Mumu didn't have the money to post rental information. But she had the rental forum. It also covered this world with a reasonable gesture at the same time Su Mumu entered this world. Then, those users from the previous world managed to connect to this world. Although they themselves didn't realize that what they posted and said could also be seen by people from other worlds. When people from this world saw this forum for the first time, their first feeling was one of novelty. And after that, they began to suspect that those posts talking about the end of days and monsters were made up. It couldn't be helped that many of the keywords they saw were asterisk. And the pictures as well as videos taken by users from the previous world were all picture went to Mars.jpg. But some of the text-only hoarding experience posts as well as the experience posts for dealing with the foggy weather, the plant mutations, and the monster's arrival were all still able to be read properly. It's just that most people read them as stories. Not many people really took it to heart. However, this forum had so many hits and so many users that it became a popular forum in just half a day. And many people were curious about where this forum came from. Especially it is on the top of the display of the community information. No public stalls. Public areas of the fitness equipment, as well as sports fields are open to owners of free use. Green is also atop of the good. Sitting in the north to the south without blocking. But also fully transparent type. Property costs and parking fees are 2/3 of the market price. The most important thing is that the location of the good. The school district housing? In fact, the latter pile are not as shocking as the 3 words of no public stalls to everyone. This can't be from a scammer. Right? A resident of this world tried to make a post. 1L. Although the matter of public share is controversial. Every year there are many voices calling for the cancellation of the public share. But I have not heard of any lawsuits or bills enacted anywhere. So how can there still be a developer to take the initiative to roll up? As the question, always feel that things out of the ordinary must be demonic. 2L. Upstairs this is the masochism habit. Suddenly met a normal some dare not believe? Originally more than 20 years ago. There is no public stalls this said Now the price of housing is high. In fall bad sale. There is not enough money developers want to sell the building earlier is not impossible. Right? 3L. I think the owner of the right. So good neighborhood. The price is just 1,000 more expensive than the same section of the community shallow. Really as good as it advertised. I think the house expensive 5,000 are worth. But in fact, the developer can give us these leaks wool gathering? Not more than 2 pieces of meat out of the counting good. The post soon became hot. Mainly a variety of voices arguing. To the end of the proposal in the city's residents to see the situation. Is true or false? The seen to see do not know? If there is a tycoon generous point. The first money to buy a set. Go to get the property rights in hand. That will prove to be true. There are also people who intend to go over to rent a set to try. Although the rent is a little more expensive. But the cost compared to buying a building is still a lot of bottom. However, Sumumu only put out 100 houses for rent. And only accepts 2 or more tenants to rent. In addition, there is a strange rule. That is, whether it is to rent or buy a house, must be claimed a plant seed to go back to planting. To ensure that the plant will not die. 5 years later, the rent will be returned in full. The purchase price will be returned to 1/5. If the plant dies, the tenant loses the eligibility to rent. The buyer does not lose the property right, but prohibits his friends and relatives from buying all properties under the Mumu property. Some people also discuss this strange rule. But most people just thought that the owner of Mumu property might be some kind of environmental extremist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this kind of rule. Some people also speculate that the owner has done too many bad things for the sake of wealth. So he is deliberately spreading his wealth here to protect the environment. Of course, all of this must be in the picture, and the real thing completely matched the case. Soon, Sumumu's side ushered in the first wave of guests. She was picked up at the metro entrance. The people who came were quite a lot. More than 20 groups of guests looking at the house. Sumumu did not give them one-on-one service. 20 directly holding a small red flag. Like a tour guide with a team traveling. A piece of pull away. Hey, this is novelty Although this property is not big. A total of 4 houses. But a total of 1 sales please. Is she not afraid of us ganging up on a piece of cut price A group of people chattered and chatted. Yes. I went to buy a house to see the house. Those sales are to take people away. Afraid of our customers to communicate with each other. But also afraid of us and other sales to get a lower price. Engage in that mysterious This is open I heard that their home clearly marked price. Our price does not accept cut price. So also do not care about these. Then this is suitable for me. I am the most disliked with the sales of bargaining. Cut to the end still always feel that they may lose. Maybe again grinding a mill can have a lower price. Especially live-in. And neighbors. A comparison. Ouch that heart How can not be happy? I also think it should be like this. What discount What internal preferences What mess those mess. There can always be lower. Spend millions? Buy is that bad? Between words. Sumumu has led the people to the district. Oh yo this neighborhood looks really good. Looks even more beautiful than the picture. Or is it an existing house? The greenery and other things are all done Is it possible to move in after paying the money? Yes. The district of the delivery of existing houses. Such as customer needs. We also provide whole house customization services. But the customization program is only a total of 5 optional. Customers can pick according to need. Sumumu said with a smile. As long as there was money. The facilities in the house were all upgradable. In the rental house there was only the simplest kind. But she likewise offered a customization service. As long as the client was willing to shell out the money, she would be able to give the upgrades. Then show me the price list for that customization service. Someone's eyes lit up. There was no way around it. So far, everything in this neighborhood looked only SOSO compared to what it looked like in the promotional pictures. And those of them who came here with nitpicking in mind didn't get a chance to use their nitpicking skills. But this customized service is definitely a pit. Don't they say that 9 out of 10 renovations are potholes? And one runs away halfway through. If this neighborhood is doing so well, just want to make money on the renovation. Right? However, when they get the renovation price list, eyeballs are almost to stare out. Crikey, this is too cost effective. Right? The simple decoration on the market should be 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. And it is only 30,000 yuan here? 200,000 of fine decoration at here as long as 100,000. And the kind of luxury decoration, 500,000. All half price 250,000 yuan. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one. And you'll be able to do that. Chapter 29. Girl, you this material? Some people understand the doorway. Know that the picture and the effect that is false. The main thing is your material and construction craft how. Otherwise, these things cannot be used for a long time, will have to be destroyed. You can rest assured that the absolute environmental protection and housing 70 years warranty. As long as the decoration is not man-made destruction. We also warranty 20 years. 70 years? Decoration are guaranteed for 20 years? Everyone felt like they were hallucinating. How is this possible? The market housing is a 5-year warranty. Renovation is more than only 2 years. Out of the problem also find all kinds of excuses do not care. This warranty of 20 years almost belongs to the lifetime warranty. Decoration of this thing. Many families cannot use 10 years, may have to change a style. And house trading. Change a homeowner. People may want to redecorate a bit. This must be how confident developers are. Girl, I think it's fine. Give me 10 sets of this house. Some ants are going to pay with a wave of the hand. Such a good house. While there is no restriction on the purchase. Hurry up to get a few sets in the hand. The future is sure to go up. I'm sorry. We have a purchase limit here. A family can only buy 1 set. Restricted? I haven't heard that the city has a purchase limit. Someone was puzzled. It's the rule of our Mumu property. Su Mumu smiled and opened her mouth. There's no money to be made? Someone said angrily. The main thing is that we now want to open the word of mouth, so that as many people as possible are living on our Mumu real estate development of the house. The house is good or bad, always have to live in person to know. Advertised and then good are not useful. Or we do not have trust in our Mumu real estate. This sales cannot be opened, is not it? Su Mumu is still smiling. That's right. That's right. Little girl. Your boss has a pattern. Not limited to the immediate small profits. Long-term vision. Promising. The auntie who said she would buy 10 sets complimented that. Although there are people like her who can buy 10 sets at a time. There aren't many of them. The house is just so many sets. If all of them were to be bought by people like them, the probability is that they will be left vacant in their hands. They want to dump the house is also to wait for 2 years after the price of the house up again. Before that, the neighborhood of the house is hoarded in the hands of the goods. No one can know whether it is good or bad in the end. Mumu property purchase restrictions. Each person can only buy a set. Is to want to get up the occupancy rate. Occupancy rate is high. As long as the house is good, that word of mouth will certainly be able to spread out. The quality of people's houses can withstand the test to dare to do so. Auntie suddenly more assured. That little girl. I will pay the full amount directly. I will let my relatives to buy it again. Okay? Auntie always has some countermeasures. As long as it's family-based. It's fine. This Su Mumu was not so rigid in her restrictions. After all, the house is not a large household. And it can't house so many people from one family. Good. Then let's hurry to sign the contract. Auntie is an acute person. Decorating the model house are not to see. Grab Su Mumu to go to sign the contract. Auntie, let's look at the model house first. And then go back to sign the contract. Su Mumu was not in a hurry. She knows that among the people who came here today, there are people who came to spy. And there are even people who have been secretly filming. Not only does she not resent it, but also can't wait for the other side to film more. This is free publicity. She has asked the system to keep an eye on the surrounding land. As long as this side of the money back, she will immediately start a new house next to it. 100,000 people. That's not a small amount. Selling houses didn't have much mobility. so she had to rely on renting houses to increase mobility. But according to the experience of the last world, once the natural disaster came, people who could rent houses wouldn't be willing to move. At that time, it was highly likely that those 3 underground floors would need to be put to use. I'll go. Is it that cool? Is this the standard of your simple decoration? The group of people who were originally still skeptical about the decoration immediately wanted to move in straight away when they saw the first simply decorated house. Yes, this side is simply decorated. There are 5 standards of decoration houses upstairs. You all can feel free to visit. But you can't damage the items. Oh. Su Mumu was very dedicated to showing each room to the crowd. Some people immediately couldn't help themselves and directly wanted to rent a set down. Buy a house, still have to decorate. This rental of the present room is different. Tonight handbag can move in. Even the rent did not care to ask. By the way, how do you calculate this rent? In the end, there are still sober people. The rent is divided into 5 segments of the price according to the standard of housing decoration. After moving in, if you are not satisfied with the decorative effect, you could upgrade, not downgrade. Of course, the upgrade can only be in accordance with the template to upgrade the facilities in the house. Can be upgraded in the whole house, can be upgraded in a single item. The price list that had long been printed by Su Mumu, as well as various regulations, were distributed to everyone's hands. Your hands are holding is the rental and purchase contract. Each item are some clear. There are not clear, can ask me. Have the intention to sign now. Want to take back to slowly look at it is also okay. Each contract is exactly the same. 2 copies per person. Willing to sign, which one can? Hey, I want a set. My relative said they'll be here in a while. They also want to buy a set. Girl, why don't we go back to the property center and look at it while resting? They look at theirs. I'll just sign the contract and choose a floor. Okay. That auntie is cute. And she feels that the neighborhood is good. But it may be best to choose your favorite floor. If she was late, she couldn't choose the floor. Although the prices of different floors and locations were different. For auntie, money was not a problem. The problem was whether she could buy her favorite. It's possible. Then I'll sign first and choose first too. Auntie's mind was quickly penetrated by the others present. Today they were the first ones to come and had the right of first choice. Wait a little longer when someone hears the wind and comes. It's not necessarily the case. For example, aren't this aunt's relatives coming soon? All of them present had also notified their friends and relatives. Although they hadn't advertised vigorously, it was still considered notification. More or less, it would be a bit of competition. Yes, you can all take a break while you choose. And be sure to read the contract before signing. Bringing people to the property center. It didn't take long for Su Mumu to sign 20 home purchase contracts and 6 rental contracts. Even that person who came over to take a sneak peek rented a house. Obviously, the quality of the houses made them very satisfied. Contract signed. The matter of collecting money Su Mumu handed over to Zhou Yiren. After all, it is a big man with his own group of companies. The receipt of money, no matter whether it is a card, cash, or network payment transactions, he is not bad at it. Even if he is now a little bit of a cute little zombie, the money of the sensitivity is still very high. Sensitivity was still very high. Soon Su Mumu's account had tens of millions more. She didn't hesitate to buy all the surrounding plots of land. But unfortunately the system didn't give her a discount this time. And the transaction price of 20 sets of houses was only able to buy those plots of land. But it didn't matter. When she sold a few dozen more houses, she would be able to continue building buildings to sell out again. This business of selling houses is really a $1 million business. No wonder so many companies are running into real estate. Although in the long run, renting a house earns more. But for Su Mumu, selling a house returns money faster and allows her to build as many houses as possible in a short period of time. To stop the sanding, she had to plant trees. There was already an extra branch in her mall. Seeds. There was only one type of plant seed. And the name was fogging mutant plant. It should be a product of the previous world as well. She had seen that kind of plant's terrifying growth ability. If it could be used for planting, then desertification or something like that, there was no need to worry about it at all. It would never happen. It's just that she didn't know that this world didn't have that kind of weird mist. Whether this thing could still have that kind of growth effect. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's grown as a normal plant. How about so many owners and tenants? It's more powerful than her alone. The busy day soon ended. Su Mumu went up to the first floor of the property center. Last world was unprepared. This time, she got herself a very beautiful small 2-story building. Downstairs is the property management center. Upstairs is the lounge for her and her staff. Each room is flat style, with independent bathroom and kitchen and balcony. Very comfortable to live in. There is just one thing that makes her very distressed. Joey Ran is not willing to go back to his room. Is willing to stay in front of her room. Good boy. You go back to your own room to live. Okay? We live right across the door. If there is any danger, you shout. I will definitely rush out immediately. Su Mumu coaxed Joey Ran like a child. She thought that Joey Ran was afraid of living alone. In the last world, Joey Ran is also quite sticky. She sleeps. He is on the side of the guard. However, at that time, the housing tension, she and her mother, they all sleep in the big bunk. Joey Ran in the side of the guard is nothing. But now the conditions allow. They can have their own room. The natural disaster has not yet come. Can sleep in each room. Joey Ran did not say anything, but pushed her into the room. Then stood outside the door himself, making a gesture of guarding the door. You are afraid that I am in danger? Only then did Su Mumu understand what Joey Ran meant. And suddenly her mood was a little complicated. In fact, she had never quite understood Joey Ran's thoughts. In the real world, although he added all of his contact information, he is still cold, and does not seem to be very eager to have an encounter with her. But the game world Joey Ran, like a changed person, desperate to protect her, do everything is to her safety first. Even what happened on the day he entered the game. It was him who saved himself and got infected for his own sake. Now even if he lost his sanity and consciousness as a human being, he only remembers one thing, and that is to protect her. No matter when, no matter where. Joey Ran, however, just insisted. Su Mumu has defenses against natural disasters, defenses against infected people, but no defenses against those players who are also evolved with her. Her forum, the high-profile distinctive Mumu property, had already attracted the attention of a certain evolved player. One of the house watchers who came over today was a player. Joey Ran was able to see the word player above his head. Today that person did not leave after renting the house, and has been hovering outside the district. Perhaps at night, he will make his move. Chapter 30. At night, the entire neighborhood's high-rise buildings are dark, with only the lovely bright white chimes flower-shaped streetlights downstairs lit up. After all, no one had moved in yet, and only 2 people were here in the property center. The lights on the first floor are still on, but the ground floor is already dark. Long Altian quietly, Mimi's from the community's outer wall flipped in. His luck is very good. The community's outer wall grid is not open. Otherwise he really cannot go in. Although there is no one living in the neighborhood, the security is really good. Each entrance must be swiped to go in. And the entrance is built very high and solid. That is, he brought a ladder today. Otherwise he really can't climb in. Drill into the district. Long Altian in accordance with the memory of the day, touched into the property center. He did not dare to go in from the gate. Like the property center, such places, there must be monitoring. To go in from the gate is definitely to be found. What's more, he didn't have the locksmith skills to find out if there is a window that can be turned in is the most reliable. This is the spring. The temperature is suitable. Open the window with a breeze into the room is very comfortable. Most families will choose to open the window. In this season ventilation does not close. Such is the property center of this kind of uninhabited places. The probability of this is higher. For example, now, he was very lucky to open the window of a room. The screen window is not locked. He easily turned over and drilled in. After entering, the room was empty. Nothing. It was not the hiding place he was looking for. The good thing is that now he has entered the building. Do not need to worry about how in the end he came in. Just need to go out from this room, and then a room by room to find down. However, after searching for more than half an hour in a row, all the rooms on the ground floor were drilled by him once. And he didn't find a room that could meet his requirements. He can understand this community owners have not moved in. The property service center has not yet begun to start the service. There are fewer things here, but not so few as to the extent that there is nothing. Right? It was almost like there was not even a ghost. Long Aotion bit his lip and raised his head to look at the top of his head. He could only risk going up and try. In this more than an hour, Su Mumu had pressed Joey Ran not to let him go down. When Su Mumu came out and pressed him, Joey Ran knew that he had underestimated Su Mumu, and that she was waiting for a rabbit, not luring a wolf into the house. One is a zombie. One is an evolved person. One is unusually sensitive to the breath of the living. One is more sensitive than normal. One is a zombie. One is an evolved person. One is unusually sensitive to the scent of living people. And one has 5 senses that are a lot sharper than normal people. Almost the moment Long Altian entered the neighborhood, the two had already discovered his movements. But when Joey Ran realized that something was wrong and wanted to move to clean up this kid, Su Mumu opened the door from her room and came out, stroked his head soothingly, and brought him into her room. Good boy. I have my plans. Don't act rashly, oh. Go play over there. Su Mumu pointed to the coffee table in the room, on which there was a piece of pig's blood. Zombie bloodthirsty like living flesh and blood. Su Mumu intends to use a variety of duck blood, pig's blood, and other things to feed Joey Ran. Joey Ran is not interested in those things, but should be able to curb his bloodthirsty nature. Anyway, Su Mumu has never seen Joey Ran on the tenant or other living people have moved. She didn't know that Joey Ran had a headache when he saw pig's blood, and he was indeed a zombie that had decayed to the edge of necrophilia. But he wasn't interested in the flesh and blood of living people. He preferred to eat what normal humans ate. But Su Mumu didn't seem to know this, and instead prepared the favorite food that she thought the zombie should need. Who let him pretend to be amnesiac and demented in order to stay by Su Mumu's side in the first place, in order to stay by her side in the name, and not wanting to make the two of them get along awkwardly. In a brain fart, he was now just an ignorant zombie with no feelings and no sanity in Su Mumu's eyes. The zombie's instinct is to eat raw meat. She didn't get him freshly killed live chickens, and ducks are considered good. In the last world, the one responsible for feeding him was by Feng Ling, and Su Mumu never seemed to think about what he had to survive on. In this world, she had just begun to realize this problem, and as a result, she had made such a thing. The good thing is that the pig's blood or whatever, Su Mumu only used it as a prop to entice him to be good, and wouldn't really force him to eat it. But a few days ago, he hadn't eaten much, all sneaking in when Su Mumu didn't know, sneaking a little bit of her food to eat. To this moment, he was really very hungry. Sitting there, looking at that piece of pig's blood, he hesitated whether to try. Well, at least this piece of pig's blood is boiled. The taste is not good, but can top the hunger. But as soon as he saw the appearance of the pig's blood, Joey Ran lost his appetite. So, he glanced at Su Mumu with quite a bit of grudge. No! Su Mumu, however, glared at him warningly. She knew that Joey Ran wanted to eat the guy who had barged in. But no, he was so well behaved now. Nothing aggressive. It should be because he hadn't dipped into the flesh and blood of a living person yet. Didn't they all act like that on TV? Fierce beasts can be vegetarians when they have not eaten the flesh and blood of living people. Once dipped in the flesh and blood of living people will stimulate the ferocity. There is no way back. Joey Ran hung his head and continued to fight with the pig's blood. And only then did Su Mumu breathe a sigh of relief and continue to stare at the movements of the guy outside. When he finally entered the room he designed for him, she opened the door and walked out. Long Altian was complacent. His perfect plan finally worked the first step, and was moving several boxes of goods to the way he wanted, when the originally dark room suddenly brightened up, and his eyes could not be opened by the light from the overhead. Stand still. Su Mumu drank and stopped Long Altian, who wanted to run through the window, only to find the window locked and hesitated whether to break the window glass and run away. I have proof. Long Altian turned around with a very silky smooth a sliding knee, pulled out a whole bunch of certificates, and put them in front of Su Mumu. Mental illness certificate, sleepwalking certificate, IQ of 0 certificate, begging certificate, disability certificate. The first two Su Mumu although feel outrageous, but at least still feel that there is a little bit in line with what he said. But after that a few what the hell is when her IQ is negative? Oh sorry. Took the wrong. Long Altian sniffed and immediately stuffed those few certificates in the back into the black backpack on his body. But he also knew that things had come to this point lying could not be hidden. Sorry. I just want to find a job. A job? A burglary job? Su Mumu coldly grunted. Not buying it. What I said is true. You listened to me, and you sophistry, not. Explain. Long Altian anxiously wanted to stand up and explain. Su Mumu had already taken out her mobile phone and pressed 3 numbers. Long Altian once again kneeled down and hugged Su Mumu's big leg. Big brother. Big brother, don't call the police. Listen to me and tell you. I'm a user of the rental forum. I knew about this forum 3 years ago. I came here in admiration. I just want to live through this world safely. Long Aotion began to introduce himself. It turned out that Long Aotion was a tenant from the last world. But he wasn't a gamer in the last world. Just an ordinary tenant in that world who rented a Mumu safe house. The passage of time in parallel worlds was different. This was something that Su Mumu had already established through the rental forum. 3 years had passed on Bai Fengling's side, while only 7 days had passed on her side. This algorithm confused her a bit. Clearly she was several years older in her own world than herself in that world. During these 7 days, in the last world she had traveled over to, there had been no shortage of posts on the rental forum discussing natural disasters, zombies, and the Mumu safe house. It seemed that after the natural disaster, many of the prohibitions were lifted. Many people were speculating whether such a magical house, as the Mumu safe house, was related to the appearance of the natural disaster zombies. One party's perception is that where there are natural disasters and zombies, the Mumu safe house will appear, providing a safe place for people to live. A gift from God. One side of the people's conception is that the disasters and zombies are brought about because of the appearance of the Mumu safe house. And it is the devil in disguise. Long Aotion is the first type of person. So after coming to this world and seeing the advertisement of Mumu property, he ran over at the first opportunity. However, he is really too poor in this world. Can't afford to rent or buy any house here. And even owes a huge debt. 100 years could only accept this next step. Oh! It turned out to be a player. I just didn't know if it was evolved or infected. It's true. I rented your house 3 years ago. I was just an ordinary tenant at that time. But I've always admired you and your squad that never loses or changes teammates. I didn't think I'd be so lucky this time to find this place when I was just entering the new world. I can do anything. As long as you let me stay, I will die as an ox. Seeing that Su Mumu was unmoved, Long Aotion desperately expressed his loyalty. Unbeknownst to her, Su Mumu was only thinking about the news brought by Long Aotion's appearance. That the inhabitants of the world they had traveled through would also become players of the world they had traveled through. Does that mean that the original world she lives in is also a traverse world that will be traversed by other players? You have such a large community here. Surely you'll need employees sooner or later. And rather than recruiting someone who doesn't know anything about it, wouldn't it be more reliable to have an employee who has a basic knowledge of the natural disaster zombies as well as safe houses? This sentence finally impressed Su Mumu. This kid was right. Instead of recruiting ordinary employees, he did have more advantages. What is your name? Long Aotion. Long Aotion did not dare to look directly into Su Mumu's eyes. From childhood, he felt that his name was very bullish and powerful. Especially when he saw countless bullish protagonists of the same name in novels drawing out all kinds of cannon fodder supporting characters. But now, in front of the big brother he worshipped, this name made him feel ashamed. But a big brother was a big brother, and just gave him a very strange look before leaving without any reaction. There was no imagined sentence that he had encountered since childhood. What? Your name is Long Aotion? I'm also called Mary Sue White Lotus Little Green Tea. Long Aotion was given the opportunity to stay. And early the next morning, seeing the scene outside, he was so scared that he rushed to Su Mumu's face. Big brother. Missed. Chapter 31. The fog 3 years ago made a deep impression on Long Aotion. He was a rich second generation in the original world. The kind of playboy. Once he woke up outside changed the sky. He didn't feel anything. Still eat, drink and have fun. Until the housekeeper driver who originally took care of him at home all turned into that kind of monster. He thought he was going to die. His Mumu's safe house saved him. Now he although again found Mumu's safe house. But such a dense fog. Or let him scared. Such a big fog for those of them who have experienced. Is the beginning of the nightmare. Su Mumu is working out on the fitness equipment. Early morning ran 2 kilometers of her body and mind this time. Once upon a time, she was always locked up at home typing. Her body is much worse than her peers. Now in the world of traveling through. But can let go of those once. Have time to exercise their own body. This is just ordinary fog. Su Mumu's words did not really let Long Aotion feel at ease. Until the sun came out. The fog completely dissipated. He really feel at ease. System. These liquefied fog really won't have any effect on the infected. When she got up in the morning and saw the thick fog outside, Su Mumu also had the same reaction as Long Aotian. But after discovering that the fog would become thinner over time, she was relieved. And on a whim, she liquefied the fog and collected a lot of it and put it in the system. This is just ordinary mist. The words of the system let Su Mumu reassured a lot. This liquefied fog although cannot be used to drink directly, but used to water the plants or can. Collecting fog also let her have a discovery. Sand has begun. Liquefied fog mixed with sand. The sand is very little. Very particulate. If not the fog liquefied. Sand in the bottom of the bottle deposited. Su Mumu will not be able to detect the sand has begun. This leads to the conclusion that every traveling world will open a natural disaster when they, the travelers, enter. Fortunately after yesterday's publicity from the viewers, today the house's sales level exceeded Su Mumu's imagination. Especially with Long Aotian such a hard-selling employee. Some buyers, who were still hesitant also put down a deposit on the spot. Not bad. My salary here is also the same as the rent. Settled on the same day. Go back to collect in a while. Long Aotian, this person, looked not too reliable yesterday. But today the way he works is still very serious. Especially his social cattle attribute. It's very suitable for this job. Can we apply for cash settlement? His identity in this world owed a whole lot of debt. All kinds of accounts had long been frozen. And he couldn't get the money if it was sent to the card in his name. Why should the money he earned from the work Long Aotian did help someone he didn't know to pay off his debt? Yes. The neighborhood supermarket opened today. You can go and see if there is anything to buy. Su Mumu kindly reminded Long Aotian. Good. Long Aotian thought of those months in his original world. Money couldn't even buy food. Although the Mumu Safe House is able to guarantee their safety, it doesn't provide free daily supplies. Although unlike other places that only accept bartering, money can still be used. But the price is a lot higher. While prices have not yet risen. Of course, is to be able to stock up on goods. Now that he has become an employee of the Mumu Real Estate, but have their own free room to live. Supermarket is unmanned. Self-checkout. Long Aotian went in and spent all the money he earned today. What makes Su Mumu surprised is that he didn't buy anything else. Actually bought all the seeds. You like planting a lot? I'm not diligent in all grains and 4 bodies. Long Aotian was still very frank. Then what did you buy so many seeds for? Mumu property requires every owner who moves in to plant the seeds that are issued not for nothing. Right? Long Aotian's big white teeth were dazzling. Although he was a second-generation rich dude who loved to play since he was a child, it didn't mean that he was a fool. His IQ and EQ are not a problem. Only that other people need to earn money through their own efforts. With both hands and then go to enjoy life. And he has a wealth from birth that other people can only earn in a lifetime. His parents at home, although they are no longer in the family. But his big brother is very spoiled him. The assets that should be given to him early divided into his name. The company is also managed by his big brother in order. He just have to sit back and wait for the dividends on the good. Then do not play not enjoy what can do. Now that he had to survive in a strange world by himself, he naturally used his 12% spirit, and would not let go of every detail. There are books over there for agricultural specialization. Watch and plant yourself. Su Mumu didn't answer Long Aotian's question. She wanted to see what Long Aotian could do. Hey! Long Aotian replied with crisp excitement. The big brother saying this means he guessed right. In addition to the original greeting that came with the district, there was still a large open space. Between the first phase and the later phases, there was still a lot of open space that could be planted by him. The ones he bought were tree seeds, the same kind as those issued to the owners by Mumu property. He wasn't sure if planting anything would work as long as you planted it, or planting a designated plant would be useful. Choosing the latter was the safest. In his eyes, planting things, dig a pit and bury it, and then watering is enough. Su Mumu let him read the book. He did not read. From childhood to read the book on the headache. Why do you have to go to make things difficult for themselves? However, after a whole night's work, the seeds he bought were only planted a small half. And the east a pit, and the west a pit. A little bit of the rules are not there. Too late to rest. But also have to continue to entertain people to see the house. Well, today, most of the people who came to just run at their own good look at the type of household took a look at. And then directly pay. No way. Mumu Real Estate fire cannot be. But only 3 days' time. The whole district is sold, only a few sets left. This point in the housing authority's official website can be found. Not like other property sales. Can be as strong as a flicker. Get an internet locking type to show people the first bad sale of the type of household stuff to the customer. And then good sale of the type of household to raise the price of selling out. Guess to choose a house. Mumu Property side are directly open the official website of the housing authority to customers to choose. Can choose is not sold. Cannot choose is already sold. There are a number of customers do not know can be so query housing sold information. Are in the Mumu real estate, this is the science and technology. Half a month in the past. Mumu hands of the house has all been sold. She did not continue to buy plots of land to build houses. Sandstorms have come. People began to close the door. She earned this half a month to sell the house. Money has been replaced by all of her all kinds of materials stockpiled in the district's underground first floor. Based on the quality of the system's house building. When no one was living there, it was absolutely fine for the 2 underground floors to be used for storage. This was still because she had to store it down there, because she had already dried up the system's storage limit. At this, she was very dissatisfied. It's true that the newbie world storage was provided free of charge for Miss Landlady to use. But now Miss Landlady has become a powerful big brother. The system's meaning was simple: charge. The warehouse only had 20 compartments. Each item could be stacked with 999. The upper limit of all kinds of materials in the exchange system was also 99. The upper limit of gold coins was in the hundreds of millions. But it was also completely insufficient for a property tycoon like her whose daily water flow was in the tens of millions. The things in the system mall will still adjust their prices as prices rise. She doesn't buy more now. Waiting for prices to rise, and then go to the mall to buy is to rob money for the system. Miss Landlady's preparation this time has been sufficient. And the upper limit is all redeemable by spending points. The system's voice was very excited. After being pressed by Miss Landlady to woolgather for so long, it was finally able to make some money to get some blood back. Heh. Mumu just let out a light laugh, full of mockery. Points could be exchanged for caps. But this points were surprisingly to be earned by killing zombies, and the number of people who stayed in the neighborhood. Isn't this forcing her to go out and risk her life? What about the promise lying down and collecting rent, and staying at home to keep the peace? And because the newbie world points system wasn't open, she didn't get a single point in the last world. She seriously doubted that the so-called newbie world freebies had all been deducted in advance to offset the points. Miss Sue, your ravioli. The other present that gave Mumu a headache appeared again. Her original plan was to get a commercial center in every phase of the community. Opening up breakfast shops, Chinese restaurants, supermarkets, gyms, pharmacies, sports grounds, etc. It turned out that the system surprisingly only allowed her to open these businesses in the first phase, and only allowed one of each category. If she wanted to open them later, she still had to take points to exchange them. It was obvious that because she had exploited a loophole in entering the traveling world, the system was upset and looking for a remedy. She even suspected that this point system was a temporary patch from the system, updated with new features aimed at her. The thing that made her most speechless was that these breakfast shops, Chinese restaurants, and the like were all rented out for other people to do business with. And as a result, the shop's recipes were very single. And if she wanted to open other recipes, she still had to use her points to exchange them. So what's it to do with her? Simply, more than half a month. In addition to the supermarket gym that she got at the beginning of the neighborhood, there is only a breakfast shop that can only do wontons and noodles, and a Chinese food shop that can only do fried rice. It was far from the breakfast shop and Chinese food shop she initially envisaged. Even her ready canteen. Also because the system set up to hire people must be points exchange, no way to open. Even Long Outyen is now a temporary worker. Signed an outsourcing contract. Who would have thought that a property center service personnel, taking into account sales, gardening, cleaning, security, housekeeping services, so many jobs. Wages are not a few. The contract cannot be formally signed. But there are still people begging to do it? That's Long Outyen. Who else would be willing to do it? Mumu sent out recruitment information. Occasionally there are so one or two call over. Our asking employees have no priority to purchase qualifications, or is not limited to purchase. She would like to outsource. But the occupancy rate of the district has not yet gone up. So big canteen. Others pack down, the probability of losing money is too big. But also no one asked for it. More than half a month had passed, and her points had only barely opened up a recipe for ravioli. This was the first time she had eaten any other food after more than half a month of eating noodles and fried rice. She was a bit regretful of making the property so big. All the developed plots were concentrated together. Her own business could not develop. And if she wanted to buy anything, she had to go to a faraway business circle, which was very inconvenient. Especially the recent sandstorms are more and more frequent. The sky is not a drop of rain. The sun is always so high-hanging. She is even more reluctant to go out. Chapter 32. The droughts and sandstorms in the past few days have made people start to pay attention to the issue of environmental protection again. Let's listen to what the experts have to say. TV adverts and news have begun to focus on this issue on a large scale. Environmental enthusiasts have begun to denounce those who are destroying the environment. But just a whole month without rain. Dust storms once every 3 to 5 days. On the people's normal life, although caused by the inconvenience, but did not really let people lose the normal rhythm of life. After all, human beings are a kind of adaptability, is very strong creatures. After the first few dust storms, people have gradually begun to see the strange. In addition to the rising prices of vegetables and fruits, that people are dissatisfied. The official began to intervene in this aspect of the problem, and did not see anything else out of place. Although the drought will also make people feel uneasy. But after all, the planting technology is not dependent on the weather. Artificial means can still cope with the current problem for the time being. But the negative voices are still not small. Some pessimists even began to preach the end of the world. But not many people will go to stockpile supplies. The drought is just a drought. And except for the farmers, people living in the cities find it convenient not to have rain. Sandstorms are just sand. And it's not like they can't be cleaned up. So why don't they just let the country plant more trees? In this case, the news of large-scale death of trees in the defensive actually did not have much splash. Until the third month after the emergence of Moo real estate, the city has become a situation where not a blade of grass grows. Even if it is artificial rainfall, and the city's garden department every day to think of watering, but also cannot stop the occurrence of such a situation. What was once a lush green area has now been turned into a sand pit. Children are very happy. As long as the downstairs, the neighborhood of the green space can be dug sand to play, which is not required by the parents to take to the beach can have the fun. Parents who were originally worried that their children would be bitten by bugs and covered in mud and germs on the grass seem to think that this is quite good. At least the survival rate of germs and bugs in the sun-drenched sand is greatly reduced. Environmental issues have never been something that ordinary people can worry about. They have to earn money. They have to support their families. They have to have a lot of work and life problems to deal with. As long as it doesn't affect their life and work too much. Most people don't have the extra time to worry about the environment. People have gradually started to adapt to a life full of yellow sand. That is, it's visually unappealing. But nothing else doesn't work. Especially after the 3 months of raging sandstorms. The officials have started to replant plants adapted to surviving in the sand in every city. And their actions have been visible all the time. See, someone's solving the problem. Don't worry too much. After this batch of plants were planted, the sandstorm surprisingly did stop. Everyone thought that this environmental backlash was over. And the next step was to wait for those plants to grow and blossom in the coming spring. However, things did not go in the direction of good development. The growth of those plants is not good, although not dead, but also failed to emerge as green shoots. How much water poured down, no reaction. And even because of the high temperature environment, the water evaporates very quickly. The plant will soon dry up and die. This is still heat and drought-resistant plants suitable for survival in the desert. Those who need a humid environment to grow plants would not have been able to live. Pessimism prevailed, and the words on the hot search came one after another. Until Moo Real Estate Community Greening do really good. Moo Real Estate is very green, and other words and phrases suddenly popped up. People clicked into the word. Long unseen green jumped into people's eyes. I didn't feel it before. After all, yellow sand is not appeared in people's lives overnight. A few months of time, a little erosion, has been enough for people to get used to coexisting with it. But suddenly appeared such and they used to live in the environment exactly the same place. They are only shocked to realize the environment in the end, how much has changed. For a moment, Moo property became the focus of the wind and waves. Not only were there all kinds of media interviews, but even the houses here became in existence that was hard to find for thousands of dollars, or the kind that has a market without price. Sumumu used the policy of limited purchase at the beginning. Each family can only buy a house here. At that time, some people buy it as stored to wait for it to rise in price, and then sell the idea. But now, no one is willing to sell the house here. No amount of money can buy this unique living environment. If they want to sell, they have to sell their houses outside and live here themselves. Of course, there are some people who are short of money and want to sell their houses for money. But they are all very cautious and are not in any particular hurry to sell. Who knows if the price of the house will rise even higher later? Half a month passed. Surprisingly, only one set was sold. Sumumu died. Although the occupancy rate has risen well recently, and those plant seeds of hers have been planted out quite a lot. But the staff mobility is really small. Fortunately, she has long been psychologically prepared. Now although dead hard, but in the end did not much disappointment. She now had 10,800 houses in her hands. The houses that were sold totaled 8,000, and the remaining 2,800 were for rent. She had no way to control the liquidity of the sold houses, but the rented houses were still in her hands. Only 800 houses were rented on a monthly basis, and 2,000 were rented on a daily basis. So the liquidity was still quite okay. 100,000 visits. Slowly brush always can brush enough. There was also one post after another on the forum for the Mumu property. People in this world don't know yet. But people in the last world have asked if the plants in the area are the kind of plants that can go crazy that were brought over from the last world. As expected, people's imagination is infinite. The seeds that Sumumu handed out were indeed related to the plants of the previous world. They were the seeds that the system had extracted the genes of those plants and improved them, but not the seeds of those plants. Someone soon proved this matter, but the news on the forum had already gone viral because of the keyword blocking for different worlds. No one knew exactly what they were discussing except for Sumumu, only knowing that the welfare seeds distributed by Mumu Real Estate were something different from ordinary seeds. Some people proposed that the officials simply cooperate with Mumu property. Anyway, now are also to grow plants. It would be better to just directly from Mumu property here to obtain seeds, with the seeds here to take out to plant. The first time she saw this post, Sumumu's heart skipped a beat. Finally, she spent so much time, laid out for so long. Finally someone has spoken to her heart. Stopping global sanding was impossible with just her ability alone. Even if all the people who came to buy and rent houses were counted, it would still be impossible to do it. The people, were too small. One person, 10,000 people, 100,000 people. There was no way they could do anything to fight against nature. But if it was 100 million people, a nation of people, all the nations of the world united, then this thing could be done. She and Mumu Real Estate were nothing more than a pilot example. From the very beginning, her goal had been more than just making the Mumu estate a green field, a safe house. Though in terms of her understanding of missions, stopping global sanding, then as long as there was a place on this planet that wasn't sanded, the mission would be considered completed. Mission? Completion was only the most basic standard, and the degree of completion could be flexible. But her quest was not just to complete the mission. She wanted as many places around the world to be safe as possible, and as many people as possible to be able to stop the sanding. Not just because of her quest for the reward of completing the mission perfectly, but also because this time, she always felt that the smaller the area of sanding, the safer she could be. This was based on a woman's intuition, as well as her experience from the last world. This goal was not something that she could actively beg for. Someone had to come to her of their own accord. Now, the opportunity had finally come. As soon as the opinion proposing that the official and Mumu property cooperate came out, it was immediately endorsed by many. Since Mumu property's plants were so powerful and able to survive so well in such conditions, wouldn't the problem of sanding be solved as long as such plants were planted all over the world? What kind of plant is not a plant anyway? As long as we can stop sanding, then the rest of the problems, such as the singularity of plant species and so on, are problems that can wait until later to be considered. Soon this phrase also rushed onto the hot search. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, on the official social software, the official number at Mumu Real Estate, the high temperatures and droughts over the past few days, sandstorms and other natural disasters have swept across the globe. In order to combat the problem of global sanding, we hereby send out a sincere invitation to Mumu Real Estate, and hope that we can work together to complete this cooperation. Before this, the official staff had already visited and approached Su Mumu. Miss Su, I heard that. You are the person in charge of Mumu Real Estate? It couldn't be helped. Even the official people hadn't been able to find out what this Mumu Real Estate was about. They only knew that this company, night came out. Got such a high-quality district. Not only the housing quality is high, the price is affordable and conscientious, but also put an end to the speculation of the operation of the group. Is simply a stream of clear water in the real estate sector. At that time, the official internal high level also praised. Hope that in the future there will be more such conscientious enterprises. I did not expect that it did not take long. Mumu property again rushed to the hot search. Or because of the quality of people's green. I don't know what kind of boss can spend money to do so many things too, but also not willing to show up. Just like that did a good deed without leaving a name of the super nice person. Before coming, the internal seminar is not no one has raised questions. Said this Mumu Real Estate is very likely to have ulterior motives of a force deliberately. Is hoping to be able to get in touch with the official. And then wait for the opportunity to do what harm to the interests of the masses of people to do. But people from the beginning to the end is not much action. Is not what can be asked for. On the contrary, it was them. Now was the time to beg. The posture naturally had to be lowered. Even if other people really wanted to count for something, what could they do but satisfy? Yes, if all of you are here for the plant seeds, I can do the honors. Su Mumu responded appropriately, and did not fill her words with words, nor did she reveal the bottom of her identity. Chapter 33. Since Miss Su is a straightforward person, we won't beat around the bush. We do come here for the seeds. In fact, apart from the seeds, we prefer Miss Su to provide us with trees that have already grown and matured. That way the effect of combating sanding will be better. Officials were originally holding the purpose of cooperation to beg. The other party has already single-handedly pointed out their intention. Then, they naturally cannot squirm. This is no problem. Su Mumu nodded her head. She originally wanted to achieve this purpose. The money we will pay according to the standard of 5% higher than the market rate. If the trees provided by Ms. Su can successfully survive, we can cooperate for a long time. Before the official came, it is not without analyzing why the plants of Mumu Real Estate can grow so well. After all, there are too many factors that affect the growth of plants. The environment, location, the seeds are good or bad, and the care of the people who planted them. Maybe the seeds here to move elsewhere to plant will also die. But they now have no better way than to move the trees directly from here. So it can be said that now they have reached the point where they have to treat the dead horse as a living horse. The necessity of long-term cooperation should not be high. Plants, grafting or leave seeds or is very easy to reproduce. You do not need to always buy seeds or live seedlings from me. Su Mumu originally did not think to earn the seed money. People have helped her to complete the task. She also earned the first bucket of gold. There is no need to stay in the matter of seed and card. Earn money twice. Miss Su has what conditions can be mentioned. The official is also a smart person. See, Su Mumu said so. Immediately understand. People care about is not money. I hope the official can implement my forum. I will open a free seed distribution service in my forum. All people with identity information can receive a free seed in my place. The reason of the power of many. I believe we all understand. It was just that the official channels were too slow to do it. What she wanted was for all of them to do it piece by piece. Or at least, the people of her country to move. Miss Su Mumu's generosity let the official side of the people are dumbfounded. All said that the businessman heavy profit. The result is that people don't want money. Directly free to send. As for the matter of promoting the rental forum, there is no need to say that. After these 2 times of free publicity heat, Mumu Real Estate forums have long been known by many people. Officials, if you buy seeds from Mumu property here live seedlings. This news as long as a release. Mumu property's fame simply do not have to worry. Where there is still a need for them to publicize and promote. At most, it would just make its fame spread a little faster. This kind of great kindness thing, no matter what, made people feel a little less real. Of course, businessmen value profit. And our Mumu property's money doesn't come from the wind. Su Mumu, this sentence is very grounded. Let the official people breathe a sigh of relief. So big good thing for no reason in front of the free to send. They not only did not feel to take advantage of the cheap. On the contrary, it is a little bit afraid. Afraid of wanting to go back on this, and then meet again to properly discuss this matter. Is the likelihood of a conspiracy is how big? I hope that the official can give support to the subsequent development of Moo property. Let's say the first-hand information on the land. Positive publicity. Of course. The most important thing is that the Moo property may want to develop the subsequent agricultural land in this area of the formalities and requirements of the Division 1 am not familiar with. If you can give support on it would be great. I see. This is good to say. The official people were now completely relieved. It turned out that the drunkard's intention was not to drink wine, and that people had technology on hand. In terms of agricultural cultivation, the sanding this time just gave people a wonderful opportunity to advertise. If they could make a name for themselves, then the future sales of Moo seeds would definitely not be a worry. Moreover, the country's agricultural land has long been not allowed to private or corporate ownership, unless there are special circumstances, such as the Moo real estate. This opportunity, if their seeds can really help the country to solve the current sand crisis, then to grant a piece of agricultural land is not impossible. The country has been for agricultural development is very important. If Moo real estate hands hold excellent seeds, do not need to spend their own money to research, the country will give support. But then, the initiative may not be in the hands of Moo property. But now the situation. Moo property want to take full control of the initiative. The state will also be allowed. For such a heart only want to do good things conscience enterprise. Of course, the state is full support. Do not need them to take the initiative to raise any conditions. Of course, now that they tell their true purpose, this cooperation can be very smooth line. That's why the official announcement was made just half an hour after the cooperation with Moo real estate was reached. Hey, big brother. I did a good job. Didn't I? After sending off the official people, Long Aotion was very smelly and came over to Su Moo to brush his presents. What did you do to make it pretty? Su Moo pretended that she didn't understand anything. Boss, are you planning to start a mess and eat it up and lift your trousers and then deny it? My heart hurts. Long Aotion made a cheesy cupped heart shape. Roll. Boss, don't tell me you don't know that post was posted by me. Most of the plants in our neighborhood are planted by me. Even those lovely plant photos are carefully taken by me and put up by me many times. I'm a straight man who never takes photos, but I stayed up several nights in order to learn the PS technique. Long Aotion clenched his hands in front of his body, clamped his double legs, pouting arse, shares twisted around, a face of aggrieved to Su Moo blinking innocent big eyes, with disgusting death of the delicate sissy voice whining. Vomit. Unable to resist, Su Moo started to look for the rubbish bin. This living treasure. After coming for a few months, his nature is getting more and more lively, and the words he says and the actions he does are getting more and more bottomless. Boss. You take care of your body. People are still waiting for your praise. Long Aotion is very considerate to send beforehand on the ready rubbish bin and toilet paper. Very understanding said to the front of Su Moo. Alright. The money for the live seedling sold is all yours. The subsequent replanting seeds you can receive for free. And I will also give you a bonus at the end of the month. Su Moo wasn't really just sick to her stomach. This kid is doing this. It's nothing more than having something to ask for. But she just doesn't say it. Boss, am I the kind of person who only values money? People are already your people. Does it matter if it's money or not? What's theirs is yours. It's your man in life, and your ghost in death. Speak human. I want to sign a formal employee contract. Long Aotion stood straight for a second and reported seriously in a sincere and genuine baritone voice. After the house was sold, his work became a lot less. It was really because everything in the neighborhood was too intelligent. He didn't have much to do besides wandering around the neighborhood a little bit every day to patrol a building, apart from growing plants or browsing the forums. As a native of the Misty World, he was naturally able to browse through all the posts from both worlds. In the end, he came to the conclusion that something like traveling across worlds to do a mission would definitely not happen only once. The completion of this mission would definitely not be an end. Perhaps in the future he would travel through many more worlds. He didn't know where the Misty World would come from. Nor did he know if the Misty World could appear in every world he appeared in. But there was one thing that he was certain of. And that was that it was absolutely possible to be bound to Moo Real Estate if one signed an employee contract with Moo Real Estate. For example, that big handsome guy who had also appeared in this world. that boss's exclusive debt collector. But whenever he appeared, the rents and whatnot went back in heaps. One must know that things like rent collection were always subject to all sorts of situations. In his original world, when the Moo Moo safe house appeared, it was already that way outside, and everyone was afraid of being kicked out. So naturally they didn't dare to not pay the rent. But now in this world, the outside is still considered normal and safe. Even if it is hard to find a room here. Even if all the services and facilities here have been done to the extreme. But still can meet a very few unqualified big oddballs. Not wanting to pay the rent is child's play. There are also those who don't want to pay for the damage they did to the house. And those who intentionally mess around in the house, and then try to run away. These, there is absolutely no problem in handing over to that person, who although he does not speak, and is expressionless, and is very cold and unresponsive to anyone or anything else, in the matter of collecting rent, he is absolutely a god. This person's ability. He had already seen it in his own world. After changing worlds, Moo Moo property changed its form of operation. The only thing that remained the same was Big Brother, and this existence that was treated like a fortune cat by Big Brother. What does that mean? It means that the two of them are definitely the most solid contractual relationship in this world. As a child is used to seeing a variety of scenes of the playboy rich second generation. What family friendship love may betray. Only the most legally binding contractual relationship is not betrayed. Even if it is betrayed, that can also have compensation. He, this person, do not believe in anything. Just believe in black and white contract. This person can follow Big Brother so heartily. Absolutely, because they signed an employee contract between them. Whoa! That was the contract of his dreams. He couldn't lift his shoulders or carry his hands. He grew up tender and unable to take care of himself. He had to hold on to Big Brother's thick legs and not let go in order to survive in this treacherous and unfamiliar world. But no matter how he behaves, the 3-month probationary period has passed, and Big Brother is still in a cold outsourcing contractual relationship with him. And he's still a temporary laborer who can't rise to the occasion. No matter how much he pays in this relationship and how deep he gets into it. He is a plaything that can be discarded at any time. The only person who can appear by Big Brother's side at any time and any place is the official contract worker, who can fight side by side with her in a justifiable manner. Hey, the first serious one will always lose. But if that object is the Big Brother, he lost the heart to convince. Lose willingly. But he couldn't be the man behind Big Brother so quietly anymore. He couldn't just disappear into the river of time and face a final parting with Big Brother. He is also ambitious. He, Long Aotion, wants to rise to the top. Chapter 34. Su Moo Moo just watched Long Aotion's expression, sometimes frowning, sometimes heartbroken, sometimes firm. A face struggling to perform a great drama. This kid, everything is good, is too much drama. But for him to put forward this reasonable request, Su Moo Moo is not opposed. To be honest, as an employee, Long Aotion wit, loyalty, can suffer, know what to say, what should not say. Very measured, also reliable, very in line with the standard of talent she needs. But she doesn't want to. If she can't, the points in her hand are simply not enough to hire a long-term employee. It was her gluttony that was to blame. The points that were exchanged for the number of residents during this period of time were all exchanged for recipes. Except for the commercial facilities of the second and third phases, which she exchanged for the 3 canteen chefs. What else could she do? Empty canteen and shop. Can only sell fried rice and noodles wonton pain. Who can understand? Even now, she has only come up with a few dishes such as buns, stir-fried meat and vegetables, and pork chop soup. The system is too dark. It just wants her to recruit more rents and kill more zombies. The problem is that now the zombies have not appeared. Build a house. Moo Moo property is now the focus. She cannot be like before, out of thin air, out of a neighborhood. Moreover, the system of this black heart, this service also began to charge, to make up a reasonable and legitimate plot of the appearance of the community. A charge of 10 million gold coins. Martyr is simply robbing money. Ahem. That? Aotion. This period of time your performance? Very good. Su Moo Moo was a bit vain to draw a big cake for Long Aotion. She tried hard to brainwash herself. I'm a scum. I'm a cruel capitalist. But then, our internship period here is 6 months. Although I didn't give you a distinction between internship and formal period salary. But this process still need to go through. When 6 months arrive, I'll give you a transfer just like Fa? Xiao Long Ah. Our internship period here it is 3 months. Inclusive of food and accommodation. Long Ao genius is not a big fool who is good at fooling around. He silently took out the recording when Su Mumu signed the contract with him. Su Mumu where can expect this kid also left this hand. Life for the first time to open the fooling mode. Even so declared a failure. Big brother. I have been here for almost 4 months. You may remember the wrong time law. Long Long agreed. But Long Long did not say. Long Long just put the recording and protested with his expression. What can Long Long do? And he didn't dare to offend Big Brother for fear of being kicked out. Even if Biggie, the negative scum girl, cheated his young and pitiful heart, he could only try hard to make excuses for her, pretending that it was just her bad memory. Ah. So I said something like this ah. Su Mumu was now incomparably admiring the mental quality of those scum who lied and cheated on other people's feelings. Her back was full of cold sweat before she could do anything about it. To really let her go to play with other people's feelings to speak without words. But not on the hand to reveal. It's like this. The official staff quota is full. But you're definitely the first alternate. I'll get the quota here and sign with you right away. What do you think? Since things couldn't be peddled, it would be better to tell the truth. Big brother. We still have a quota for this official employee? He remembered that there were 5 employees before Now in addition to that high cold male god, the chef 3, there is still 1 left. Can't it be that from the past those 4 are temporary workers? But Mumu's safe house has been in business. If the temporary workers that cannot always in it, he is looking at Su Mumu have recruited 3 chefs. And then not out of his really no chance. Which is anxious to come over to urge a rush. As a result, Su Mumu told him that there are no more places. What is the situation? Of course. Every quota has to be exchanged with the system by her spending money in points. After not being a novice, having to spend money everywhere. The days are really tough. Then, how long do we still have to wait? Long Ao Tian is full of worry looking at Su Mumu. Just afraid that Su Mumu say a permanent. Don't worry. I will definitely let you sign it before leaving here. For Long Ao Tian's needs. Su Mumu had a plan in her heart. Similarly as a player. The most worrying thing is not traveling through the world with danger, but not having a safe place to go when there is danger. Long Ao Tian, who had already tasted the benefits of a safe house in the original world, was even more so. The first mission world was able to be dropped right in the place where there was a safe house. Long Ao Tian must have felt very lucky that he was able to see the foreign posts of both worlds at the same time as himself. Deducing that the traveling mission would not be only once was also easy. His idea of wanting to grab the safe house was naturally easy to understand. He wasn't clear on the way to bind with the safe house. But Joey Ran's appearance had given him a bold guess. Which was why he had paved the way for so long. Letting himself see all of his good qualities, and wanting to let himself sign a formal contract with him. Even if a formal contract wasn't the right way to bind a safe house. He could still brush up some impression points. Emotional points. Big brother. After signing a formal contract, will I be able to be your employee forever? Just like the high and cold male god? As expected, Long Ao Tian immediately rode on Su Mumu's promise. Can't. It might be possible in a strange world. But it also depends on the situation. Su Mumu also didn't want to sell out on this matter. And gave Long Ao Tian a peace of mind. Just like negotiation required skills, managing employees also required skills. If she took the initiative to go to the door, to send seeds, and live seedlings to the official, the other party wouldn't accept it, not to mention. Instead, they would still think that she had ulterior motives. And even the survival rate of her seeds and live seedlings would be questioned. But now, the official took the initiative to look for her. And after she threw out a greater benefit, she put forward a request that was a bit difficult, but not too hard for the official to do. And the other party would be able to dispel all the doubts, and would not have too high a demand for the seeds and seedlings she provided. The person had given it away for free, and made a reasonable request, even if it wasn't equal to the value of what was provided for free. So there was no need for the person to be responsible for the outcome. The result is good. You promise people's request is. The result is not good. That after all, this thing we can't do. You can't ask people to pay for free things. How good? If Su Mumu told Long Ao Tian that she signed this contract effectiveness, how good? Long Aotian will instead suspect her in the end is a what is the head. Either he would have elevated her too high and expected too much, or he would have had many other bad emotions. But now, when she told Long Aotian that she wasn't omnipotent, the other party wouldn't ask too much of her, and would instead continue to use her abilities to piece together to help her achieve her purpose. As for what kind of purpose can be reached to get the result that Long Aotian wants, it depends on how much Long Aotian can give. Anyway, for Su Mumu, bad result is definitely not possible to achieve the effect that he wants. Okay, I understand. Long Aotian instantly, like a chicken blood general, rushed out, began to dig his own planted. Those have grown into a small sapling. These seeds and ordinary seeds are different. A few months' time, surprisingly able to grow to such a large, and almost do not need any care. He every now and then to watering is enough. When these saplings were shipped out, he would have to continue planting them, and then help Big Brother for money. He must surpass the high-cooled male god and become the #1 right-hand man in Big Brother's hands, and get this offer on his own merit. Because of his new goal, Long Aotian dried an extra bowl when he ate in the evening, and even his expression was much grimmer when he chewed hard. Since leaving Long Aotian behind, Su Mumu didn't deliberately try to block Zhou Yiran's contact with Long Aotian. After she solemnly told Zhou Yiran that Long Aotian would be their employee here in the future, and he could not eat him as food, Zhou Yiran turned a blind eye to Long Aotian. Long Aotian is a self-cooked nature. Every time we eat, will run to find Zhou Yiran a piece to eat, and then to Zhou Yiran chatter. But also particularly active to Zhou Yiran active dishes to play rice. At first, Su Mumu startled, afraid that Zhou Yiran knocked over the rice bowl directly to him to gnaw. The results did not expect. Zhou Yiran surprisingly do not hate Long Aotian, but also to Long Aotian to his rice folder dishes all ate. Although the process of eating something seems to be very difficult. But after all, it was eaten. And after eating a good reaction, Su Mumu also let him go. As long as he can find alternative food, do not go to gnaw on living things on what all good to say. How does she know? Zhou Yiran is full of gratitude to Long Aotian. If not for Long Aotian, he would have to continue to starve or choose to eat all kinds of animal blood to fill up his hunger. Although as a zombie, he can feel that the blood can provide his body with more energy. But his reasoning as a human extremely rejected those things. He preferred to eat normal human food. It was just that he was hungry more, and he was afraid that he would lose his sanity and attack a living creature. But he couldn't bring this matter to the surface to say. Long Aotian's appearance helped him solve this problem, so he was willing to listen to Long Aotian's nagging. But today, he was unwilling. This kid even said in front of him that he was about to be with Su Mumu forever, as long as he planted enough trees. What did he mean? I'm done eating. Male god, you enjoy your meal. I'm going to work. Long Aotian finished eating, and was about to run out to continue working. However, he got a cold neck, and somehow fainted and fell down. Zhou Yiran caught him at the right time, got him to the head of the room, threw him on the bed, didn't give him a quilt, even robbed Su Mumu with him. He deserved to freeze and catch a cold. Turning to go to the storage room to get a hoe, Zhou Yiran, carrying tools, went to Long Aotian afternoon, dug that piece of the pit to go. In the afternoon, the official came many vehicles to transport away those plants. Owners group is also very lively. The owners are worried. The plants were dug away. Their neighborhood is not also will become outside like. Everywhere is sand. But Su Mumu has made a commitment. Said that after the plants were dug up, will also immediately replant on, and dug up are the outside of the district. The green inside the district will not have any change, which only let the owners rest assured. At this moment, this whole piece of land is full of potholes. Uneven. It is difficult to get down. When Long Aotian planted the seeds in the beginning, there was nothing regular. The whole ground was made to look like the surface of the moon by him. It is also because those seeds are good to plant. This can survive well. Isn't it just planting plants? He can do it too. He could even plant better and more perfectly than Long Aotian. Under the moonlight, a black diligent figure worked all night. And the next morning when Su Mumu went out for a run just in time to see Zhou Yiran fill in the last pit. Why are you here? Su Mumu's first reaction is Long Aotian. The boy flirted with Zhou Yiran over to work for him. I do not know if it is not an illusion. Since coming to this new world, Zhou Yiran's temperament peace and quiet a lot. Perhaps, the more world tasks completed, The more world experience, the stronger the ability of the system. Zhou Ran can recover better. And ultimately, he can be completely restored to normal people? During this period of time, Zhou Ran and Long Aotian get along well. Not only is he not aggressive towards Long Aotian, he can even react to some of the things Long Aotian says, which makes Su Mumu very pleased. Zhou Ran naturally couldn't answer her. He just went to her side and signaled her to look at the piece of land that had already been tidied up and flattened by him. Is this inviting credit? So good. Su Mumu was very uptight and reached out to pat Zhou Ran's back. There is no way. This guy is too high. When standing straight up beside her, she can't touch his head. These jobs to Long Aotian dry on the line. You only collect money. Other do not have to care. Fortune cat. Just need to be in the most conspicuous place. Sit and wait to collect money. Although as a fortune-telling corpse and fortune-telling cat difference is a little far. But her requirements for Zhou Ran is only this point. This is still because the staff is now nervous. If she has a lot of points to hire people, let Zhou Ran take a good rest and be the little petite corpse she raised. After all, people have saved her life. So repayment is right. However, when Zhou Ran heard her say this, and did not act like usual, obediently and happily obeyed and left. Instead, he reached his hand to her eyes, and then spread it out. And inside it was clearly a few seeds that had not been planted yet. You also want to help me plant trees? Su Mumu understood what Zhou Ran meant. He nodded his head. It doesn't matter. Planting trees, this kind of thing, soon won't need us to do it ourselves. These pits were dug by Long Aotian. Let him fill them in himself. I can't afford to let you get tired. Zhou Ran was not sane. Su Mumu did not have so many constraints when she spoke in front of him. Said also took out his handkerchief, raised to Zhou Ran's forehead, to wipe his non-existent sweat. Zombies don't have sweat glands, or their sweat glands are already necrotic. Therefore, zombies do not sweat. But Su Mumu had never died. She had always agreed with the saying that life is in motion. Perhaps Zhou Ran would be able to sweat under such intense exercise one day? More running to collect the rent. Can be more exercise. Exercise more body can be healthy some. Body healthy. Can be earlier to recover to become a normal person. This thing is just a viral infection. Since it is a viral infection, it can be cured. Right? Zhou Ran did not speak. Just stood frozen in place. The body stiffly let Su Mumu hands. This in Su Mumu seems very normal. A zombie without sanity. The body stiff and unresponsive is normal. But completely unaware of Zhou Ran is the inner excitement has forgotten to make what reaction to come. She couldn't let herself get tired. Hey. She also hand to their own sweat. She will not be with Long Aotian, that bastard, together. Yesterday, he was in a hurry, and did not understand what Long Aotian said in the end. What the hell? Even under the impulse to be like a fool. To help Long Aotian free to do a night's work. When Long Aotian knew that Zhou Ran had actually helped him finish the work he was supposed to do while he was asleep, and was moved to cry bitterly. Zhou Ran was kind enough to take the bugs that had fallen from the tree on Long Aotian's shoulders, and brought them to his eyes. Ah! Bugs! Worm! Long Aotian was so scared that he couldn't care about anything else, and directly turned on the roaring mode of running wildly. Zhou Ran, however, seemed to not know what was happening, slowly and unhurriedly holding the bug and following behind Long Aotian. Ah! Don't come over. The duo just chased after each other, and put on a good show in front of Su Mumu. Very well. Just by the fact that it could make Zhou Ran become more responsive to the living. Long Aotian's existence was very necessary. The cooperation between Mumu property and the official is going very smoothly. And the users of the forum have also risen from the 10 million level at the beginning to the unit of billion. The number of people receiving plant seeds was also increasing. In half a year's time, the seeds that Su Mumu distributed reached as much as 1 billion. At 12 o'clock one night, Su Mumu heard a long-lost mechanical tone. Stop global sanding mission completed. Issuing mainline task 2, eliminating abnormal deserts 5. Branch line task 100,000 occupants completed. Issued branch line task 2, eliminate 100,000 virus-infected people. Su Mumu was speechless. Can't we just get on with it? How can this task be more difficult than the other? Although this world is not a newbie world. But compared to the last world, the task is still much simpler. As long as the planting of trees, she does not even need to do their own hands to plant, can be completed. She was thinking that the system wouldn't let her off the hook so easily. When a new quest actually came. What does it mean to be a normal desert, and what does it mean to be an abnormal desert? Huh? How is she supposed to tell this stuff apart? And what about that 100,000 times virus-infected person? So far, there hasn't been a single virus-infected person in this world. So how is she supposed to eliminate them? Why can't it be simpler? One mission per world. Just complete it. Stop global sanding, and she'll just kill it off and leave. She has to let the virus spread for a while. And then she can slowly eliminate the virus-infected people? A natural disaster. Isn't that harder than a virus? How other people's apocalyptic world just need to survive for a period of time is good. Why she has to be responsible for eliminating these disasters? Thinking about it made her heart feel bitter. Luckily, she is now cooperating well with the officials. Abnormal deserts. That is, those deserts created after the emergence of sandstorms. She went to plant plants in this kind of deserts. Okay. As for the virus-infected people that haven't appeared yet, let's just ignore it for now. Miss Sue, if you want to fix the desert, just let us do it. You don't have to come here personally. The official person who came over to receive her was very polite to Su Mumu. This was an existence that helped everyone solve the global sanding problem. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was the savior of all mankind. If it wasn't for those unusually tenacious seeds she provided. According to experts' predictions, the entire planet would have turned into a desert by now. But this one didn't want anything. Not even the official medals to be awarded to her. And kept a low profile. Just take the formal way to shoot 2 more pieces of land. Continue to develop her property business. Simply a model of a strong career woman. Officials are waiting to honor her request for agricultural land. But the result is that people didn't say anything. And directly asked them to bring a few pieces of freshly formed desert that have not been successfully dealt with so far. This is another attempt to help them out. Isn't it? This is also too humbling. They haven't even expressed their gratitude for their previous contribution. How can they have the cheek to continue to make them pay? It doesn't matter. I'll take this piece of sand. Su Mumu had a familiar feeling as soon as she entered this lot. This feeling was the feeling she had when she entered those mists in the previous world. The kind of feeling that would enhance her power. It was truly a feeling that hadn't been felt in a long time. After coming to this world, she had almost stayed out of her home. Only going out of the neighborhood to make purchases before the sandstorm started. And after that, she had been moving within the boundaries of the neighborhood. And with all those plants she had planted, the sandstorm had not encroached within the boundaries of the neighborhood. So, she had never felt the power of these sands either. The first time she came face to face with these abnormal sands after coming to this world, she felt the source of the power once again. It didn't even need to be said by anyone for her to be able to determine that this was one of the deserts she needed to eliminate. Only, was this desert and the mist from the last world really a product of the natural world? Was this product of the so-called natural disasters that were able to give power to the evolved and corrupt the bodies of the infected supposed to be real? Huh? The receptionist froze. You go back and tell them what I said. They will understand. Su Mumu thought that this one didn't know about the request she had made in the first place. No. This sandy land doesn't meet the standards for agricultural land. How could one give the great benefactor such a problematic piece of land? It's okay. I'll make it agricultural land. Su Mumu guffawed. And at this moment, the receptionist felt like she saw a fairy descending to earth. Chapter 35. Boss, is there really something wrong with this desert? Long Aotian followed Su Mumu's side. Looking at that piece of desert which was not any different from the ordinary desert. Couldn't help but ask the question. Even if he is smart, he can't guess the mystery of this desert. In his opinion, the desert is a desert. Even if it is because of the sandstorm crazy raging desert, it is still just a desert. And other deserts are not different. Since he came to this world, he has always stayed in Mumu property, and has not contacted the desert in this world. Naturally, he does not know the benefits that this desert can bring to the evolved people. Everyone is responsible for their own choices. Since he chose to hide in the Mumu property to stay at ease, naturally, it is impossible to get the strength of other people to take risks to be able to enhance the strength. These things. The forum is a popular post. Long Aotian really want to enhance the strength. Has long been out of the risk of drilling sand. But he does not want to. He only wants to live peacefully. Then has been meticulous. In his opinion, as long as they planted plants, this place will slowly return to the original oasis. Will not continue to sand, he will be able to safely leave this world. But the boss personally came over. Obviously this desert is not right. He was a little nervous. Although it is said that this time, he finally crossed the male gods. Was brought here by the boss to adventure. This is the boss to him a test. But also to his great trust. He cannot fail the boss. But he was still afraid. Yes. You stand over to see. Su Mumu turned her head, and saw Long Aotian more than 10 meters away from herself. Speaking with shouting. Obviously scared to the extreme. Originally she was planning to come over by herself. Joey ran as an infected person. Now his physical condition is not easy to be stable. She wouldn't want to let him take the risk. Long Aotian and is a weak chicken who has never strengthened his body. Dude? After so many years of having fun, his body has long been emptied. Even if he is now not less in the neighborhood followed by those grandmasters and grandmothers exercise. The body has not seen how much better. In addition, the daily life in the neighborhood is the need for him to deal with the problem. As a result, this kid had to come on his own initiative. So he had no choice but to bring it with him. As if he had made a great determination. Long Aotian lifted his foot and firmly stepped in. The moment he entered the desert, his entire expression changed. Boss, that's right. This is the same as the mist that appeared in your world. It has a special affecting effect on players. Su Mumu spoke the answer he wanted to ask. So, will there be that kind of monsters here as well? Long Aotian cited one thing. He was clear about all that happened in his world. Those monsters appeared after the mist. So, in this world, the zombies would also appear after the desert. Right? Otherwise, boss wouldn't have had to run out to personally deal with such a piece of desert. Su Mumu nodded her head. The sound of Long Aotian gulping came out. Then he walked to Su Mumu's body, as if he had decided something. Boss, I'll protect you. But his body was shaking like sifting chaff. Go. Su Mumu didn't strike him either. After all, the bow and arrow in her hand was a long-range attack. And Long Aotian, who was attacking with a big stick, it was naturally better to go in front. Boss, where do you think all the evolvers in this world have gone? In order to hide his nervousness, Long Aotian turned on his 100,000 reasons mode. And some of the questions that he normally wouldn't dare to ask popped up at this time. Where to? Su Mumu was puzzled. It is the sandstorm scraped for so long. Also did not see what they do. Why not come out to plant all kinds of plants and so on? Long Aotian was contemptuous of this. He was actually clear that most people's first reaction after entering the traveling world was fear. Just like him. They wanted to find a safe place to stay. But he was different. He had been thinking of planting trees after he was sure he was safe. And now there were quite a few living seedling trees in this area that came from him. Unfortunately, later on, the male god didn't know what happened. Suddenly became obsessed with planting trees. And this job was wrapped up by him. He had no place to plant them himself. And he could only plant them in the range outside the district. Even if it is afraid that after the official cooperation with the boss, a lot of sandy land are saved. Sandstorms also become less. Then how those people should also come out to do work. Right? How come he didn't see one of them? How do you know they didn't do it? Maybe you just don't know. There are a lot of people on the forum who receive free tree seeds. And there may be evolved people in them. They just won't go around proclaiming their identity. There were too few people like Long Aotian, who was lucky enough to have a forum in his native world. And the first mission world also had the existence of the Mumu property. Su Mumu suspected that he was the only one who had this kind of good luck. After all, not everyone was called Long Aotian with this kind of flirty name. If there was only the foreign knowledge of this world, then the information those evolvers knew was also pitifully small. They would probably be the same as Long Aotian, who only cared about their own safety, especially nowadays, through those plants planted by Su Mumu and the officials. The range of sanding was greatly reduced. They wouldn't necessarily be able to know the benefits of the desert. And it was even more unlikely that they would find their way here. That being said, this place is too desolate. Most of the places where there were humans had been fully covered with green plants. And only this remote area was still desert. The evolvers were not like Su Mumu, who had official information. And the probability of finding it was too small. Boss, look over there. Long Aotian's eyes are sharp. The two of them just walked up a dune. He saw a black spot in the distance. Going out with his words was Su Mumu's arrow. Her eyesight was better than Long Aotian, Long Aotian could still just see that it was a black dot. But Su Mumu had already seen clearly that it was a walking dry corpse. It was either a mummy or a sentence of a black dry corpse. Obviously, the virus that the infected people put in by the system are infected with are all the same kind. The symptoms are all the same, except that the zombies in this world didn't get moisturized by the mist like the last world. Instead, they would also lose their moisture due to the drought and the sand and dust. And then, they would be dried up. But also because of such a parched look, their degree of decay is not as strong as the last world. It looks a lot smoother. But as someone who saw a real zombie for the first time, Long Aotian still wowed and vomited on the side. Su Mumu was a little surprised. There is no way. All along, Long Aotian's performance is good. Even let her impression of the dude changed quite a lot. Until today she really understand what is called the body petite and weak. Seeing zombies there are afraid. There are disbelieving. There are also curious. But seeing such a clean zombie, just a little bit darker, actually spit out. Su Mumu is still the first time to see. It's okay, boss. I just ate a little too much in the morning. Long Aotian knows that his own boss has always been very fond of hard, strong kind of men, and is not very fond of any gentle little puppies. Not to mention this kind of pretentious guy like him. He tried his best to hide it. However, once he turned around, Su Mumu was pulling out the arrow that was stuck into the head of the zombie. The arrow was still sticky with the zombie's brain tissue. She even acted as if she didn't see it. Took out a rag and wiped it that way by hand. Vomit. Long Aotian once again died in battle. There was no way out. Su Mumu had to deal with this dry corpse by herself. Originally also thought to say that bring Long Aotian. Give yourself as a logistics is also quite good. Now it seems to be she thought too much. The good thing is that after the whole day, the two of them did not meet any more zombies. In order to make up for the poor performance during the day, after the night cools down, Long Aotian almost put his life on the line in planting plants. Thanks to the desert's added energy, he was not only not tired after working all night, he even felt refreshed. And his whole body was in great spirits. The amount of food had even doubled. Boss, if I had known that this sand could have this effect, I would have long ago gone out from the cell boundaries to roll around in the sand and live in it every day. After nibbling the 10th bun in his hand, Long Aotian began to blow. There are all zombies in the sand. Su Mumu's one sentence made Long Aotian change his face. The infected people might have found out the benefits that the sand brought to them. Compared to the evolved people, they would have a hard time leaving the sand. But in the middle of a sandstorm, they would feel comfortable, and their various abilities would be enhanced. The evolvers might not have realized the peculiarities of the sand if they didn't have special encounters. And they might even think that they could get the job done just by growing plants. And they wouldn't be forced to chase the sand because of their instincts. But the infected people were different. As they were infected for a longer period of time, the more they couldn't get away from the sand. And naturally they would follow the sand to survive. Unlike in the last world where Su Mumu was a bit clueless and didn't understand the peculiarities of the mist. This time she had laid out her plan ahead of time, causing the desert to shrink very quickly, and the infected's living space to compress extremely quickly. Otherwise, her second side quest wouldn't have shown that it had completed more than 10,000 as soon as she received it. Perhaps these 10,000 or so infected were wiped out because of her reduced desert range. Still, the number of quests in this world surprised her. In the last world, the fog had existed for a long time, and the number of infected hadn't been very high. And most of them were after Black's group of people zombified and used their teeth to gnaw on the normal residents, spreading the infection to those normal residents. And in this world, the zombies' large-scale attack on humans hadn't happened. Yet the number of infected was so high. It was true that the difficulty of the official mission world was increased. Boss, at this tree planting speed of ours, this sandy area should be done soon. Right? When he thought of that dry corpse's appearance in the afternoon, the steamed bun in Long Aotian's hand instantly didn't smell good. But he didn't want himself to turn into that wimpy appearance again, and hurriedly changed the topic. It's hard to say. You'd better take a rest. There might be a tough battle to fight in a while. Su Mumu pondered for a while, finished the boiling hot lobster congee in her hand, which she took out from the system. Hot, fresh, salty and sticky. Long Aotian drank off 3 bowls by himself. The biggest advantage of this person is that he shouldn't ask what he shouldn't ask. And he doesn't want to know what he shouldn't know. So, Su Mumu also took out a lot of delicious and good things in his face from time to time. He followed the rubbing and took advantage of a lot of benefits. Good. Although he didn't understand what the boss meant by this. But it's always right to listen to the boss. Su Mumu set up a tent. During the daytime, the desert was hot. She couldn't sleep. But she wasn't idle either. All the time she was holding a small knife and sharpening wood. She made her own arrows. The arrows sold by the system were not expensive. But she found that the arrows she sharpened herself were much smoother to use. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt that the speed was a bit faster than those arrows given by the system. Anyway, she was idle and had nothing to do at the moment. So she thought of it as practicing the strength in her hands. This world's plants and trees planted a lot. She accumulated a lot of materials. This moment is all used, along with the snoring of Long Aotion in the tent. When she sharpened to the 100th arrow, a few black dots appeared in the distance. At first it was just a few. Slowly more and more and more. Soon, Su Mumu saw a blackened mass of zombies. Sure enough, this group of guys were hiding here. Compared to the last world, the desert separated the zombies' living space and humans very cleverly. Ordinary humans wouldn't live in the middle of the desert. And the zombies used the desert to be able to cleverly cover their tracks. They hid when humans planted plants in the desert, and then came out to destroy those plants that were planted when the humans were gone. In this world, the zombies and evolvers have switched their tasks. Officials planted plants and wouldn't keep an eye on them all the time, because the plants provided by Su Mumu before had a high survival rate and grew at a very good speed. Almost no artificial intervention is needed. These plants will grow very fast. And the official people work is too much. There is no way to go one by one to stare at these plants grow. They could only run around between the various deserts, planting them first, and then slowly going one by one to conquer the deserts they didn't manage to take at a later stage. To put it bluntly, they can't care about the deserts occupied by the zombies now. And they can only reduce the area of the deserts to the maximum extent first. The zombies' traveling speed is not fast. Obviously the high temperature weather is still some influence for them. Therefore, after Su Mumu shot out about 10 arrows, those zombies finally found her here. A small portion of the zombies accelerated their traveling speed, while a small portion of them spread out and fled for their lives. Obviously, these zombies are spontaneously assembled together and do not have a strong leader. Encountered something, the reaction is still different. Just like this. Instead, it gave Su Mumu a good opportunity. Those who fled, she did not deal with. Dealt with those who ran in front, towards her side of the group of guys who firmly attacked over. Soon, the zombie horde also realized this. The ones that were willing to flee were not attacked. It seemed that the purpose of those attacking them on this side was simply to drive them away. Thus, more zombies fled, and only a small portion of zombies remained to a distance of 100 or so meters from Su Mumu. However, such a distance was just too convenient for Su Mumu to attack. In the end, the ones that were able to walk up to Su Mumu were only 20 to 30 zombies. You're only one person. We have so many. And you're a long-range attacker. You stop. We can discuss. Even if they were infected. But the desert was not large. They could survive already very barely. The strengthening of all aspects of the body was not much. Now that they were facing a divine archer, they were still afraid even when they came to their heels. We're just targeting these plants. We simply don't like them. We don't mean to hurt anyone. The zombies sent out a leader. We've got a strange disease. We're still living. And the only way we can survive is in the desert. So we can't let these plants grow here. We won't harm anyone. The man tried to make up a story that sounded more believable. Please don't hurt us. After saying this, the group of dryads couldn't help but feel aggrieved. There was even someone who sobbed in a small voice. They were all originally people living a normal life when they suddenly became unwell one day and opened their eyes again to a strange world. In their minds were memories they didn't understand at all. And the environment around them wasn't what they grew up in. Before they had time to figure out what was going on, there were so many horrible sandstorms. And at first they were a bit surprised because they found that their bodies, which were originally very uncomfortable, became a bit stronger in the midst of the sandstorms. Those who had strong fantasies couldn't help but enjoy whether they were about to become some kind of awesome superhero, just like what was played in some superhero films. However, when the sandstorm gradually became less and less, and the green area in the city was once again taken back by the officials. Their bodies also reacted with all kinds of discomforts. And they found that where there was sand, their discomfort disappeared. And where there was no sand, they had a feeling of near death. So instinctively they began to chase the sand away. However, no matter how much more they chased after the sand, the changes in their bodies did not continue to stop. Exposed to the sunlight, their skin rapidly lost moisture. At first they didn't care. Exposure to the sun, who will become black and dry. But gradually they found that this dry is not human kind of dry. Even if they think of finding a cool place to hide during the day, and then come out at night is useless. What made them feel even more horrible was that their bodies didn't feel anything anymore. They wouldn't be hungry. They wouldn't be thirsty. And they wouldn't feel hot or cold. Although this made it much easier for them to survive in the middle of the desert. But how could any living person be like this? Only the dead would. But they had no choice but to live one day at a time. The officials have to keep planting trees to accumulate their living space. And they don't dare to fight against the officials. They can only fight guerrilla. When the officials go away, they will pull up those plants. When the officials appear, they will hide. Originally, they thought that it was not bad to live like this. As for what kind of mission is not a mission, they have absolutely no heart to think about those. What was the point of doing quests when it had all come to this? Some people didn't even want to live anymore. Living as a monster was really better than dying. But there were always people with hope. They wanted to live. Not only to live, but also to think of ways to complete the mission. Maybe then, they could return to normal. It was also this belief that supported them to keep on repeating useless tasks. Perhaps if they persisted long enough, things would turn around. But unexpectedly, today, this turnaround appeared. But it came at them. Someone wasn't just planting plants at the edge of the desert. They were also guarding this place, waiting for them to come over, and directly killed so many of them with a single arrow. Their hearts were filled with a sense of crisis. But they couldn't retreat, because they had no way back. The desert was already getting smaller and smaller. Where else could they retreat to? If the officials had discovered their existence long ago, they had been chasing and attacking them. And sooner or later, they would all be killed. Even the official people didn't even need to attack them directly. They only needed to plant all the plants and reduce the size of the desert to the smallest area they could reduce. And there would be no way for them to continue living. At the thought of that, the infected had no more thoughts of continuing to hide. They must talk to those people. Perhaps, talking to them could turn out to be something else. Do you guys really intend to announce your physical condition for the officials to know? After listening to the words of these dry corpses, Sumumu felt that she was a big bad person who was unforgivable. Obviously people didn't do anything. They just wanted a piece of peace and quiet, belonging to their own living space. And yet she came along wanting to drive them to extinction for no reason. Well, as long as the officials can help us research a cure, we will definitely cooperate properly. What if it can't be researched? Sumumu caught the break in their words. After experiencing the two worlds, Sumumu's mind had always wondered why every time the system puts in players, they have to be divided into two categories, infected and evolved. Why, knowing that infected people would spread the virus? Why would they still put them into another new world, letting them infect the innocent people there? Perhaps this virus is insoluble, and only by exterminating these infected can the virus be completely eliminated. Otherwise, why were the missions all about letting the evolvers exterminate the infected? These dry corpses were counting on the officials to help them develop an antidote. And if they couldn't, would they just target the officials? Then, will the people of this world be in danger again? If the research doesn't come out, then let us survive in the desert. It's not like we're going to go out and wreak havoc on other people. Someone couldn't help but stand out, glaring at Sumumu with a death glare. They hadn't done anything. They hadn't harmed anyone. What right did these people have to come and harm them? We are all poor people who were thrown into a strange world. Why should we make things difficult for each other? Another person came out to speak. I did read the posts on the rental forums. I know. You must be a traveler too. We're all travelers. Why should we give each other a hard time? In case we're just sick, give us a chance to be cured. And do whatever you want if you can't. The other party was so ruthless and didn't have any surprise when they saw them. It was obvious that they weren't ordinary people. Good. I promise to give you guys a chance. However, if the antidote is not researched and the desert's range continues to expand, I will definitely step in. And I won't care about you then. Sumumu's words made the dryads despair. But they also knew that right now, they didn't have any capital to negotiate with the other party. The other party's force value was definitely not below them. If the other party was unwilling, they would directly exterminate them all here, and they would have no chance to resist. Now that the other party is willing to give them a chance, they have no better choice but to cooperate with the other party's request and listen honestly. Su Mumu contacted the official and explained the situation. Soon, that side sent people. In addition to botanists, there were also experts in medicine. Also did not go elsewhere. On the spot in the desert to establish a temporary research institute, and openly stated that those who are willing to cooperate with the research and investigation can enter the institute. Now, Su Mumu's job has changed from simply clearing the desert of abnormalities to looking for places where these dry corpses still exist with the officials. However, before the official did not realize that there is still such a creature in the desert, and thus has not been paying attention to this aspect of the problem. And this time, looking at the living corpses in front of them, they naturally attach great importance to it. Do not need Su Mumu opening. They have begun to take the initiative to clean up the dry corpses. They will be classified. They are willing to cooperate, not willing to cooperate, and divided into two categories. One is worried about the research will cause harm to their bodies. This kind of most of them are hiding. Also do not dare to fight with the official head-on confrontation. Against this type of corpses, the official did not do anything to them. Anyway, the scope of the desert is controllable. Only need to distinguish the desert and normal human survival area. To ensure that this group of corpses can only be far away from the people living in the area of concealment is enough. Then, there are those who are extremely rebellious and against the official, and even take the initiative to attack the official research institute. This kind of dry corpses, the official is also absolutely not tolerate. The opportunity has been given. They don't want it themselves. Then it's no one's fault. Su Mumu is also a member of cleaning up this type of zombies. With the help of the official, those who are willing to cooperate with the dry zombies are unified by them to move to a relatively large desert. The rest of those who are not willing to cooperate with them, by them while planting plants, while arranging the fire force to solve. With these experiences, Long Aotian directly turned from the initial fear and dread into a reliable meat shield. It was also because of Long Aotian's experience that Su Mumu then realized that the body changes of the evolvers were different. For example, perhaps because at the beginning she chose a long-range weapon, or perhaps because her body was originally not that kind of strength meat fighting type. Her own physical quality is relatively weak. Anyway, she improved her strength is speed and agility based. Long Aotian is always holding a weapon. Screaming closed eyes to the front of the kind of charge. Thus now his body strength reached a very meat degree. Zombies' ordinary attacks cannot hurt him. Even he was thrown out. Heavy landing. There will not be any headache and brain fever. And he found that the harder he was beaten, the sturdier his physique became. Slowly, he actually even began to enjoy this feeling of being hit. This might be related to people's special fetishes law. One night, when talking about this matter with Su Mumu, Long Aotian reddened his face, embarrassedly squirming, clamping his legs, and constantly rubbing his hands. Boss, people tell you. You don't think people pervert law? Su Mumu froze. A little bit of reaction. What with what? How does this relate to perversion? Long Aotian is looking left and right, knowing that no one is next to him, but still came to Su Mumu's front. Quietly opened his mouth. People in that aspect. More like rough a little bit. Just, like to be forced to treat law. Which aspect? Su Mumu for a moment a little bit of reaction. But as soon as he saw the appearance of Long Aotian with spring in his eyes, he instantly understood in a second. Shit! Why should she understand in seconds? Sure enough, a dude is a dude. And in this kind of thing, he just plays with more flowers than normal people. What kind of person nah? Ahem, don't worry. I won't discriminate against you. She forced down the complex emotions in her heart and made a strong effort to control her expression before opening her mouth with a serious and earnest face. Well, in fact, boss, it's nothing even if you discriminate against me law. After all, we are still very conservative about this aspect. I can understand you. Long Aotian had an expression of indifference and looked at Su Mumu with pure indifference. But I myself don't think it's anything. It's everyone's freedom. So I also don't care about other people's eyes law. But because it's you, boss, that's why I'm saying it especially. Well, I will face this matter properly. Seeing Long Aotion's serious face, Su Mumu also sat upright and got serious. Actually, it's also because I found that I've recently started to suppress the flood power in my body law. However, in the next second, Long Aotion became undecent again. Su Mumu froze. People really like the feeling of being thrown out by those dry corpses, that kind. That feeling of being abused. Simply too good law. Long Aotion double fist hold face. Cheeks red. The whole a shy cute little man. Su Mumu. Let's just pretend that the guilt I just felt was fed to the dog. I want to corpses abuse so much. Boss, let's go to the last location tomorrow. What Long Aotion said was the last location that Su Mumu had set. It was the largest desert in existence. Unlike the other deserts, it was originally a desert, but the sandstorm had expanded its range by more than a little bit. Su Mumu's current mission had only completed 30,000, and the number of zombies that cooperated with the research and hid was not as high as 70,000. So Su Mumu judged that there were still a large number of zombies in that desert. We can go, but we have to go back to the neighborhood to resupply first. Speaking of going back to resupply, in fact, it was Su Mumu who counted that there were not many supplies in the neighborhood, and she had to go back to help resupply. As the desert area shrinks, people's lives are gradually returning to normal. On track, but because of the sand, most of the fields are difficult to return to the previous level of cultivation. People's daily supply of vegetables and fruits are barely preserved by a handful of greenhouses. That the amount of the original is very little. Not to mention the livestock needs of the rations. That simply cannot take care of them. Without rations for livestock, it is naturally difficult for them to survive. And human food is gradually decreasing. Not to mention the prices, which are simply sky-high and unaffordable. Social conflicts are also sharpening. In this situation, Su Mumu can only safeguard the supply of the district. Through the rental forum initiated a barter trading method, with the supplies on hand in exchange for a lot of fields, as well as gold, silver and jewelry. Nowadays, fields and gold and silver are worthless. Food is the most important. There is no lack of people in the sandstorm before the arrival of a large amount of food hoarding. In the current food shortage, in exchange for land and money, they think very clearly. Food will be bad, and the fields and gold and silver are hard currency. As long as they carry through this period of time, they will be get rich overnight. Therefore, those small actions of Su Mumu didn't arouse anyone's suspicion. It was just that she had to go back to the neighborhood regularly to pick up the food and supplies that she had hoarded beforehand, in order to earn the difference in price. That's natural. Long Aotion and Su Mumu had already been out for a month, and at this moment, he really missed the comfortable bed and air conditioning at home. Unconsciously, he had long ago taken Mumu Real Estate as his home. Boss, when exactly will I be able to switch? Wait a little longer. Mentioning this, Su Mumu was really weak. The points, this thing is really too good to be used. It is needed here and there, and I don't know how it's gone. So much time had passed. She actually still hadn't been able to save enough points to sign with Long Aotion. Alright, boss, why don't you tell me the conditions for switching, and I'll see if I can think of a way? Long Aotion is surrounding Su Mumu's side, pestering, wanting Su Mumu to say how to let him turn to the right way earlier. After all, now those infected have been eliminated most of the time. If it goes on like this, the mission is completed. By then he can still see the boss again? This you can't think of any way. Su Mumu smiled helplessly. If she could make Long Aotion do something, wouldn't she have done it long ago? Unfortunately, this thing can only be done by her. Boss. Long Aotion stepped forward to tug Su Mumu's arm, wanting to pamper her, only to be bumped off by a black shadow that rushed out from nowhere. Occupying his original position, Su Mumu and Long Aotion fixed their eyes and realized that it was actually Zhou Yiran. He pickpocketed Su Mumu's arm and put her hand towards his head. Sure enough, it's not right. Su Mumu touched this soft and dry, clean hand, feeling the doubt in her heart is deeper. Before, when she was there, Zhou Yiran's cleanliness problem, she had never cared about it before, and he didn't seem to be the same as normal people. A few days without bathing will be stinky. He seemed to have always kept a clean and dry appearance, until this period of time and Long Aotion a piece in the desert. He always have to complain because there is no way to take a proper bath, and always say miss the property center's washroom. It was only then that Su Mumu reacted. as if Joey Ran had never washed his hair and taken a bath. But his body still always exuded the clean aroma of shower gel and shampoo. This made her very strange. This time, she had come back to make sure of one thing as well. Looking at Joey Ran, who was still desperately trying to use his body to squeeze Long Aotian out of the way, Su Mumu decided to make her move tonight. Joey Ran, however, did not realize the danger is approaching, but also only focus on and Long Aotian scramble Su Mumu's side of the position. The whole see the master too excited big dog look. God. I'm not trying to steal the boss from you. As a dude in the bush, Joey Ran's feelings for Su Mumu, he has long been aware of, and the boss for Joey Ran's special emotion. He is also clear. Just do not know what happened between the two. Joey Ran good a person. Not too conscious. IQ is not quite enough. Although the boss of Joey Ran emotional special, but also not too much like the kind of love between men and women close. However, he understands one thing. No matter what is between the boss and Joey Ran, he cannot be inserted into. Otherwise this full of community greenery is his forewarning. Originally, he could have made a fortune with these live seedlings. But as a result, just because he blew a gasket in front of the boss, the god of men snatched away his planting rights, which was a huge fortune. The capital for him to be able to live the life of a foppish rich second generation. Nay, rich generation again in the traveling world. So, don't ever rob his beloved with an unreasonable primary school student. I just want to turn right. Long Aotian struggled to explain. But as a result, his arms were stuffed in by Joey Ran with a large pile of complaint sheets. Long Aotian froze. Taking a look at those slips, he froze. Boss, is the decoration of our house that bad? Complaints are all customers who rent houses. Most of the customers who buy houses are bought to decorate their own or purchased a whole house customized. Their own houses. Their decoration requirements are higher, with naturally better materials. Complaining very little. The users of rental housing, on the other hand, are less demanding. In addition to Su Mumu's autonomous decoration of a few top quality, high-rent houses at the beginning, most of the others are choosing simple decoration. What these tenants complained about was that the facilities in the houses were too uncomfortable to use. And on the contrary, they were not allowed to purchase their own items to put in the rooms. Long Aotian, you go and solve it. Count their demands. It's not impossible to upgrade the quality of the house's decoration. But the rent has to go up as well. Those who are willing will be upgraded. And those who aren't can return the rent. Su Mumu had long thought of this situation. The rent daily settlement for this kind of time can be more convenient. She was eager to see this kind of people without contractual spirit can return the rent. And change some new people who live in to brush up their points. When they first moved in order to pay a lower rent, they chose to be simply furnished. And now that they have moved in, they want to be picky about the facilities of the house and make her spend money on redecorating. This kind of person, she would never be spoilt. Okay, Long Aotian was ready to go. But as a result, Joey Ran once again stuffed a large pile of complaint sheets into his arms. And now not only Long Aotian, even Su Mumu feel very some surprise. This time the complaints were those owners who had bought the house. Some complained about the flue returning smoke. Some complained about the toilet not being smooth and occasionally blocked. And there were also complaints about the small amount of water and slow internet speed. Su Mumu frowned. This kind of situation is absolutely impossible to happen. The quality of the system may not even guarantee this kind of small problems. It's not the system's problem. The system was aggrieved and wanted to complain to Su Mumu. However, for some reason, its permissions were actually restricted, and there was no way to tell the truth. Sure enough, once certain people became a bug, it was a permanent big bug that even it couldn't control. It's not the system's problem, then it's the user's problem? Su Mumu could only think of this. After all, when something is given to someone else to use, everyone uses it in a different way. And it's normal for some different problems to occur. You go deal with it. This kind of thing of course can't let Joey Ran to deal with it. He has difficulty communicating with people. So he can only let Long Aotian go. Okay, Long Aotian is not excuses. He also quite liked to deal with those owners. Can get a lot of information. He did not know. After he left, behind him Joey Ran revealed a wicked smile. How about recently? Su Mumu just asked out. Saw Joey Ran has not had time to put away this smile. Is her illusion? Once the zombies are corpseified, there will be no expression of awe. Usually she and Joey Ran communication is only limited to nodding and shaking their heads. How Joey Ran will smile. Or the kind of bad smile that has done something bad? Are you laughing? Hard how to think. How, she asked. A little beating around the bush. Joey Ran is a face of ignorance. Just lowered his head to rub Su Mumu's arm, as if he did not understand what she was saying. Su Mumu also did not continue to ask questions here. Just with Joey Ran into the property center. Sitting in their own office after the office chair. Let Joey Ran sat on the opposite side. Joey Ran also want to chase over. But with Su Mumu stopped. You sit there. I have something to ask you. Joey Ran want to pretend not to understand the appearance. Continue to rub this side. Su Mumu but coldly opened his mouth. Joey Ran. Your hair is who give you wash? I don't know why you have to pretend to be not much of a brain. But I don't like you like this. And bathing. That kind of thing. You can't do it yourself. Can you? The smile I just saw was definitely not an illusion. She asked a series of questions. Her voice is getting higher and higher. Also more and more angry. But Joey Ran is still dumbfounded. Just sitting there. Did not answer her. Boss. This you can wrong God. His hair is washed by himself. I teach. Long AOT on this moment just come back to get tools. The result from the office doorway passed by. Heard his boss's explosive temper. You taught? Su Mumu was surprised. In the last world, Joey Ran is male. Naturally not her care. Daily life is by Uncle Min and also brother responsible for. That time. He has not learned to take care of himself. Su Mumu do not know. But in this world, she has not seen Joey Ran to bathe himself. Boss, have you seen the male god bathing and washing his hair with your own eyes? Long Aotion was in a hurry to explain and couldn't care less about what he said. Then of course I haven't seen it. Su Mumu was asked this kind of question. Naturally she was a little embarrassed. Where would she run to stare at Joey Ran taking a shower? What did that become? At first I did not think about this problem. I thought he was just not very good. But daily life can still be responsible for their own. The results of that time I was in a hurry. Ran in with the god of a shower. I found that he simply will not wash his hair in bath. Shower gel is shampoo. Shampoo simply pour a whole bottle of shampoo. The body rub casually some bubbles to be wiped dry out. TSK. I just suddenly realized. No wonder his body scent is always so strong. Maybe he has a sense of cleaning. But not really will clean themselves. I patiently taught him many times. He will really wash themselves it. Long Aotion looked at Joey Ran's eyes full of pity. Hey. How handsome a male god. How can he be brain dead? He must have been a clean and handsome man when he was normal before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been brain dead and still have such a deep obsession with washing his hair and taking a bath. Almost every day. More than he loves to be clean. As for the laugh you said boss he is not going to laugh. I taught him. He said. Long Aotion came to Joey Ran's back to go. With the index finger and thumb pickpocket the corner of Joey Ran's mouth. Hard to support a curvature. Although the corners of his mouth were up. But because the person didn't really smile. So how this expression looked weird. Very much like mocking. But also like in contempt. Although it was different from the smile Su Mumu had just seen. It was not far off. Su Mumu would believe it. Really? It's true. Okay. Then the next you stay here to deal with the problem. Let Joey Ran and I peace out. Some suspicion up. Not so fast dissipation. Not to mention. Now so many problems in the district. Indeed can only be dealt with by Long Aotion. Just take Joey Ran out a piece of experience. She didn't forget that Joey Ran was an SSS Plus employee. But for so long, he didn't seem to have leveled up. Maybe she had to bring him into contact with those sands in order to have a turnaround. As an infected person, it might be dangerous for him to touch the sand. But it was also highly likely to be a turnaround. Thinking of this, Su Mumu made up her mind. She didn't want Joey Ran to stay in this childlike state. Although she felt that it would be more natural to get along with him. She would rather him return to normal and have his own life. Huh? Boss, you want to abandon me, Long Aotion quit, dropping the hammer in his hand. No way, boss. I've only just got my body a little stronger. How can you abandon me? The male god. He's not in good health. He can't accompany you out on an adventure. Then you think it's more appropriate to leave things in the neighborhood to him than to you? Su Mumu asked Long Ao Tian rhetorically. If Zhou Yiran could handle those things, it wouldn't be that he just hoarded so many complaint sheets that were not dealt with. That is, these owners in the district sympathetic to Zhou Yiran's situation, but also some afraid of him. So the complaint list just accumulated, waiting for them to come back to deal with, and did not urge Zhou Yiran to do. But she agreed with the owners of a month period have arrived, and then do not deal with is not possible. That is definitely not. But Long Ao Tian of course knows that things are prioritized. But he also really wants to follow Su Mumu out together. Once upon a time he envied those big heroes in the movies. Muscular, conquering everyone with their manhood. And when they encountered injustice, they could solve it by just relying on their fists. Unlike him, his body is poor. Every time he meets something, he can only use money to solve it. Low dead. Now it's not easy for him to have such an opportunity. The result is that the boss doesn't take him. Woo woo woo. There is no but. The safety and security of the neighborhood is also very important. Counting the time. It may be in this period of time. Su Mumu always felt that the system wasn't that peaceful, and wouldn't watch her solve the crisis in this world so easily. Speaking of which, ever since she came to this world, it had gone incredibly smoothly. The only hindrance was also on the landlord system side. There was no way to develop her business territory that quickly. But those weren't really obstacles. Really? Long Ao Tian's eyes lit up. As long as there was an attack. He was excited. Intuition tells me yes. If not, then consider yourself on leave. Su Mumu had already made her decision. There was nothing Long Ao Tian could do even if he was unwilling. In the end, it was set that 3 days later Su Mumu took Zhou Yiran to set off together. Boy God. You are really lucky to be able to follow the boss out together. When Long Ao Tian went out from the office, he was full of resentment and couldn't help but babble with Zhou Yiran. But you still need to be careful when you go out. The desert or something is very dangerous. There is that kind of strange monsters appear. I heard the boss say, your physique is a little special. Contact with those Saiyans. There may be uncomfortable situation. Don't force it. And Zhou Yiran in a piece of time together. He and Zhou Yiran two people good with a person like. Although some sad cannot go out. But also will not blame Zhou Yiran what. The boss is right. These problems in the neighborhood can only be handled by him. And go out for so long. He has also improved a lot. Also mastered some of the tricks of the exercise body. Stay here can also enhance their own. He is just a little worried about Zhou Yiran already. Zhou Yiran seemed to understand and nodded his head, looking at him with eyes that seemed a little guilty. But before Long Ao Tian could capture it, he went to his house and carried out a box of plant seeds. For me? Long Ao Tian froze. Before, he bought seeds with all the money he earned. But it was still not enough for planting. Then the male god stole the job of planting trees. He didn't hoard seeds as before. As a result, when the news of the official cooperation with this side of the world was let loose, and the number of people receiving seeds on the forums became more, he couldn't buy seeds even if he wanted to. The seeds in the supermarkets in the neighborhood were also snatched up every time they hit the shelves. And he couldn't match the enthusiasm of those Amazons in grabbing things. Not to mention the fact that the Amazon skill points for reclaiming wasteland were all filled up as well. Almost as soon as, between the night, the community around the undeveloped wasteland are reclaimed by the Amazons. And even those plants were taken care of by them, as if they were children. That thrive all. Long Ao inside to himself. And simply do not go to join in the fun. But he has been used to planting. If he is not interested in okay. This is suddenly passive no opportunity to plant. How he feels very reluctant. But there is no seed. He does not know how to save the seed. Go out for a month. He did not have the opportunity to take care of those plants of his. What can he do? Unexpectedly, the male god really understands him. He actually prepared what he wanted the most. Holding that box of seeds, Long Ao Tian was so touched that he was almost about to cry out. But that's not all. Zhou Yiran took him to the land he planted before. When he left just a nest of short sprawling saplings place. Has been full of sky-high trees. Each tree in the middle of the gap was also planted some small shrubs. Some of which are flowering. And some of which actually bear the red fruit. When I got closer, they were all little tomatoes. Edible little tomatoes? These things are a rarity nowadays. After all, the plant again can curb sand. It is only a functional thing. Cannot bring substantial benefits to the people. For them, can only look at the plant cannot be eaten. There is not much use, especially after the desert is gradually far away from people's lives. Plants that can be eaten have become more in demand, not to mention the small tomatoes that can be eaten, or small tomato seeds. It is also difficult to buy money. Long Outhian now has so many small tomatoes. Is simply super rich. At first, he just casually scattered the seeds of the things he could grab and didn't know what they were. As a result, now these seeds have actually grown and fruited just like that. Is this what I planted? He couldn't believe it and looked at this piece of plant in front of him. Joey Ran nodded his head. Male God. You are so good. I just love you so much. Long Outhian was moved to tears. But Joey Ran turned his head somewhat unnaturally to look away. That's right. Those complaints in the neighborhood were all done by him. Chapter 37. He has been tired of this feeling of being protected. And also tired of dragging this body dare not do anything. Nothing can do feeling. He knew that Su Mumu was doing it for his own good. And he also knew that Su Mumu had been paying for him. And that she was looking for a method that would allow him to return to normal. But he can't just sit back and enjoy it, waiting for Su Mumu to complete everything for him. Su Mumu didn't owe him anything. At first, to stop that man from biting her is his voluntary, but also his instinctive reaction, and then chose to die with the black brother. But also his own cannot stand the changes in their own bodies to make the choice. All of this has nothing to do with Su Mumu. To blame his former lack of courage. Did not look like the last world of Joey Ran like. Had the courage in high school period on Su Mumu confession. Although he and Su Mumu is not like the world of the two like. Childhood sweethearts. Deep feelings. But he is also in junior high school on the acquaintance of Su Mumu. At that time, he is still a dead fat. Because mom and dad are out and about. Has always been to take money to compensate him. Every time he wants to, mom and dad will go to buy fried chicken hamburger fries to eat. Eat a full. The thoughts of them are not so deep. Then he became very fat. He wasn't interested in studying. Because his parents made a lot of money, and it didn't matter if he didn't work hard for the rest of his life. He thought he could live his life without any effort. Until he went to junior high school, when he was targeted by a few gangsters, who often asked him for money and always beat him up. He approached the teacher, but the teacher asked his parents to come to school. Unexpectedly, his parents said that since the others just asked for money, he would just give it to them in the future. And the family didn't lack this pocket money. And they were willing to give this money as long as the other party didn't beat him up anymore. After the teacher knew their attitude, although he felt that his parents were very strange. But since his parents are not pursuing the matter, it is natural that more is better than less. The Zhou family is willing to spend money to solve the matter. Why should he be a teacher to meddle in the matter? However, those people's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Also see that he is a child without backing. Want more and more number. He cannot give out as a beating. He even thought of letting them beat him to death. Since no one cared about him anyway. Money is more important to parents. Until Su Mumu's appearance. She directly wrote his encounter into an article. Cast all the newspapers and magazines. But also in the police station and the court outside the printed article. This time, everyone began to pay attention to this matter. The police went out to solve the group of punks. He was saved. He had never seen the girl. But that girl just helped him without asking for anything in return. He secretly ran to Su Mumu's school to see what kind of girl she really is. She has a bright smile. Cute baby fat face. She loves to eat stinky tofu in front of the school. Likes big red clothes. Enjoys reading history and writing articles. Dislikes physics, chemistry, and maths. And is heavily biased. The only time she cried was because the little goldfish she kept died. Soon after the midterm examination, she was admitted to a key middle school because of her outstanding literature prize work. While he was stuffed into that school by his parents' money. For the first time, he felt that it wasn't a bad thing for his parents to be rich. But he didn't want to be looked down upon by her. So from that summer holiday, he studied like crazy. Worked desperately hard. He wanted to become better. To become strong enough to match her. To be able to get close to her without having to rely on mom and dad's money. Well, he finally did. And waited for her confession. Only for her to run away after that one. He had searched for her for so long. And it was so hard to be able to see her again. Only to be involved in such a strange and weird world. He didn't want to miss out with her like that again. And he didn't want to misunderstand her like that again. He had to get rid of this current identity and exist as a normal person with her. And if he couldn't do that, then he would leave before it was too late, and not continue to be a burden to her. But he also knew that Su Mumu wouldn't let him leave from safety easily. So, he went to adjust the amount of water coming out of the small district when he had nothing to do. Occasionally when he had nothing to do, he incited the wind from the pipe on the roof to the inside. And he would also switch off the district's sewage system for an hour or two. That's how he saved up so many various complaint slips in the neighborhood, in order to make Long Aotian stay behind and him follow Su Mumu out. But with her bravery, just Long Aotian not being able to go out wasn't enough. She would choose to go out on her own without anyone. This is also why he would purposely let Su Mumu see his bad smile. Only if Su Mumu suspected him would she want to bring him along and let him go out with herself to properly find out what's going on with him. It's just that this would be a little bit sorry for Long Aotian, although he had already started to make up for it before they came back. But looking at Long Aotian so touched, he was still a little bit ashamed of himself. But he wouldn't tell him the truth either. He could only wait until later to make it up to him. Well, God, I invite you to eat small wontons. The small wontons in our neighborhood is a masterpiece. Long Aotian pulled Joey-ran into the small restaurant in the neighborhood, which does not go in without knowing, only to find out that there are more milk tea shops, fried chicken shops, hot pot shops in the neighborhood. Huh? When did so many more shops appear? Was it when the boss signed the contract behind my back? Long Aotian is a little confused. Investment promotion, this kind of thing. The boss definitely will not give it to Joey-ran to do. It can only be done by the boss himself. But some time ago, the boss is still worried about the second phase of the third phase of the breakfast shop, and the supermarket cannot open the matter. How can suddenly give the third phase or open on the milk tea fried chicken hot pot shop? This is also too extravagant. He does not know. Su Mumu, this period of time to earn points are exchanged for these shops, as well as shop recipes have been updated to increase a lot. Nowadays, when the outside world is in short supply, the breakfast shop and Chinese food shop in their neighborhood can still supply normal wontons and fried rice buns. The owners did not continue to complain. But Su Mumu couldn't stand it anymore. She hoarded a bunch of supplies. But her cooking skills were so lousy that she couldn't make much of a good meal at all. In the last world, she had her mother, Bai Feng Ling, and Annie Zhang, who made her delicious food every day in different ways. In this world, the meals made by Annie Zhang and her mother were almost consumed by her. So she began to think of ways to open as many restaurants as possible, and opened all the food shops she liked to eat in the neighborhood. In the beginning, she also relied on the fact that she was able to open a shop in the neighborhood. So she didn't buy much cooked food in her original world. And she didn't order any takeaways, mainly because some food, I guess, doesn't taste good once it's made for takeaways. It was also impossible to order a lot of dine-in food for people to make and take away for her. They own a community directly open shop to come faster. The main thing is, the system produces recipes. Make the dish that is absolutely delicious. Standard quantitative production. Those shops she rented out. Open the recipe for the proceeds of her to be able to have 10% of the drawback. Rarely is she going to open more recipes out. For this reason, she was walking around with 0 points every day, and would have opened only so many shops. Come. Let's eat hot pot. In these 3 days, I'm going to treat you to all the food shops in our neighborhood. Not knowing that these shops are exchanged with the points of his conversion, Long Aotian is happy. His own boss is really strong. People are outside hacking zombies, but also able to take care of the home to attract investment, but also open so many food shops. Think about it and feel worshipped. What? You guys who open hot pot restaurants only have 1 spicy soup, 1 clear soup, 1 beef roll, and 1 lettuce with 1 kind of flavor plate. However, when he got the menu, his whole body was confused. What kind of hot pot restaurant is this? Is it so simple? They don't want to do business, do they? Yes. This is our entire menu. Guests can order whatever they like. The hot pot restaurant waiter had a smiling face, and didn't realize that there was anything wrong with this. Just order whatever. Can you call this random ordering? Do you have a misunderstanding of the word random order? Long Aotian couldn't hold it down. What the hell kind of hot pot restaurant is this? Forget it. Let's go eat the fried chicken next to it. Let's drink milk tea and eat fried chicken. Pulling Joey-ran out from the hot pot shop, Long Aotian looked at the list of milk tea shop and fell into deep thought. Hello, guest. May I ask what you need to order? The waitress asked him with a smile on her face. Very gently. What do I need to order? What could I possibly need? You guys only have one lemonade on this list. What else do you think I could want? May I ask if you need lemonade? No. I don't want lemonade. I want milk tea. Then please take a look at our milk tea list yet. You can pick what you need and let me know. The waiter's service was so good that Long Aotian could only go to the fried chicken shop. What? You only have whole fried chicken? Where are the fries? What about chicken nuggets? Where's the chicken rack? Burgers? How about chicken thighs? This is our menu. Just let me know what you need. The waitress pointed to the list in front of the checkout counter and kindly reminded Long Aotian. What else could he say? It was not only the restaurant in Phase 3 that was like this. The restaurants in Phase 1 and Phase 2 were all like this. God of man. Have you noticed that the restaurants that are open in these several phases of our property are all the same? Even the things on their food lists are exactly the same. But they are not chained. Nor do they have the same owner. What is this? Long Aotian finally found out the walk point that was not right. Joey Ran didn't say anything. This was something that he had already discovered before Long Aotian, and Su Mumu didn't come back. He knew that it might be related to Su Mumu. But he didn't care. As long as the others didn't find out. He could pretend not to know. But now that Long Aotian knew, he was hesitant to knock him out and stop him from continuing the association. Fortunately, Su Mumu appeared. You guys came to eat too? Hot pot. Su Mumu saw Long Aotian and Joey Ran from afar. Of course she heard Long Aotian's words. Without waiting for Long Aotian to continue, she interrupted him. Yes, boss. You also come to eat hot pot? Let me tell you. This hot pot is a black-hearted shop. Long Aotian hurriedly told Su Mumu his analysis. What kind of supplies are in short supply out there now? Don't you know? Su Mumu dumped the pot without changing her face. This was a point that Long Aotian did not expect. But how can they still open a restaurant to supply unlimited meat and vegetables when supplies are scarce outside? And still be able to specify a certain kind? Outside restaurants now have no menu. Can have whatever dishes to cook. Absolutely cannot order dishes. Chapter 38. But the restaurants here can order food not to mention. Those waiters' attitude is as if they don't like food. No. I should say they didn't realize the singularity of their restaurant's menu. And what kind of situation would they not realize? I did it. Su Mumu opened her mouth, then lifted his foot and walked into the hot pot restaurant. You did it? Yes. The dishes in these shops are all supplied by me. They can only make whatever dishes I give them. And these dishes are all what I love to eat. No. Su Mumu justified ordering 10 beef rolls, 4 lettuces, a mandarin duck hot pot base, and 3 flavor plates. What can we do? This menu is a set menu. A set down compared to those messy single recipe to cost effective. She directly opened such a set menu. But she is not wrong. She ate hot pot is not the same as others. The variety to be more. She has always wanted a very simple beef rolls, lettuce, top and then add a ball. Of course. Must be purely handmade balls. The kind of frozen ball she does not love to eat. This set meal includes the 2 dishes she wants to eat. So it's good that she bought it. Anyway, I don't intend to make much profit here. It's good to be able to open to provide another choice for the owners of the neighborhood. In fact, the canteen over there has more types of dishes. If you think that the categories here are less, go over there is also the same. Su Mumu glanced at Long Aotian. Long Aotian originally wanted to say that the canteen are tired of eating. Eat so 6 dishes. Shredded potato meat, East Slope meat, braised pork ribs, tomato scrambled eggs, cold cucumber, carrot stewed beef brisket. But in the boss such a gaze. He did not dare to say. The boss is also right. No matter what. The canteen are 6 dishes it. Then this side of the rich. And the canteen is their direct operation. The boss is the boss. He dared to dislike the boss of the monotony of the industry. Is tired of living before daring to bullshit. No, no, no. I like to eat hot pot. Hot pot. Is simple the best. There are meat and vegetables and flavor plates. How rich. Long Aotian was very doggedly ran to find the waiter to get the flavor discs. Escaping Su Mumu's eye kill. Su Mumu was too lazy to bother with him. The fire was turned on, and she directly placed a plate of meat down. She ate hot pot is not like other people so elaborate. What 7 on 8? What a piece of hot she does not like. She likes this kind of bold eating method. The pot opened, and a piece of cooked meat floated on the surface, against the red color, making people's fingers move and their appetites widen. After a month of eating sand in the desert, I was thinking about a bite like this. She picked up a piece of crunchy, tender lettuce, shook the water droplets on it, picked up a slice of beef, put it into the flavor dish and dipped it, then put it on the lettuce, wrapped it up, and stuffed it into her mouth in one bite. Instantly, the crunchy freshness of the lettuce, the freshness of the beef, the spiciness of the beef, and the richness and mellowness of the sauce in the flavor dish collided in the middle of the mouth. And it was delicious enough to make her whole body and soul feel relaxed. Wow, boss, your way of eating is interesting, hey? Long Ao Tian hurriedly farted to follow. His hand also followed Su Mumu's same action. One bite down, staring round eyes, as if he had discovered a new continent of food. He was greedy. A piece of lettuce wrapped in 2 slices of meat. Now his mouth was stuffed full. There was no way to open his mouth to speak. In the end, he could only stretch out a thumb. Absolute. Taste it. Su Mumu is not just focusing on her own food. Fishing a piece of meat from the head into the dish in front of Zhou Yiren. Eat. Zombies eat human cooked food has been very over. If also force people to eat vegetarian is not bullying people. Therefore, Su Mumu only gave Zhou Yiren the meat, and did not wrap the lettuce for him. Boss, we can't just focus on our own enjoyment. Such a good thing must also let the male god also taste it. Long Ao genius does not care so much. Big hand of fish. Soon made a lettuce wrap meat roll. Also do not change hands. Directly fed to the front of Zhou Yiren. Zhou Yiren is very natural and well-behaved open his mouth. The big packet of food into the mouth. 2 people this skillful appearance. Let Su Mumu feel a little strange. You 2 this quite skilled That's not true. The god of men hasn't eaten less of my food. Long Ao Tian was very proud. Your meal? Yes. The god of men is not that what? Long Ao Tian glanced at Zhou Yiren's reaction. Although he said that the male god might not even understand what they were saying right now, he still felt that some words should not be said in front of the male god is better. In the beginning when I just want to find a person a piece of dinner. You know, we are all men. A piece of dinner or something very common. The result I found the male god he seems to be more shy. Hey, I used to be with my gang of brothers are also not much size. Fooling around with the habit. Just by hand fed the male god a mouthful. I see him eating is quite happy. And then he became acquainted with him. And the male god's taste is like me. What I like to eat he also likes to eat. Between words, Long Ao Tian gave Zhou Yiren another whole vegetable wrap meat. In fact, you say the god of this appearance. This body? I always feel that he used to be not the average person. Now this look. If he has cleared his heart how hard it is confined on eating to make up for it is also quite good. Do you have children? Su Mumu suddenly asked. No How to ask so boss? Long Ao Tian had a strange face. Nothing. Just think that if you become a father, you should be a very qualified father. The truth is that Long Ao Tian now looks like a pure old father who worries about his children. When saying this, Su Mumu has been observing Zhou Yiren's reaction. She is intentional. She does not believe that this is an old father warning. Zhou Yiren even cannot react. However, Zhou Yiren is so calm. Happy to eat Long Ao Tian to him to hand over the vegetables wrapped in meat. The 2 a package of 1 to eat. Long Ao Tian even with a particularly gratified, particularly loving. My son finally grew up. No to eat well the old father's eyes at Zhou Yiren. As if as long as Zhou Yiren ate, it is tantamount to him to eat. He is incomparably satisfied. Su Mumu was 2 people like this to get very speechless. Never mind. Is she in vain to do small people? Even ran to destroy people 2 deep and beautiful feelings. Or eat more good. So, when Long Ao Tian finally felt that feeding his god was almost enough, and intended to eat some by himself, he found that there were no pieces of armor left on the table. And even the flavor discs were all cleaned up. Boss, why didn't you leave some for me? Long Ao Tian was very aggrieved. Leave what? Su Mumu comfortably patted her full stomach. Really this is called eating In the desert with the sand to eat that or what Even eating the roasted chicken that Bai Feng Ling made for her had no taste. Forget it. This meal is his treat anyway, so he can order more for himself. So, Long Aotian ordered 3 more meats and 1 more dish, and ate a comfortable meal by himself. Boss, I take back the disdain I just had for this shop. This meal, it doesn't need to be fancy. As long as the flavor is good, everything is good. Every shop just needs to do their own signature is enough. As the saying goes, the essence of the meal lies in the essence, does not lie in more. This will. 3 people walking under the moonlight. Long Aotian's poetic interest. Just half a day also failed to say a so-and-so. Who told him to read less? In the end, he could only give a thumbs up to the door of the hot pot restaurant. Awesome. Delicious. The next day, he ate fried chicken with lemonade and stared with round eyes. Crap. Bull? On the 3rd day, he found a new menu at the breakfast place. Beef noodles. And immediately boasted to the owner 3 times in a row. Bull? Bull? And Su Mumu brought with her 100 bowls of beef noodles that were replenished into the system warehouse. 100 small wontons. 500 meat buns. 200 fried chickens. 50 mandarin duck pot bottoms plus 500 beef rolls. 200 flavor discs. 1,000 cups of lemonade. Plus 100 servings of each of those 6 types of dish styles that were in the cafeteria. Lettuce. She washed more than 100 herself. It should be enough. And in the first floor of the basement took 10 boxes of 12 bottles of 1L bottles of coconut milk. 2 large bags of 30 bags of chili fries. 250 grams of beef jerky 10 bags. Barrels of crisps 10 flavors each, 10 barrels of 5 flavors of chocolate 10 bars of each. Custard pies 5 boxes. Wafers 5 boxes. 5 boxes of congee 5 boxes of 5 flavors of canned fruits 50 cans of each go out and go on the road. Unfortunately, the system mall unlocked fresh fruit and vegetables are too few. The basement cannot be stored for too long. That is, her own system warehouse stored some grapes, watermelon, cantaloupe, Chelsea oranges and so on. But also have to save a little bit to eat. Seeds that can be planted in the district does not include these kinds of species. And so back to her original world. Must stock up on some of these materials. After all, she is also the first time she encountered such a thing. Usually home is when encountered what you want to eat directly, mobile phone online shopping. Fruits and such easy to bad things she did not have the consciousness of stockpiling. At this moment, she found that she hoarded too little. Simply not enough to eat. The good thing is that this world can unlock its own recipes and open a shop, which is barely enough to satisfy her cravings. When she saves up more points, she must unlock the barbecue meat and French fries. Last time she and Long Aotian went out, they drove their own car out. This time, directly by the official helicopter to send them to their destination. But very quickly, she glanced at the side of Joey Ren. This person is very calm. Just like countless times to sit in the helicopter that way. Very skilled in their own seats. Next to the person to give him a good seatbelt. He was honestly sitting there. From time to time to the window curiously look. Completely different from the high and cold male god she thought he was. Was it because he was too able to pretend? Or did she not know him in the first place? Our people have already deployed here a long time ago. But it took half a month. And there is still not an inch of grass here. Didn't your people keep watch day and night as they said before? This was strange. If they didn't know the cause before and didn't arrange for people to guard it, it would be fine. But now that they already knew why these deserts kept expanding, how come they didn't have a complete countermeasure? Guarding is guarded. But I don't know why. Those plants just don't grow. The person in charge of receiving Su Mumu had a pleasing look on his face, as if he was begging her. But some of the ones planted by some people can live. They just don't live that well. Not like the ones you personally planted. So this top wants to ask this time. If you have time next, don't worry. I will stay here until this place turns into an oasis. Right. You pick out those who can grow live plants. Hearing this person's words, Su Mumu's heart already had a number. Okay, Miss Su. The person who came was happy in his heart and did not stay any longer, leading the two to the tent prepared for them and left. Obviously, he had gone to report to the people at the top. Joey Ren. We are going to stay here for some time next. Do you have any feelings after you arrived here? Su Mumu's attention has always been on Joey Ren's body. From the beginning of getting off the plane, she has been observing Joey Ren. But he doesn't seem to have any feelings. Still just curiously looking around. But she does not know. Joey Ran's heart has set off shock waves. What's going on in the desert? Of course he understands. As an infected person, after contacting these sands, the body will change. At first it will feel that the body is full of power. Gradually it will not be able to leave this power. And then it will be dominated by these sands. Just like those fogs at the beginning. But this time, he actually did not feel the slightest. Not only did not feel that the sand on his body has caused any impact. And even he is here. Slowly feel able to control the power of the feeling. Not the feeling of being dominated before. Only this feeling was very faint. He could not catch it for the time being. But it was already enough to put his mind at ease. As long as it didn't continue to corrupt and continue to be dominated by that terrifying power. It meant that everything was moving in a good direction. Before he came, he had already thought it through. If he would continue to decay, he would leave Su Mumu's side, find a place where no one knew him, and no longer continue to drag his feet for her. Fortunately, he could continue to stay by her side. And perhaps, he could return to normal. Did not get a response. Su Mumu, also not discouraged, just began to pull out their own prepared food. In front of Joey Ran. She did not cover up. She did not cover up in front of Joey Ran. She took out a roasted chicken, shredded potatoes and meat, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes out of thin air, with a big bowl of fragrant white rice. Finally, out of the white foamling to do her boiled meat, which is a collector's edition. Eat a less one. Therefore, she generally will not take out. But now, she took out. But also right in front of Joey Ran. In the last world, she observed, Joey Ran loves to eat boiled meat. Although at that time, he was also fed what he ate. But when there were boiled meat slices, he was obviously able to eat more than a bowl of rice. Sure enough, when the boiled pork slices were set out, Joey Ran's throat knots moved. Su Mumu knew that she had done the right thing. Then, she moved all the rice dishes to a position, and put them in front of her. Then put a bowl of chicken blood, raw, in front of Joey Ran. Come on. I know you're holding back hard when you're in the neighborhood. This is the desert. So I can make an exception, and let you eat what you like. Just now. His reaction had made Su Mumu certain that this kid was 100% faking it. She didn't know why he was deceiving them, and pretending to be a retard. It could be because he had no face-to-face with them. Or it could be in order to lurk by her side, and figure out the secret of Mumu's safe house. In short, he was deceiving her. If it was someone else, she might have kicked the person out. It's already the end of the world. The days are so hard. You damn still want to pretend to be retarded to gain sympathy and mix food and drink? She also made it look like she loved a big dog, like a true love to raise him for so long. But this is Joey Ran. Because she only turned into an infected lifesaver. So she can give him a chance to explain. But she will not continue to be so deceived by him. Tired, ah? This kid. There is something that cannot be taken out to say clearly to her face? Joey Ran did not expect. Su Mumu let him drink blood and eat raw meat. Obsession is actually so deep. Looking for an opportunity to even sow to him stuffed chicken blood. What the hell, ah? What the hell? Is there a normal person who raises zombies like this? No. Normal people will not raise zombies at all. C will directly cut dead. Right? He did not forget Su Mumu's ruthlessness when she shot a small zombie with an arrow. But she not only raised, but also really cultivated him towards the direction of zombies. Obviously he can eat cooked food. But she had to give him what chicken blood? Is it because she is afraid that he is not fierce enough and not pugnacious enough when he bites? Chapter 39. What? Don't like to eat it? Or, do you prefer eating food that humans eat? Or are you still a normal human now? Su Mumu shook his hand smooth and tender slices of meat. The thickness of the meat is appropriate. Exudes a fresh and spicy flavor. Is very hooked. Joey Ran tried to control his gaze not to stay. No food is a small matter. If now exposed, he was afraid of being Su Mumu beat to death. Joey Ran. I give you 3 days time. Within 3 days, you take the initiative to come to me to explain. I'll forget about it. If you make up your mind to continue to pretend. Then after 3 days, the consequences. See, Joey Ran still did not respond. Su Mumu also do not urge him. Just a little bit of rice in front of him to eat a mouthful of clean. Even the juice is not left. Although she was boiled pork slices of spicy soup juice to the spicy enough. But she tried to make herself look all right. She did not know why. In front of such Joey Ran, she inexplicably has a kind of strong and competitive desire to win. She has been cheated by him for so long. To reveal the cowardice? It is too humiliating. After all, he took out the dish. Even if spicy death will eat. When she finished eating out to find a place to drink water crazy, Joey ran inside. Silently put the dishes or put away. What can be done? Woe is he broke. It is indeed time to tell her the truth. Miss Sue, you are really powerful. This piece of forest we spent a lot of effort could not get out. You only came for 2 days. It is alive. The official man looked at the small green shoots. His spirit was much better. For the past half a month, he had been squatting here. He couldn't even care about eating. Just to think of a way to be able to grow the plants out. Even if it was just some grass. As a result, the seeds he got from Su Mumu's side were not useful. He felt that this time, he might have come to the end of the road. Unexpectedly, it still had to be Su Mumu. The ones left to take care of have to be taken care of personally by the ones I mentioned. Like the number of infected people. The number of evolved people in this world was also quite a lot. It's just that it wasn't like the last world where they were concentrated in that one tiny city. They were scattered all over the world. Just like the infected people. This might be the difference between the official mission world and the novice world. If Su Mumu hadn't thought of looking for official cooperation this time, relying on her alone, she wouldn't have been able to do what she was doing right now. And with the official help, she found out that the evolvers had different abilities. Some might have come with their own golden fingers when they entered the game world. And some might be like Long Aotion, who is just an ordinary person, and improve their strength by drawing on those special disaster factors in the world. If you are lucky, you can get a nice boost in your ability in the novice world. If you are unlucky, you might die without achieving anything. In the novice world, as long as they were infected, they were able to contain the fog and the growth of plants. But in this world, the evolutions couldn't 100% guarantee the growth of plants, much less contain the spread of the desert. Only a very few evolved evolvers could do it. This was the conclusion she had come to by gathering information from the forum posts and the people the officials had brought in this time. Although the number of people on both sides was the same. As the difficulty of the mission world increased, the evolvers were not able to win purely by sheer numbers, and would even be eliminated for not being strong enough. The infected, however, as long as they were infected, they were virally contagious. A danger factor. Moreover, she felt that it was highly likely that the infected could also evolve in the same way as the evolved. Only that she hadn't encountered such an opponent for the time being. She should probably think of a way to make some preparations in advance. Hello. Are you the person in charge of Mumu property? Just as Su Mumu was preparing to write a detailed plan, someone came over and knocked on the door. I am? And you are? Su Mumu sized up the boy in front of her with a clear brow that made her look familiar. A little strange. She grew up with a very good memory. As long as it was a book that she had carefully read once. Not to say that she was able to memorize it word for word. But the general vein was able to sort out and not forget it for many years. But anyone she had seen once, she was also able to remember it. Not to mention that after coming to the mission world, her 5 senses had been greatly improved. It was simply impossible for this situation of having seen someone, but not remembering them to occur. Unless this person had deliberately dressed up. Boss Su. I'm Su and Yen. We're from the same family. The boy walked forward and grabbed Su Mumu's hand with an excited face. You too? Su Mumu froze. She was a bit in disbelief. Was the overlap rate of players in this game so high? No. Boss Su misunderstood. I'm still different from you guys. She glanced at the few players over there. I do have business here. So I came over. But it's thanks to Boss Su's help that my business was able to be carried out in this world. Su and Yan's eyes were full of sincerity and gratitude towards Su Mumu. There was no element of pretense at all. Business? In short, Boss Su's those 30,000 and the rental forum in the beginning really helped me a lot. You're not a player. How can you use the rental forum? And how did that thing end up on? I'm not too sure about this. But I came to remind Boss Su that there are forces that are hard to control in the middle of this desert. You must be careful. Su and Yen did not stay much. After saying these words, he disappeared. Was really disappeared. Just like a projected person. So a little bit dissipated. Looking at Su Mumu was also surprised. Although it is said that since she can travel through other worlds, and there are all sorts of strange natural disasters, zombies, plants aside, Her brain has been able to open up a big hole. But Su Yin still shocked her. Miss Su. It's ready. Let's go. Su Mumu's plan was very simple. That was to go towards the center of the desert little by little. Little by little to turn the desert green. This method was slow but solid and effective. She would stay in each place for 5 days. After 5 days, the plants she planted would take shape. And unless someone did something to pull them out, they wouldn't die that easily. Today they were aiming for a small camp 100 meters ahead, planting a whole stretch of sand radiating 100 meters around the perimeter. Everyone went about their duties. Half a day passed and everything was quiet. Nothing out of the ordinary. She had been here for 3 days. Everything was calm. But she did not let her guard down because of this. The tranquility before the storm instead made people nervous. Even forgot about the 3-day appointment with Joey Ran. Therefore, when Joey Ran came to her side, she just reflexively took out a bowl of pig's blood to him. These 3 days of time, Joey Ran are being fed by her all kinds of these things. He does not eat, can only starve. This is the desert. There is no long AOT on feeding him. However, he can always get from those plants to eat. Obviously this person although has always been a civilized sitting in the office of the type of person. But the ability to survive in the wild, and what is not bad. Su Mumu saw also just as not know. This person. Properly a herbivorous zombie. What else is good to pretend? Joey Ran silently received the pig's blood. Still did not move. He opened his mouth. Seemed to want to say something. But Su Mumu interrupted him, signaling him not to speak. Almost in the same instant, Joey Ran dodged and jumped in front of Su Mumu's body, in a posture of a wild beast protecting its master, blocking Su Mumu right behind him. Su Mumu's expression moved, but she still didn't put all her attention only on Joey Ran's body. Instead, she stared at the round of sun in the midair with a serious expression. The desert was still the same desert. The sun was still the same sun. And even their tent was still so firmly planted there, not moving at all. The wind was also blowing gently, and the people around them were still planting trees silently. But Su Mumu just felt the aura of danger. But a good while passed, and nothing appeared. Su Mumu couldn't help but begin to suspect that it was her intuition that was off. What are you going to say? She even turned her head to ask Joey Ran. Perhaps it was because she had been in the middle of the desert for too long that she was hallucinating? Talking to Joey Ran was able to divert her attention. But Joey Ran didn't reply. He also merely stared at the sun above his head. His whole body was on guard. So he had hair all over his body. He should have blown up. Just when Su Mumu wanted to reach out her hand to appease him, he leapt up and jumped directly into midair. This was the first time Su Mumu had seen the bouncing power of a zombie. No, it was Joey Ran's bouncing power. The mobility of zombies were all relatively slow. At least the zombies she had seen were all relatively slow. Slower than normal ordinary people. But Joey Ran was an exception. He had always acted like a normal person. And Su Mumu's subconscious had never treated him as a zombie. So she subconsciously overlooked the fact that Joey Ran's mobility was different from that of a normal zombie. Only at this moment did she truly realize that Joey Ran was too different from ordinary infected people. Fundamentally different. She thought of the standard that the system had rated him as a super employee. It was only that for so long. She hadn't found a way to upgrade him. Originally, she wanted to wait until she found a way to upgrade him in a safe place to make sure he was absolutely safe. But now she found out that what she had been thinking all along was wrong. Protection was never the best way to get a person to upgrade. The fastest way to upgrade a person was to put him in danger. That way he could maximize his potential. When Joey Ran leapt up, almost in front of Su Mumu's eyes to cover the round of bright burning sun, a large shadow appeared in front of her eyes. A kind of cold feeling from the back. Instinctively turned around. She slashed the knife in the air. But the feeling of solid stabbing something made her sure that she didn't just slash through the air. But she couldn't see anything clearly, because Joey Ran had already fallen from midair. And what he was pinching in his hand was the very same red thing that they had mistaken for the sun before. Surrounded by a dark silence. Only remaining Su Mumu and Joey Ran, two people standing back to back close. The two of them have not said anything. Even do not need to imply anything. So directly do. This is a face of danger when the safest way to stand. Though they didn't know what exactly they were facing right now. Chapter 40. In the Desert of Passion. There is nothing better than being able to see the mirage that everyone dreams of. All you can think of, and all you can ask for. Please enjoy the beauty that the heavens have bestowed upon you. Indulge in it. And die happily. The mechanical voice rang out relentlessly and indifferently, hitting Sumomo's eardrums. Mirage? She was a bit dumbfounded. What is this? Although it was true that mirages could appear in the desert. But why was it prompted by the system? Copy. Is a copy. This system even played bad. Right, the program is not as good as me. Cannot crack my bug? Then engage in spatial suppression. Pulling people into the copy. Excessive. The landlord system's voice also sounds a little flustered. Miss Landlord. My ability here is greatly restricted. It is easy to be captured. Everything can only rely on you. Then no matter how Sumumu shouted it. It did not respond. But she tried. The function of the landlord system can still be used normally. She breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the functions can be used normally. The other is not important. Did you hear that voice? Sumumu, also lazy to fight with Joiran, also did not want to listen to his explanation. Single-handedly asked him what he wanted to know. This time, Joiran did not play dumb. Just nodded heavily. This voice, he also heard in the last world. But in the Mumu property, he has not heard this voice. Now, he received the mechanical sound again. It said, "Congratulations on completing the Novice World quest. You have received a reward. Your skills have been upgraded. You have received a 7-day rebirth reward. You can survive in the primordial world in a healthy state for 7 days. The 7-day timer has expired. You will enter the official mission world. Main quest released, survive. In the passionate desert. There is nothing better than being able to see the mirage that everyone dreams of. Everything you think and ask for can be had. Please enjoy the beauty that the heavens have bestowed upon you. Indulge in it. And die happily. Congratulations on your leveling up. Congratulations on stimulating your potential and obtaining a super zombie bloodline. Congratulations to." Icy cold mechanical voice one after another. Even the last one did not finish broadcasting. The next one will follow. Even some did not even finish. The next one will pick up. He did not hear a lot of information clearly. As if a certain machine stuck. After restoring the fluency began to desperately release the congested information in a brainstorm. He knew that it had something to do with Sumumu. Go over there. After getting the answer he wanted to know, Sumumu pulled out 2 far light illuminators and handed one to Joiran. And after opening it, the moment the darkness dispersed, something seemed to have flashed away. She didn't go after it. Just walked towards the players, who were still groveling and planting in the distance. After all the commotion over here, even the sun was gone. This wannabe was still able to maintain the exact same postural movements as they had just done. Either they were still in the middle of an illusion, or they weren't alive at all. Whether they were or not, she had to go and confirm it. The concept of copy she has. Large games she played. Although not very proficient. But the monsters in the copies have always been stronger than the outside. There will be bosses. But the same. The things in the copies are also better than the outside. You can't fight alone in a copy. You have to form a team. Since the system had broken the rules by creating something like a copy. Why didn't she get a few more helpers? Only when she got closer did she realize that those people were alive and really planting. But they didn't seem to be able to see Sumumu and Joiran. And it was completely different from before. Before Sumumu saw these people are normal in the planting look. But now, they are just squatting on the ground digging sand to play. Play buried. Buried digging. Very silly look. Sumumu tried to touch them with her hands. But there was no way to touch them. This situation is like they are in 2 worlds. There is no way to break the boundary of the world to contact each other. The hand that reached out became transparent the moment it touched the other party. And directly passed through the other party's body. Is it really a spatial superposition? However, Joiran seemed to be unrestricted, as if he just reached out his hand and patted the other party's shoulder. And this person was like waking up from a dream. First bewildered, and then relieved when he saw that the people in front of him were Sumumu and Joiran. "Miss Su, where is this? What happened? I just wasn't in." The man glanced at his hands. Where was the planting tools and seeds he had just held? It was clearly a handful of yellow sand. Nothing was planted on the ground around him either. He seemed to have been digging in the sand the whole time. What's going on here? The man was shocked. However, Sumumu didn't answer him. And compared to the man, her shock wasn't much less. Was Joiran really a big bug? This ability to tear through the space created by the system. Even the landlord system couldn't do it. How did he do it? Joey ran just one by one. Those who were still immersed in digging sand were slapped awake. But at the same time as they were awake, they also entered the copy. Su Mumu didn't even have a way to distinguish to determine which one was an illusion and which one was real. Fortunately, this situation didn't last too long. At the same time that everyone was awake, the moon appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the entire land as bright as day. Then, the crowd realized that they were actually surrounded. A whole piece of desert was densely packed with people. These people all looked like ordinary people. They didn't seem to realize that they were in the middle of the desert. Just like ordinary people, walking around, shopping, working and living in an ordinary environment. Although in the eyes of Su Mumu's group, these people ate air, stepped on sand, sat on air. All the things they held at work were also air. And they slept flat on the sand. And didn't act like they slept. But they were just living so squarely, like everything was normal. Mirage? This word came to everyone's mind. To see such an out-of-the-ordinary picture in the middle of the desert. It could only be a mirage. Only, would a mirage appear in the desert at night? They had their doubts. But no one answered them. Instead, those ordinary people were just moving around in the distance at first, and then slowly seemed to be approaching towards them. At first, they didn't notice this until the movements of those people became clearer and clearer. For hours later, those people had strands of hair they were able to count. And the moonlight above their heads had been so gentle and bright. Unchanged. Miss Su. Everyone looked at Su Mumu. Unconsciously, Su Mumu had long since become the backbone of everyone in this world. When there was the sandstorm, even the officials had to seek cooperation from Su Mumu. And later on, discovering these strange deserts and finding out where those infected people were hiding was also done by Su Mumu. Such a person was originally more powerful than ordinary people. Right? Even the officials have to listen to and respect a person who is born to be strong. What reason do they have not to follow? Now suddenly faced with this unknown situation, they naturally can only look towards Su Mumu. Su Mumu didn't have much of a clue. She looked to Joey Ran. Since entering the replica, although Joey Ran is still as silent as before, giving her response is nodding or shaking her head. But his eyes are clear. Quick reaction. And the former silly look is completely different. Su Mumu knows that he is not going to continue to pretend. But now is not the time to say this. Her meaning? Joey Ran received. But he shook his head. That moon is different from the sun that he ripped off. That is the real moon and the real light. It is not something that he can rip off. The only thing he could do was to slap those who were still in the illusion awake. Thinking so, he did so. Unlike the Evolver players who calmed down after the initial shock, those ordinary people panicked, screamed, and were confused. And it took the Evolvers a great deal of effort to finally calm them down. Su Mumu looked at those ordinary people who were running in all directions, seemingly as if they had seen a heavenly horror. A wave of uneasiness welled up in her heart. Before she could properly grasp that uneasiness and figure it out, the people who were easily pacified suddenly looked like frightened lambs again, surging towards Su Mumu's side, fixing her eyes. A group of blackened zombies, like dry wood in the distance, was like a hungry jackal charging into the circle of lambs. Wherever they went, screams rushed to the sky. Blood splattered everywhere, and all kinds of carcass residues were thrown up to the sky. They had actually gnawed those people's carcasses cleanly in a raw manner. It seemed that they had already determined that these lambs were all in their pockets. They grabbed a person and swarmed on them. Several zombies sharing one person. It seemed that they had been starving for too long, and started to go crazy when they could not easily see the food, and did not even act like the zombies in the last world, who just gnawed on a piece of flesh and blood of those human beings, and then went on to tear at the next target. At that time, the main goal of the zombies was to spread the virus. But these zombies in front of us, they were there to eat. It was really like a beast hunting for food. Su Mumu's group of evolved people's eyes are red. But the ordinary people are too many. Once the chaos, they themselves began to push and squeeze, not to mention leaving a road for Su Mumu to pass through. Even they themselves are killing their own kind. But they do not have the slightest awareness of this. They just kept backing up and pushing and squeezing, as if this would be safe. As long as they were far away from those horrible monsters, they didn't care about anything else. Su Mumu and her party were pushed and squeezed in the middle of them, unable to move. Not to mention that they had no way to pull out their hands to do any attack. If not Joey Ran's quick eyes and hands. will be her a hand to fish up on their shoulders to carry. She is afraid that also has long been pushed down by those people. Only just got free. She took out her bow and arrow. The speed of her hand even waved out the shadow. One by one the zombies fell. But their number is really too much. Too much. Relying on her strength alone couldn't do much at all. While more zombies were still brutally killing ordinary people. After getting the initial satiation, they began to scratch and bite people. Just like in the last world. Sumumu knew that their purpose was to spread the virus. This group of zombies are more brutal, vicious and evil than those in the last world.